Hello and welcome. One and all, hopefully you can hear me. Runners and sysops alike. Welcome to the June 2023 Accelerated Meta Test, which I remembered to change before starting. My name is Mond. I'm joined by three wonderful, statistically surprising Brits at the same time. If Marvels, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, I'm Marbles. I've been playing Netrunner off and on for about 10 years. Got back into the game properly 3 or 4 years ago. Loving what Null Signal's doing. Really exciting to be commentating today. This will be my first standard tournament I've commentated.
I do remember you during the you casted during the Metropole GNK, in which I put
Yeah,
a
that's right.
999 joke into my the second half of one of my tables, and you were like, that's enough of a question that I want to see what that's up. So, also joining us, we have Not Yeti. Not Yeti, how would you like to?
I'm here, and I'm here with my Netrunner Jedi Master.
Hello, Cobra Bubbles here. Thanks very much for having me. Very excited for a day of Netrunner. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Cool. Admittedly, I'm not as timely as anybody who doesn't yet know me would expect me to be. So, let's get right into it. The games have started. We are jumping in with table 5 here. If I can just remember how OBS works. It's been like 2 weeks, y'all. All right.
It's a constant challenge.
Yeah.
Slide that back, and the stream should now be able to see table 5 Sauce versus Net Jogger. And so just a little clerical note here as I turn the music down just a tad bit more. The other three will be taking over for the most part the comms. I'll be at the wheel for the most part, so don't blame them if they're not as if the cards aren't popping up on screen as you need them to. But I'll mute myself. Go ahead and take it away.
Okay, so what's happened so far?
So it looks like we've got a sports against a lat here. It is a, let's see, counts of cards, 42, 43. It's a 47 card lat. So we can suspect. Sorry, go for it, Marbles.
I was going to say that looks to me to be the deck list of the week this week. Last week.
The Whiteblade deck.
Whiteblade's deck, yeah. Which I don't think is very favoured in this matchup. This is going to be a fast matchup, and it's kind of a slow deck.
So we're on turn 2. What's happened so far?
So we've got a couple of installs and a remote from the sports deck behind a gatekeeper that's been run into. Not very much set up from the lat deck. I guess they've just been making money drawing cards.
And they've scored an Elfgar.
And I know the face down upgrade is an Arella Salvatore because it was pinhole threading a minute ago before we got on stream.
Okay, that tells us quite a lot then about this deck, which is presumably doing things with fast break.
Yes.
Try and get the runner to steal a lot of agendas and then sort of combo off and score a bunch of agendas with Arella, fast break, maybe some other pieces in one turn.
And we've got 3 upgrades in the remote server, or 3 cards in the remote server, which is a good start for that fun stuff.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a clown car server. What are we expecting for the other upgrades in this server, do you think?
Let's see. They could be on Sands, they could be on Manigam Skunkworks to protect the combo.
Yeah.
Analytic Void.
Maybe Analytic Void, that's pretty influence heavy.
Yeah, influences.
Probably not those, I would guess.
You think you expect to see a Tranquility?
Yeah, it could do, I guess. Yeah, since those all went in this turn, maybe one of those is the Tranquility and it will get rest for use in future. Something to note about the matchup is that Clot is going to be a huge card in this matchup, right?
Yeah.
We can expect the Shaper deck to be running Clot because that's one of the main tools that you get access to as Shaper because it's supported by self-modifying code and symbol chip. And that lets the Shaper player, Source in this case, interrupt what NetJogger is doing when they try and combo off and score a bunch of agendas in one turn.
Yeah, that's very true. But they do need to find their SMC or similar tools to go and get that instant speed. And we're not seeing any sign of it yet.
We had a Mega Priest stolen there off just runs on this Open HQ, which I guess is good for NetJogger as well as good for Source.
Yeah, it's kind of the agenda that you don't want to steal. That and is it called
Arella
Hyperloop?
Resed, Tranquility Homegrid Resed, Advance, Score an Elvigar. And what happens here?
So we get some combo nonsense here. Arella keeps installing cards, the Tranquility keeps paying them off, Sports keeps triggering. So you're going to see this chat log scroll quite quickly as a bunch of actions get taken by NetJogger here. And yeah, with no instant speed ability for... there's Pantograph.
Pantograph to install
So I guess Source does get to take some actions.
No clicks left. One advance we counter. There's nothing that can be scored out. So it is back over to Source's turn.
And that advanced face down card does not have to be an agenda. It could be absolutely anything. Sorella Salvatore says, install a card, put a token on it.
So there we go with the SMC, exactly as you predicted. Self-modifying code, allowing them to search their deck for the clot at instant speed, stop any nonsense.
Yeah, or it might be used to get an icebreaker.
It looks like that might be the case.
Yeah, looks like that's what they're going to do.
What do you think that third upgrade is?
Maverus?
Oh.
Could be. Which would make this fermenter sad.
If I may offer my suggestion, the most likely one in my mind is, in fact, Waroid Tracker. Made a big impact in the last two AMTs. I believe that you can put two of them into a server together, if I remember. But just a little side note. It was the Skunkworks. It was wrong. Going back on mute.
I was
in the shame channel.
Skunkworks. Believe it or not, I was going to say Skunkworks.
Yeah, we're on the moon, not on Mars, with this upgrade.
Paid 5 credits.
And it was an agenda.
And got the second Mega Pre. Which is good, because at this point, that's a 2-3, right?
Not for the runner.
No, it would be if the Corp scored that.
It's good to keep the 3-2 away from the Corp. That's basically like a 3-2, except not. Okay, now for real.
Installing the plot.
I'm surprised they didn't pop Fermenter there, because I think that this turn could easily be the Purge.
Although we're seeing an install an ice, and a hedge fund. No purge. We did see a seamless launch in hand, so maybe they're just thinking to score behind the ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this deck can score off the table as well as out of hand, I guess. It doesn't need to, especially since that Managarm survived the run. I think that there was an interesting decision for Source there, whether to use their Pantograph trigger on the clot as they did, or to keep the credits and trash the Managarm. I'm not convinced that installing the clot from hand, although it gets it into play, which is nice, was the best way, because now they're going to have to pay for that Managarm again in future, the next time they want to get into that server.
Installing the Simul chip and clicking for the Fermenter to gain 6 credits. So that means that now, if there is a purge, that the clot is still a threat. And we hit a Drafter.
Drafter's good here. It kind of necessitates the self-modifying code to get an icebreaker, because letting Sports have their install out of archives, whatever install out of archives they like, when the run has no clicks to go and check it, would be really, really bad for the runner here. So we get an Angolo to break the Drafter. Angolo's a drain card that people might not have seen if they're not familiar with Standard, but it lets... sorry, Marbles, you take it away.
I was going to say that they're going very, very low on credits on this run. And I think that they might, in fact, they've just realized that they do not have the credits to fully break. And we might see them ask for a take back here. I don't know. I think losing the Simul chip as well is bad. I think that you want that on the table to keep that clot threat going, even through, a Mavirus or a regular purge.
I think the downside is that they get a Rashida or whatever the face down in archives is. What's the text on Drafter now that it's turned over?
So it installs a card from HQ or Archives, ignoring all costs, and it adds a card from Archives to HQ.
So either way, it's a lot of money for NetJogger and potentially some card draw. Most likely, right?
Yeah, I have to say, I don't love this choice to run here as source, even before knowing it was a drafter, because you get put in exactly this position where either you have to use your symbol chip and a lot of your resources, or NetJogger gets quite a lot of value.
For just a single access.
Yeah, could have just run HQ or indeed drawn a card or anything else.
This is a deck that is this lat deck is a deck that is an absolute beast late game, being forced into a position where it has to play aggressively because there's no other way to play against Sports Metal. That said, they've just grabbed 2 points out of R&D. It's anyone's game.
This is a card that I don't even know the text to. What does Architect Deployment Test do?
It's quite a card. So it's a reference to an old, the first ever Netrunner Champ card, a card called Architect, which is a HB Ice, which did a similar thing with looking at the top 5 cards of R&D. It's a 4/2, which is not the kind of agenda you'd expect to see in this kind of deck normally, because it has the number 4 in the top right corner, which makes it difficult to score in one turn. But what it does do is it lets you install multiple cards when you score it in a server that has an Arella Salvatore in it. You get to install both from Arella and from the Architect Deployment Test trigger. So you get to do, I've said this already, but combo nonsense.
And we just saw a seamless launch to score a Hyperloop extension using. And what have we had here? We've had Sports Metal trigger, Pantograph triggers, and all in all, NetJogger still has 1 click left. So the Aurelia install is used to install a piece of ice on R&D, and we've got additional card installed in server 1. Interesting decision to use the seamless there. Guess it depends what they put down.
Yeah, I mean, if it lets them push another agenda in the server, then that's pretty good. At some point, I suspect Source is going to have to contest this remote, or just get quite lucky to find the next 2 points.
I think that's a Rashida in the remote right now, because if it was an agenda, they would have installed it with their Arella trigger, which they instead used for that ice. Oh, I lied. The Rashida's just been trashed out of HQ.
But you are correct.
Isaac and Light. Yeah.
Yep, can't keep her down.
He's everywhere.
So, yeah, as this game develops, I think the key choice for Source is going to be whether to challenge the remote or not. Clearly, NetJogger is concerned that Source might do so with the extra ice. And also, I think R&D is suggesting probably that there's not points in HQ, or at least that NetJogger wants Source to think there aren't points in HQ. So Source is going to have to make a decision about their priorities fairly soon here.
So yeah, NetJogger, install ice on R&D, install ice on the remote, and install a card into the root of the remote server. From Source, we've got Diesel, draw 3 cards. What do you think Source is looking for here? He drew 3 cards last turn, 3 cards so far this turn. Is it just breakers?
Probably.
Yeah, I think it's all the pinhole, the second pinhole is
what do you trash from that server if it's you? Managon?
I think the Managon is right, especially if you're planning to run the server at some point, which we are now doing. So, yeah, I like the Managon trash.
Tithonium. What's the text on Tithonium?
Amazing.
And what's the only 2 influence?
So we're spending retail for Tithonium. You can forfeit an agenda to res it for free. It can't host cards, so no Botulus, and it crashes programs and resources and ends the run. It does it all. And it's a barrier, which is a 5-strength barrier is a pretty annoying thing for a lot of decks to deal with in this metagame, I would say.
So we paid the 9. I suppose NetJogger has a lot of credits. And we're installing Propeller, which is not a cheap or reusable icebreaker, right?
Yeah, I mean, if Source ends up having to run through this Tithonium multiple times, that Propeller is not going to get them there.
Well, even a second time, right? Because it's 3 of those power counters just to get through it one time.
Yeah. I believe this deck's got a K2CP. Oh, there's a second one. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Now they can symbol chip the Propeller back in at this point, of course, but those symbol chips are worth a lot in this matchup.
How does that play work? Oh, you use the Sybil ship to trash the propeller and then reinstall the propeller. Is that how the timing works with Sybil?
Well, this is something that actually happened to me in a game just the other day, which is when you think that Sybil Chip is going to let you trash your program to reuse it, but you've already trashed the program this turn because of the self-modifying code use. You don't get the choice to trash something for Sybil Chip. It's an additional cost
Yeah.
that applies only under certain circumstances. So,
Wow.
in fact, Source can't reuse the propeller here.
Which means he's going to eat some level of.
Yeah, he doesn't have the cash
Yeah.
to go and fetch another breaker to deal with this, so I think it's probably going to be a Tithonium hitting pretty hard here.
Trash one program, trash one program, trash one resource, and end the run.
And I will say, this
So-
double Tithonium on the remote is just a disaster for this deck. This deck does not deal well at all with barriers, as someone who's tried very hard to make it work all this week and lacks White Blade's skill in doing so clearly. It seems to die against barriers again and again.
Yeah, personally, I swapped the propeller out for a Gauss in my own build pretty quickly.
What's the text on Gauss?
Well, I won't tell you the whole text, but
The numbers?
it can use credits to break ice. It doesn't need power counters, so that's the main thing.
Break barriers, not well, but forever, is what it says.
Exactly.
So Source is gonna eat the Tithonium subroutines, but they're going to manually reinstall the Sybil chip from that was trashed just to undo that bit, which wasn't necessary. Bit of manual netrunner there.
Yeah, and notably, although NetJoker paid the 9 credits for the first Athonium, they didn't pay for the second one, so they had to forfeit an agenda instead. So they are down to only 1 point to Source's 5. So even though this was a pretty bad exchange for Source, they're still in this game. They need to find 2 points to win, and obviously the sports deck runs a lot of agendas, so there's plenty of opportunities.
Trash the oiler and the propeller. Sybil chip could still be used for. Could have still been used at the end of the turn to reinstall one of those breakers because of the requirement trash program, but notably not used here.
Yeah, I don't know if they just missed that trick or if they decided that they want to keep it around for Clark. I think at this point you give up on the remote, right? Like you.
Yeah, that ice install is surprising to me. So that last turn was install into the remote server, install an ice protecting the remote server, and hedge fund. So NetJogger sitting on 14 credits, and Source probably wondering what to do now. How do you win this game if you're Source?
You find conduit and you hope that the ice on R&D is right.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most likely way. You could get lucky with HQ runs, but yeah, just keep continually accessing seamless launches. I think that's about the 4th time Source has access to seamless launch on HQ this game.
Yikes.
Not ideal.
Advance, install the Mega Pre for 2 points.
So, yet again, we get a bucket load of triggers here.
Up first, Tranquility Home Grid. Then Arella. We're installing a card into the remote of that server, which gets the Sports Metal trigger as well, and Pantograph, gain 1 and install a Reaver.
Reaver. Very important card for this deck because you are frequently trashing things on both turns when you get properly set up, and it just becomes a draw machine.
Yeah, we see that pay off immediately here with the Stoneship chart room
Of
becoming
course.
a make your own diesel. But yeah, that wasn't the biggest scoring turn that NetJocker might have had. I guess there's a clot in play, so that makes sense.
But they don't seem motivated to get rid of this clock. They seem happy to just score from the remote over and over again. When it's this well protected, you can't blame them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really smart strategy here. I guess the fact that they have seamless launches and architect deployment tests in their deck maybe means that this deck is built to score in this way a bit more than the other Arella fast break kind of decks that we've seen recently.
We've not seen Fast Break yet, but you've got to assume it's here, right?
I am assuming that, but I might be wrong. Maybe that's what
Oh.
Seamless takes the place of.
I'm starting to wonder Like, this doesn't feel like a deck. We've not seen any fast advanced pieces apart from arguably Arella. And Arella is a value piece as well.
Yeah.
Because we've seen half the deck now, and you'd have expected to see a Biotic or a San or something by this point if this deck is trying to fast advance.
Yeah, that's true. I guess a lot of influence is going on these Tithoniums, right? They're like 3 each, if memory serves. Two each. Okay, not that much. But yeah, that restricts, for example, the number of stock buybacks you might be playing, which is another card that pays you off
Yeah.
for the runners taking lots of your agendas.
Arella is 3 though, so if we assume they're on 3 of those, and we know they've got at least 2 Titaniums, that's immediately 13.
Yeah, with some number of
You-
spin doctors, presumably.
Yeah. Would certainly be surprising not to have spin doctors.
But yeah, I mean, I guess we see NetJogger's deck building choices kind of paying out here, right? And that you're playing a deck archetype that on the face of it would be kind of weak to Clot, but you've made the adjustments that allow you to score out in spite of a Clot having sat in play for how many turns?
Yeah.
5 turns at least.
So install K2CP Turbine and run R&D for clicks 2 and 3. We are immediately res a drafter, and we don't have much we can do about it, I don't think. Simulchip, SMC, go and fetch your... Have we seen the Sentry Breaker for this deck?
Not yet.
Ingolo is the Sentry Breaker for this deck, and it would
That's a
be
Sentry Breaker.
expensive. Not Ingolo, sorry. What's the bad Shaper Sentry Breaker called? Echelon. Echelon,
is it-
it's called.
Yeah, another E-word breaker.
Yeah. Close enough, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it would, with Turbine's help, it would match the drafter's strength here. The question is, what program does Source want to give up to use their symbol chip?
Yeah.
To go and fetch it. But they were running on a server with a drafter already res, so presumably
Part of the plan.
he had this in mind, yeah.
If it were you, which of those 3 programs were you trashing?
I mean, maybe Clot. Maybe I've just talked
Yeah.
myself into it based on the conversation we just had.
think I'm losing already. I'd have to go with my gut and get rid of the gut, and then feel silly when they fast advance out 4 points in the same turn.
Yeah.
But they've only used
Whoa.
one.
Indicating to fire all subroutines. So no break. We're going to get 2 drafters firing on the same server.
I guess, can we have a little look at archives here maybe and see if yeah, I guess Rashida, while powerful, is not like hugely threatening. If Source's plan is just to get R&D accesses and win the game.
So NetJogger uses Drafter to add Hedge Fund to Archive, in Archives to HQ, and NetJogger uses Drafter to install Managum Skunkworks. So Managum on R&D is pretty rough.
Yes, I missed the
Yeah.
Managum, so that does make this drafter a lot more impactful.
You and I played a game the other day in which you analytic voided me on my R&D run in the exact same way. I didn't see it coming and it ruined my day. So
Yeah, I try. And then the Jack out after that. So
also didn't see the Skunkworks.
maybe did the Skunkworks? It did come from archives, so
Might have been face down.
might have been face down.
Oh no, because we trashed it from the remote when we did the pinhole threading.
Right. Yeah, I think that was a little bit of a desperation play by Source.
Yeah.
Thinking they could have run through one drafter and then deciding that 2 was too many and taking the Jack out. Now we see the symbol chip used. Yeah, and Clot is out of here.
And we're seeing the draw power of this deck now because they use that. They got a draw last time with the Symbol Chip. They use that SMC this turn. They'll get another draw. I think it's too. I think Aesops is too little, too late on this board state. But Bet is good. Bet's going to get them an extra card or an extra click for at least a little while.
Yeah, Aesop's is a huge part of the deck's sort of engine, but well, I mean, Netjog is still only on 3 points, so there might be enough turns in this game for it to generate some value. This Gatekeeper is pretty expensive, though, to have to get through here with the Angola, and having to fetch the Angola with self-modifying code, so it's also down to 3 credits at the end of the turn. Yet another card in server 1. Netjogger pauses for thought here, or possibly no. There's no clock threat, so just for thought.
So it's Netjogger's turn. First click, install, game 2.
Yeah,
So the advanced card must have been an upgrade?
not necessarily. It's a slightly strange one. I mean, I think did it come from an Orella install? Do we remember?
I'm pretty certain it did come from an Aurora install, but of course that means nothing in terms of what the card is.
Yeah, it could be anything.
Install credit.
I think they're
I
just
mean,
waiting for agendas now. Waiting
we
for
are
agendas
at
to HQ.
the magic number 17, which there's a card in that one that costs 17.
Indeed, there is.
And we get the free Beth click because Netjogger has more than 15 credits. Install Stimulship. Let's try that again. Install Simulchip. Install Stoneship Chartry. Install SMC. 1 click left. 5 credits.
Yeah,
I will say, while
go ahead.
it's not, while I don't think it's necessarily the right deck to play in a tournament, this is a very fun deck to play if you like doing Shaper nonsense. It's got all of the Shaper nonsense all the time in it. Seamless, double advance, and a Vitruvius with a counter, was that?
It will be, yeah, when all these triggers resolve. We get Sports, we get Arella, we get Vitruvius, we get Pantograph.
Is there a win here? Is there a card they could have installed with 0 clicks left? No, not with only 1 advancement. Unless they Reza Sansan. But I think if we were counting influence, that seems unlikely.
This
Even
could
then, they
easily
can't
be
get
the
2
winning
points.
agenda.
It could be, but they can't score it this turn.
No, but they can bring back that Seamless with the Vitruvius counter.
Oh.
Yeah, once that 5 points in a Vitruvius counter with HB is often similar to 5 points in Atlas counter out of Wayland. You just have as many ways to win as your deck can muster up.
So we've got 5 clicks. Let's see what we can do. What do you do with your source here?
You get accesses, right?
Where?
Great question. R&D is pretty tough. I guess your Echelon breaks the drafters for 2 each, but you have to spend 5 to go and fetch it with self-modifying.
And then you've got the mana gun. You've got the extra click though, so maybe not impossible.
Yeah, maybe not.
Single accesses though.
But taking potshots at HQ is more accesses.
I don't think there's much odds of an agenda in HQ, right? With a lot of stuff on the table.
We did just have a draw 2 from Sports.
Oh, true.
On the last click there. So Netjogger wasn't fully in control of their hand.
Okay.
In terms of what they were drawing.
And you only need to get lucky once.
Well, unless it's a 1-pointer, which would be savage.
There was 1 White Elf guy on the list at least, and the Mega Pre are 1-pointers, right? So all of those are out.
Yeah, Mega Pre all out. You could probably assume another Livergal.
Marbles, what do you do here?
If I'm
With your
source,
source.
I think I hit HQ twice, and then try for the run on R&D.
Diesel.
Real quick, there is another 1-pointer that we've seen up there in the RFG zone. We've got Hyperloop extension in this deck.
Oh, true.
That
Very
is
good
true.
point.
So the chances of Source being tragically 1 point short go up. Yeah, so the
That
Diesel
said-
here not sure what you're looking for.
You said, what do I do here? And I don't think this is the right play, but definitely what I would do is exactly what's happening, which is say, yeah, I can
Ah.
get into this remote, actually.
Palongi allows them to change the ice of a subtype or adds a subtype of ice twice during this run.
It's limit once per turn, unfortunately, buried down there in that text box.
Use this ability only once per turn. You are correct. So what do you think the Plongi play is here?
Well, it lets them break multiple Tithonium, right? That's a play that's difficult to make otherwise.
We jacked out after the draft.
Yeah, they hadn't got the credits for it, sadly.
Yeah, so I think Source's calculation was that they could break the ice that they knew were on the server with their resources that they had. They couldn't break the drafter, so running into it meant they had to jack out, and NetJogger has the last agenda as Marbles predicted.
Very nicely done. And the Luminal Transubstantiation, they get 4 clicks left over.
Yeah, so they can take them into the next game, right?
Awesome. Right, let's move over to their other game. Interestingly, I think the Corp deck that we're about to see, is one that that Cobra and I have seen before.
Yeah, so Source is a player from Liverpool here in the UK, who travels around to tournaments, and we bumped into him at a circuit opener back in March, I want to say.
Reading circuit opener in March? Yeah, that sounds right. No, Coventry.
No, it was Coventry. Yeah, he won that tournament playing a Thule deck. So
also doing a Relatrix, and I think it was a Rela and Dupestad, right? That was the combo.
That sounds right to me. Yeah, I lost to it, but I do not remember that game.
You lost to it in the finals that we played in the pub after the circuit opener had finished.
That's true. We played an unofficial pub final. It was a good time.
Logger opening by saying, "Oh no," to the Thule ID, which softened my reaction as well.
And
that's
we're
how
looking
I start a game of Netrunner. Open, take my first hand. Oh no!
And we're looking at 419 sat across. Notably, 419 top 3 to the last accelerated meta test with the... What's the console from Sunny?
It's Security Nexus, yeah, a deck that was pioneered by your friend of mine, Andre of the Metropole Grid.
Which has a bunch of tricks for getting into servers.
It does, which may or may not matter if Thule just kills you.
Or puts you at -5 points, or whatever it is that Thule's trying to do.
Yeah, I think that Nightmare Archive is the quintessential feels bad card for me in the meta at the moment.
It's when they stack up multiple negative point cards that it gets me. Oh, and immediately we are... so quickly, yeah, it was 2 ice installed from Thule on the first turn. And we're running HQ second click, Sure Gamble, run HQ into a Fairchild 3, which is bad.
Yeah, this is why you run first click against HB when you have no icebreakers. Fairchild 3, real punishing here.
So it's going to be the runner must pay 3 credits, modern must pay 3 credits, and do you think you do a core damage or do you end the run? Depends what you've got in hand.
Yeah, it depends on what's in HQ, but I think I like the free core here.
Early core.
It probably plays into your game plan.
We lost a Sure Gamble to core damage. Access a stock buyback.
Which tells us a lot about what this deck's trying to do.
Can you explain?
Stock buyback being a card that fires off agendas in the runner's area. This deck is going to have lots of low or even negative agenda point agendas, and is going to tax the runner out by forcing them to pay that Thule tax, which is a click and 2 credits, to steal or a core damage. And you can just slow the run down enough, or force them to take that core damage so that you can score the ontologicals out. And stock buyback gives you an extra bit of gas, because you're getting... With it, you get 3 credits per agenda in the runner's score area, and it's just... It could be such a powerful card. I've seen this card played for 15, 18 credits sometimes.
So, a couple of turns have gone by. Source clicked for 3 credits. NetJogger drew twice, clicked for 2 credits. And now back over to Source, who's Res the Spin Doctor. which importantly eats the 419 trigger to expose a card.
Yeah, so we get to install this other naked remote here, which could be any number of cards that say -1 agenda point on them, I guess.
And last click to gain a credit. Netjogger, draw a card and playing Amakua. A very important card in 419.
Yep, it's turtle time.
And makes every one of those exposures a little bit more value.
We see a slightly convoluted rules interaction here. I don't know if the players will comment on it. Source shuffled away their archives so that the runner was accessing 0 cards. But because of the updated text on Amakua, which you can't see on fintechy.net, unfortunately, it still gets a counter when the runner breaches a server but accesses 0 cards, as happened in this case.
I've never understood the errata on Amakua. All I know is that Amakua does what I expect Amakua to do.
I think that's the ideal position for good rules text, right?
The updated version is something like accesses any number of cards, and 0 is a number.
Yeah, can confirm.
Netjogger making a run on R&D, 7 credits, source reses, and this is one I was thinking about, Meridian, which is going to fire. And Netjogger now gets the choice to give source 4 credits in the run or take a -1 agenda point. And clear off Meridian from the server. Do you ever give 4 in the run, or do you just eat the negative points?
I would make the same choice as Netjogger here and give the 4 in the run. I think.
What's the thinking there?
You're likely, now that you've seen Stock Buyback and Meridian, you know that your opponent probably has Nightmare Archives, maybe News Teams in their deck. Those are negative agenda points that are much harder to avoid.
Okay.
So you'd rather not take an extra one here and just really, really slow down how quickly you can win the game. And also, once your turtle gets up to strength, Meridian is not an issue for you. It's a 170 nice.
Yeah.
So hopefully it won't cause problems in the late game if you leave it where it is.
It does have a secret subroutine on it, or at least it used to, that said when the runner takes this as a negative agenda point, crash JNet and mess around for 10 minutes trying to fix it.
That face down card was an Elvigal bifurcation. Installed D-Res the Spin Doctor, which always feels good.
Yeah, that's just value.
Turtle My Man in chat saying, love this style of list. Is that reference to the Fool or the 419? I love both of these.
I mean,
decks.
Based on that username, I assume it's a reference to the turtle. The deck playing turtle. Oh, falsified credentials, getting the guaranteed expose there. Oh, the double! Source, you fool! You should have raised your Spin Doctor.
So that's brilliant for Netjogger because what was that, net 10 credits or
net 8 and 2 turtle counters.
And 2 turtle counters bring it up to 3, which is huge. Yeah, the negative point decks. They're acquired taste. That's what I'll say. I do like any game that I sit down and play against Fool still. They're asking for a bit of a take back here. I think Source asking to
res in between the 2 falsifieds. So this is sort of best practice. I think, Netjogger maybe went a bit quick here. Strictly speaking, this is the kind of take back that if I were a judge called to this table, I would not necessarily give. But that said, I am not all the way familiar with the up-to-date OP policies. So, but all judges kids for this kind of thing usually. But in this case, we're happy to let the game proceed as long as the players are happy.
If I was judging this, I think I'd say, as Netlogger didn't ask for an action between, you can definitely take it back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
there is
Oh, go on.
There is a cost to resing that Spin Doctor now rather than whenever you want to do it. So, it is an active choice that Source needs to make.
They're just moving around JNet. I had a friend. Well, we have some friends locally in the Norwich meta who are getting into the game and started playing on JNet for the first time recently. And when I bumped into him recently. I got a long set of criticisms, but you learn to love it.
Agreed.
So Leech being played down, another. I think Leech is in System Gateway. It's a card that I've had access to for a long time, and I believe is like a near print of some old FFG card.
That's correct. Yes, Data Sucker, which goes all the way back to the original core set in 2012, if you can believe it.
And I never put this card in any deck. I've not played with Leech. I understand that Data Sucker, I think, was kind of pretty key to some deck archetypes in the past. But playing with it in this 4/9 deck immediately made sense to me. The combination of Leech and Amakua feels really nice. When you get that inevitable purge that can just lock you out of some games, being able to jump back up twice as fast feels real good.
Yeah, agreed. Leech plays the same role now that Data Sucker often did in the past, which is you play it with icebreakers that can't natively increase their strength. So obviously Leech just can save you some money with icebreakers that can increase their strength, but in the case of Turtle, it lets you do something that you couldn't do otherwise, right? Which is match strength of ice that you don't have enough Turtle counters on to match.
Install Advance the other guy, another D-res of the Spin Doctor, third time's charm.
That's a lot of work being done by the Spin Doctor. One click draw 6 is pretty good.
Just looking in chat, somebody has pointed out that during the manual takebacks that they did earlier, I think they did get the math slightly wrong. They only should have. There was only a net change of 4 credits off of the second falsified credentials. So net jogger might be 1 credit less than they should have in reality.
They are, however, also 1 turtle counter more than they should have, which is
okay.
I would definitely take.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of thing that happens in games like this, which are, while this is a tournament, of course, and is run according to the organised play policies, not everything can be caught in every game, and it's not our job as commentators to try and catch things, even though we might spot them in games we're playing on, partly because that would mean that these games are being judged at a different level from the other games in the tournament that we're not currently commentating on, which wouldn't be fair. So if the players haven't decided to call a judge, then they're going to proceed, and those kind of small discrepancies will take place. For the kinds of things that, if you didn't have a chat log and you were playing in person, you wouldn't even notice. So, in a way, it doesn't make a great difference.
We have to follow the prime directive as commentators, don't we?
That's
interference.
Right. Install a card, paying to prevent the expose, which is big, right? When you only have 2 credits. So, what do you think this could be? What do you think this could be?
I mean, Rashida behind a cheap ice, I guess, is the most obvious thing, but any cheap ice is going to get run right through by Turtle.
And what 2-cost ice are you running into?
Maybe Echo. You might run Echo.
The Echo gives you credits back?
No, that's Wave, is it? Echo is the end the run 2-cost barrier.
Oh, yes. But you wouldn't run Echo unless you're running other harmonic, right? And we haven't seen that so far.
We have seen a failed falsified guess, looking for another asset, but seeing a Hyperloop extension in 7-5. So we have back-to-back Hyperloop extension decks.
Wow. What do you think the Source was doing there? Just trying to bluff something with the ice?
I think
setting up the future?
I think he wants this stolen.
What's your thinking there?
He wants some. This is a 1-point agenda that gains him 3 credits when he's very low on credits, and also starts to build the momentum for stock buyback. Because what he needs to do at this point in the games, he needs to protect archives, and he needs to purge pretty soon. But
we've got the Thule tax as well.
We've got the Thule tax as well.
Yeah, if I may, just for a second, Hyperloop extension as something that gains you 3 credits when the runner steals it. It's very appealing when Tool, whose game plan is let the runner make the runner take as many agendas as I want, and then also here's Nightmare Archives. Have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a nice play from Source, not least because it ate the falsified credentials on an asset guess. So overall, that exchange is really nice.
I'm not. If I was in Net Jogger's position, I'm not sure I would have stolen it. I think I would have forced them to score it.
I think that makes sense. If I was in Net Jogger's position, I would have stolen it, but that's because I see agenda and then I run.
These sorts of stock buyback decks are gradually trading me out of that impulse.
Yeah, overall though, this game sources in a bit of a tricky spot with the charged up turtle in play, and a purge would only lead to some archives runs charging it right back up. So, going to struggle from here to do anything particularly impactful behind ice.
I guess the hope is that over the course of a few turns, Net Jogger steals some points and you can stop buyback, play that ice down, and then keep him out. He doesn't need to keep Net Jogger out. Oh,
There's the purge.
okay.
Which I think means there is Nightmare Archives in Archives, which is...
Makes sense.
Or maybe even
Yeah.
a Mavirus.
Yeah, could be a cheeky Mavirus for sure.
I mean, Mavirus is the big killer here, right? Amakura and Leech, you just can't go up above 2.
Right. Oh, we're going to find out. Probably get a Spin Doctor pop, I would imagine. Oh no.
Nightmare Archive.
Nightmare Archive. And a second one.
Mavirus.
Oof,
Two
taking both minus points.
Yeah. And we interestingly see a fast break and a stop buyback in Archives.
Yeah, well, I guess there just weren't any agendas in the runner score area for quite a long time there, so sources had to prioritize other tools. Oh, that's a big icebreaker.
Amina. Costs paid 0. Oh, credit kiting. What does credit kiting do?
Credit kiting. Wow, I missed that. Hey, that's fun. So this is a fun little interaction. This is a little package that was in some 4-9 decks for a while. Gosh, maybe about a year ago or something, and it's come back with the Security Nexus builds, because Security Nexus conveniently costs 8, and credit kiting lets you install a card by 8 less, but you have to take a tag. But you'll notice that Net Jogger sneakily installed a Citadel Sanctuary while we were harping on about archives, and that lets them remove the tag without spending clicks, assuming they have a credit advantage of the corp. So a nice little synergy there to get quite a lot of value.
Yeah, playing this deck, I've absolutely loved the Citadel Sanctuary, just letting you do all of those cheeky tag things. All of that stuff that feels like a big cost in every other deck. But yeah, that Turtle Leech combo getting us straight back up to big numbers. And with Pace basically able to break anything, we're bravadoing the remote.
Could be another
Just
Hyperloop.
lets him straight past. Could be a trap.
Could be. Looks like Source is thinking about it. Could be a second Spin Doctor. That's always an interesting spot to be in when you have one res on the table.
Absolutely.
It's a Rashida.
It's Rashida.
Yeah, okay, so that really shows the power of the turtle here. Even after a purge within a couple of turns, we're able to challenge a Rashida, and the ice doesn't even bother getting rezzed to protect the powerful asset.
Yeah. I mean, folks in the chat are saying, talking about that Archives run, do you think that it's worthwhile, with all of the power of the Turtle and the Leech, to take the 2 negative agenda points?
That's a great question. I don't think you really have a choice.
You've got to run Archives eventually.
Yeah, because you're not going to win the game without your turtle, most likely. Depends on the rest of your icebreakers, I suppose.
So that's draw, install, pain to prevent the expose, and a stop buyback for 9. Oh, maybe not. But what are you installing there? Every card you install at the moment, you know that the runner's going to go see it. He's going to go see it for cheap.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a Hyperloop, could be another negative agenda point. because you know that the runner can get in and the runner knows, you can double bluff them and maybe put something valuable in there on the assumption they won't bother. That's a bit risky. But it seems like NetDrug has better things to do with this diversion of funds.
Yeah. A classic one for people coming to Standard for the first time. You got to know diversion of funds exists. And if it hits, it'll be bad for Source, right?
Yeah, this will take 5 credits down to, well, 1 here, so take all the bank, basically.
Yep. Which it will fire. Almost no doubt, right, with the Tercel as powerful as it is.
Yeah, oh, look at this with Amina as well, taking the last credit for the perfect 0. That's a nice feeling when you're a criminal.
Oh.
Oh, Source has things to do, though.
How much time do we have left in the round, do you know?
It's a good question.
The round ends at 10 past the hour, so in 17 minutes.
So plenty of time.
Yeah. Yeah, that first game was not too long, so.
Uh,
Although, given that we're on 2 points to -1, this game could go for a while still.
I'm assuming if it did go to time, that the scoring system remains that whoever's on the highest number of points when we hit time just wins and gets 3 points. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the time procedure is after the time call, which a judge will pop into the chat to make. Then the active player finishes their turn. Their opponent plays 1 full turn. At the end of that time, whoever has the most agenda points gets the game win. So 3 match points for the tournament. If they're tied on agenda points, then they tie the game and they get 1 point each.
Looking at this, we've had a dupe stand grid resed. What that does is, at the end of the day, interesting there. What it means is that if the diversion of funds were to fire, that there would only be an exchange of 1 credit. So Source still goes low, but there's less value for NetJugger, and he gets the res there. Although in this instance, NetJugger decided rather than to steal Source's credit, instead they were going to just see 1 card and then go and trash the dupe stat.
Yeah, so that's a nice exchange for Source. First is not resing the dupe stat. NetJugger is down 8 credits from the or 9 even from the 5 not stolen and the 4 for the trash.
Very hard for Source here on.
Ooh, Angeki.
Oh my word, this is quite a Netrunner card. There's a lot of text on it. Are you familiar with this one, Marbles? I've not played with this one in a long time.
So from memory, this card tells the runner you will access this card or take Hangeki as something worth -1 agenda point. So we kind of put the runner in a bind here where they're going to take a -1 agenda point either way. And what 419 has chosen to do is access the Nightmare Archive and take that as a negative agenda point. And next click, Source has played their stock buyback for a net of 11 credits, I believe.
So does that
Checks
feel
out.
good to you, the Hangeki into Nightmare Archive?
I think it's certainly funny because you install the Nightmare Archive, let 419 expose it, so they know exactly the devil's bargain you're giving them, and then you play the Hangeki. I think 419 made the right choice, which is to get the Nightmare Archive out of the game,
Yeah.
rather than let it sit there and take the Hangeki as -1 instead. But yeah, it's basically just a forced -1 point or a core damage, and given that once you get the 2 core damage against Thule, the ontologicals can be scored straight from hand.
Important
I
turn
think NetJugger made the right choice.
Important turn from Source there, who is now iced Archives, which means that next turn a Purge makes it an interesting decision. Although, how does that work with Server 5?
That's a great point. In fact, because as we discussed, hey, look at that, the weird rules thing I mentioned earlier became relevant. If the Purge goes ahead and then NetJugger runs Server 5 and can get through that ice, then they have a server they can start running through to get turtle counters even though there's nothing in it, which would force Source to defend an empty server. Oh, would you look at that? A way to get through ice.
Citadel Security Nexus. We talked about it briefly earlier, but it's a complicated one. There's the Purge. What does Security Nexus say?
Yeah, so Security Nexus 8-cost console, it's a big one, affiliated to Sonny LeBeau, so any main faction runner is paying 3 influence for it. It's 1 MU, 1 link, don't see that very often these days. And once per turn, you can make the corp trace you when you encounter an ice. If successful, you get a tag and end the run, but if unsuccessful, you bypass the ice. The trace is 5. So what that basically means is you get to pay a combination of 5 credits and link to bypass an ice once a turn, unless the corp really wants to spend a bunch of money to keep you out, which is quite an efficient way to. I mean, it's no endurance, but without access to that in the standard format, it's quite an efficient way to get past some problematic ice.
And in 419, you've already got a link, so once it's installed, you've got 2 link, potentially 3 credits to get through.
Yeah, just 3 credits to pass an ice is a pretty powerful effect.
And it's a card that's rotating with the release of the next set, so.
That's true, so get your Nexus while you may.
Yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying this deck because I've never played Sonny before. This was the first deck I'd ever played Security Nexus in, and it was really, really good fun.
And there it is, Security Nexus used to bypass the Fairchild for just 3 credits. That's a pretty good deal into a 6-cost piece of ice.
Eat the Meridian as a negative point? Yeah, I reckon. Just to get the turtle counter. Going down to -3 agenda points.
Oh, but back up to -2 with the old guard.
There we go, getting there.
So say now that I play stock buyback, how many credits do I get? Net 17?
Net 17 would be correct, yeah.
So my theory is that usually it's better to corp first in these tournaments because you have a bit of control as runner over when you score agenda points, and if the game does go to time, you can try and get ahead on those final couple of turns. I think with this deck, you might enjoy corping second because the runner's taking loads of negative agenda points early, and generally if the runner wins, they're doing it very late game.
Yeah, I mean, we almost get to the point where we have to start asking the unfortunate question of when does it become impossible for the runner to get to 7 points? We need another 9. There are 4 points out of 20 out of the game. So we need to get 9 of the remaining 16. So if Source scores a couple more agendas, suddenly that's 9 of 12 or so. That starts to become pretty tricky.
So Source here installing a card into turn 5, which is potentially interesting because we might have to eat the Security Nexus on something that Source has planned, which could be a stall down the turtle, right? Although in this case, you get the turtle counter.
No turtle counter when you steal an agenda. So it's just 3 credits for Source, clicking 2 from NetJogger for the privilege, and a point.
So yeah, that slows you down a little bit. Another turn that you've got to spend worrying about getting turtle counters. Install Biotic Labor out of Project Vitruvius. Source on 4 points.
Yeah, so this starts to get very threatening now, right? Because if Source is only 1 credit at the moment, but if they buy back up to effectively a bazillion credits and then play a fast break to draw 7 and install 7 cards, there are a lot of different ways where you might score 3 points out of nowhere. So this game could end very soon if NetJogger's not careful.
Although NetJogger going down to only 1 credit, unable to res the ice on archives, gives NetJogger a place to go and farm up turtle counters.
And we see the buyback going to R&D, so that's obviously Source's priority to make money here.
Another ice Source can't res.
By my calculation, that buyback is currently worth a net of 20 credits.
Which is just wild.
Yeah, that's
wild. For a 1 credit, 1 click card, it's extremely silly.
Yeah.
And a stock buyback rotate.
That's in the next rotation, yeah. That's from the Flashpoint cycle, which is the cycle rotating. Oh, we found an ontological. That's an important one to find. You know where that gets us? Positive agenda points. Look at that.
8 cards in the score area, 1 agenda point on the board.
Turn 17. on one agenda point. It can't feel good. Like I feel that NetJogger is playing very, very well, and winding up in a situation where they have almost nothing to show for it.
Yeah, and if you look at Source's archives, you see in there the Sansan City grid, the Fast Break, the Dupestead grid, and I think from memory that's the point of this deck. But I think we're unlikely to see any core damage coming in to let us score our ontological dependencies for cheap. It's probably just going to be all of the Elfgars are out, so yeah, just score out as cheaply as possible, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this game, the speed of the rest of this game hinges on when Source can draw a buyback, because once that money's back up, there are a lot of ways to win.
Diogenes in the chat mentioning Giordano Memorial Field.
Giordano Memorial Field, yeah, which requires let's see if I can remember, requires the runner to spend some amount of credits to access the server per the number of agendas.
If the runner makes a successful run on this server, they must spend 3 credits per agenda in your square area, otherwise end the run. Maybe I got the number wrong, but the run is still successful with Pizza Field is the point I'm getting at. But let me check the total for it. Yeah, Pizza Field.
2 credits per agenda.
It's
I'm
2.
just looking at it right now.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah, Captain Cody in the chat confirming that there.
Which, how many agendas have they got? Is it 9?
8 in score area. Getting those runs on archives. Can't keep the total down.
I will say Giordano is a difficult card to fit in the deck with all the slots you're spending on Sansans and Hangekis and Nightmare Archives and stuff like that.
What action's Giordano?
It is HP.
Okay. It's just a number of upgrades in a deck probably has a ceiling.
Yeah, you need to put an ice in agendas, quite a lot of agendas in fact, and your money cards, so slots get tight.
Source, install a card in server in a new remote server, install a card in server 5 and get a credit. We've got 4 credits, so the chances of us resing those ices is potentially slim.
Yeah, but then you put the runner in an interesting bind here, right? It's okay, let's say I run both these servers and the ice can't be resed. They could both be wastes of my time. There could be more negative agenda points. There could be small agendas that advance my opponent's game plan, such as hyperloop extensions. They're very unlikely to be anything that I really need to care about. But because Source knows that, well, maybe he's put a Rashida down in there. And we really don't want him to get the Rashida and get into a stock buyback. So
NetJogger approaches archives with pinhole threading.
Yeah, pinhole is a good answer to the situation, actually, because depending if one of these is a spin doctor, for example, Source might need to pop it before the pinhole fires, but it seems like, oh, there it is, the Rashida.
Yeah, you made the call. So what do you reckon's in server 7?
It's a Marilyn campaign. It was exposed when it was.
Good spot. Thank you.
I shouldn't have said the second part. I should have just made it seem like I had a preternatural ability for predicting color.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, the time in the round has been called. Am I right in saying that?
There was a timer that has happened in the Discord, but I thought the round was due to end at.
Yep. Jeff has just shown up in the game to call time on the round. So
there he is.
Sauce is finishing his turn, and then NetJogger will take one more.
And it looks good for Source here, right?
Okay. And upgrade on R&D, which could well be the Giordano actually. I don't know what else you would put there at this stage. So NetJogger needs to find 2 agendas. And that's going to be difficult to do.
What would you do?
Oof. Well, your HQ access is reasonably free. I just don't think you on 6 credits. If it's a Giordano, you're just not getting to R&D and having to pay through the ice to get there anyway. Seems less than ideal. I think I would be taking pot shots on HQ here.
Yeah, and just accepting your odds ain't good.
Yeah. I guess you could make them have it with the Giordano since you've got nothing else to do.
Yeah, and this turn you can take the core damage, right? There's no downside to.
That's true, as long as you don't die.
Who Thule is text? However you want to pronounce that.
So ice is essentially a formality at this point, with a turtle and a leech charged up and Nexus ready to go as backup.
NetJogger running R&D though.
Yeah,
We see the
There it is.
Giordano Memorial Field rezzed.
great call from the chat.
Yeah, great call from Daijin.
And yeah, it cannot pay 16 credits, so declines to
6
Nexus.
left, running HQ. You can't take the Meridian though.
Yeah, that would be counterproductive.
They can just barely get in here twice if they just break the end of the run and trash cards.
For the second time, yeah.
Dupestad Grid, and I think that's
That's
the
going to
game.
do it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
One access, unless there's a 3-pointer hiding somewhere. In server 5, perhaps.
I mean, this is another Marin. I like the
Yeah, of
net
course.
jogger, but also
Yeah.
like this deck's not playing any 3-pointers.
No.
Very nicely done from the two of them there. Those were two really fun games to watch.
Yeah, I mean, quite a bizarre way for a game to end there on time, 4 points to 1, 8 items in the runner's score area. Yeah, sources apologising for their obnoxious deck. I say never apologise. Never apologise. You've just done the things that cards allow you to do.
It's encouraged almost.
And that jogger agrees with me, it seems.
Awesome. So, we've got a little changeover until the next time, and we'll just keep an eye on Cobra to see when the next pairings are up. I have a question for you, Marbles. Do you get to play much in person, or are you a JNet player?
For a long time, I was a JNet player. Partly, I don't know if you remember that thing where we all had to stay inside for like 2 years.
I try and forget.
Yeah, I think we're all trying to forget. But now I've got quite a vibrant local meta where I've like
Ooh.
made a lot of good friends, and we meet once or sometimes more than once a week to play Netrunner. Yeah, it's really nice. Nottingham meta slaps.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good size meta in Norwich now as well. We can easily get out once a week, if not more, with people here. We've got a circuit opener at the end of the month.
We do.
With a special prize.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's a special prize.
By a series of complicated transactions, I've come into possession of a Yakuza signed Orca playmat, which were given out at UK Nationals last year for some reason. I can't remember if they were a prize or if they were for judges or something.
Yeah, so they were a preview of sorts, in that Orca had not yet been previewed when
Yes.
that mat was shown to the public at UK Nationals. So it was an art-only preview of that card. And then also they were given out to tournament organisers to be made as an exclusive prize for people over the course of tournaments over the coming years. So we're sort of achieving the aim in a slightly roundabout way.
Yeah. So yes, that will be available at our circuit opener on the 24th of June. So any UK players wanting rare and exclusive prizes, come to that.
Yeah, and we will be playing Startup. So if you don't like the look of Security Nexus and would rather keep it simple and play heroes, you'd be allowed to do that.
Yeah, it should be really, really fun. We did one earlier this year. We did a very late circuit opener for the previous season, which is just a ton of fun. Yeah.
I think that there's a contingent from the Nottingham meta coming to your meta.
Oh wow, that would be very, very fun.
Yeah,
I
great.
unfortunately won't be able to come because I'm playing a mega game on that day. But
wow.
see some people from my meta. Some of them
What?
are very, very good. Watch out.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also, if you've never come to a tournament before, it will be nice and friendly, and it's just a good time. Even if there's some cool prizes available, it's still just good to come out and play.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be judging the event, so unless there's an odd number and I need to step in to make up numbers, I won't be playing, which removes one annoyingly competitive player from the field.
There's no annoyingly competitive people in Netrunner, surely. It's a loving game.
So, Marbles, did you get back into the game during lockdown?
Yeah, I had a friend mention to me that it was running again. I'd heard that it was. I'd kind of stopped playing before FFG dropped it, and then being the silly human being that I am, I gave away all of my Netrunner stuff and was like, "Oh, I don't need this anymore. The game doesn't exist anymore. This is sad." And then during lockdown, a friend mentioned that the stuff was going on with Null Signal, and he brought a set of like System Gateway stuff to an event that we were going to, and I played it, and it reignited that old passion to like when I hadn't got much else to do during lockdown, playing over and over and over again on JNet, and became a little bit of a startup demon for a while. Yeah. So I think a lot of people got back into the game that way, right?
Yeah, I had a similar experience of I was still hanging on when the FFG cancellation happened. I remember actually we had not had any new players in Norwich for a while, and then on one of our pub runner nights, I taught 2 new people the game, which was the first people I taught in probably a year at that time, and I was really excited. This would have been in the summer of 2018, and then I went home feeling pretty good about myself and at the state of our meta, and then woke up in the morning to the news that the game was being cancelled. So that was very sad. Yeah.
Pairings are up for the new for round 2. Are there any decks we want to see? Are there any anything that we're particularly keen on? How long can we go avoiding Hashiko? That's the question.
Listen, I'm a Hashika fan. You know that about me. I'd happily watch some Hashiko.
What have we got? We've got 9 Hashiko, 5 Acer, 4 Lat. Marbles, what do you fancy?
I'd like to see an Acer deck.
Yeah.
I'm a big Acer player. I think it's the it's the hipster anarch at the moment. If you don't want to play Hashiko, and I'm
Should
very
we go to table 3?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, table 3 has 2 Aces and also has username Rip Netrunner, great username, who is who won the last AMT. So it'll be interesting to see if they can double down on that this time around. Just getting consent for the stream now.
My typing, pretty bad. Hopefully, by the time it comes up on the stream, that will have passed by and nobody can see all of my typos.
Yeah, okay, looks like they're happy for us to stream.
Awesome.
If you could bring us in, Mond, when you're ready.
I am indeed ready. Let me pull away the curtain so that y'all can see folks. I won't let you get away with this. You typed folks and Staram.
Cobra and I sat at the same desk, and I have to kind of lean over in order to type, so that's my excuse.
You've got NCIS going on. You got 2 people, 1 keyboard. Does that joke make sense in Britain? I don't know.
I don't know. My main 2 people 1 keyboard experience was like flash games in the like noughties, where you play like a fighter game in your browser where you both didn't have a controller plugged into your computer at school. So somebody would play with the WASD and somebody would play with the arrow key.
I remember this fondly.
Yeah, that's classic. For those of you who might not very American, like NCIS is like, you know, one of those procedural crime dramas, and there's one scene, if you just search NCIS 2 keyboards, the forensic goth girl is unable to like combat a hacker because she can't type as fast, so she gets the other nerd to come and help her type faster to help to hack against it. Yeah.
No, it's 2 people on the same keyboard.
Yes.
Using some incredible mind meld technique.
Using some incredible, like, somebody in their 50s directed this scene and the actors were not going to tell anybody what was wrong. All right.
Someone who didn't care. Someone who didn't care wrote the scene.
Exactly. All right, well, that's enough of that.
Started.
Yep, I'll let you go.
We've had first turn from Sports Metal, install in server 1, install ISON HQ, ISON R&D, and immediately Acer installing Ghost Tongue, reducing the cost of a Dirty Laundry onto server 1, seeing Tranquility home grid, and creating commission. So Ghost Tongue immediately paying for itself.
Yeah, and getting that Sabotage 2 as well. We see the 2 face downs in archives.
Which came from
R&D.
both from the top of R&D. Oh,
I think it was ballsy to run the remote actually with that Dirty Laundry when you don't know whether it'll be a spin doctor or not.
it
Yeah.
was indeed. And Raindrop Cut Stone immediately coming for R&D. So now Ghost Tongue is credit positive on turn 2, which is impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. This is a fast start from Essa.
So, what deck list do we think that Acer might be playing here? With half a dozen, four already economy events, and the discarded Bankar. Bankar lost to the
core damage, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the Acer decks have become pretty standard in that they're leaning all in on Ghost Tongue. So they all have tongue-related names. So if you see people writing about Ray Tongue or Bank Tongue, these are different versions of Acer decks that have been put together in, well, for AMT season, really, in the past few months since these tournaments have been running. Yeah, they're built around Ghost Tongue, playing a lot of events for your economy, for your card draw, for extra clicks, as we see in the case of Running Hot, and then just piling on the pressure. So loads of Sabotage, and the Acer trigger once a turn when you take a core damage, you draw a card and Sabotage 2. And then also Chastushka is the big card that you often see, which I think we might have seen one trash to core damage, yeah, which is a bit unfortunate for Rip Netrunner here. We see the archives check and 2 agendas in archives already. So yeah, we are going.
Yeah, all of our talking about other things have distracted us from the pace of this game, which is crazy.
Lady Wild. Yeah, there's a lot of similarity between the Essa decks at the moment, but this does look to be the one that's like all events all the time, with a couple of Bankar and like the barest hint of breakers, and of course it will have Marrow and Ghost, and it's got Ghost Tongue in it somewhere. Oh, Dr. Nika coming down. I love Dr. Nika so much as a card. I don't know what it is about, but I really enjoy it.
So, Cobra, you and I were talking earlier today about the inclusion of Nuka in some of these Acer lists. I'd put one together and initially put Diesel in, the classic 1-click 3 cards. And you made quite a compelling argument for why Dr. Nuka maybe fits a bit better.
Yeah, so I've sort of cribbed this argument from the write-up of Lost Geek's recent tournament-winning startup Acer list. But the principle basically is that it lets you kind of offshore your card draw, both in terms of time and in terms of hand size. So Essa tends to play with reduced hand size until you install the Marrow, as we now have seen. And that means that keeping Diesel in your hand for the turns where you want your burst draw can be tricky. Whereas Nuka just sits on the table and you get the draw when you need it.
So very importantly, we're on 5 points. 5 points with 2 cards left to access, 1 card left to access. Right. That is Finality. Maker's Eye's older sibling.
Yeah, well, and followed up by the Chastushka. So this is the old one too. This is how Acer really hits you.
How much does it cost to break a Gatekeeper with a Black Orchestra 9?
6.
And happily done.
Yeah.
We have one more Sabotage.
With 8 cards face down and a Spin Doctor also trashed. This is scary stuff.
There's the Luminal there.
Hey,
Biotic
yeah.
Labor, triple advance the Luminal, 3 more clicks.
Yeah, I mean,
Both on 5 points.
you know it's a fast game when both players play cards that say gain 3 clicks on them. Pretty impressive.
Chaos is me again deciding to trash from the top of R&D, which means that the win is very, very possibly in archives.
No fear.
No fear. Drawing, praying to see the Spin Doctor.
You'd imagine so, yeah. Or Ice for Archives.
Doesn't look like
Some of those R&D trashes were safe though, because the Rip Netrunner had seen a couple of cards off the top of R&D they didn't steal.
Very
So-
good point.
They couldn't open agendas.
That's an interesting thought I hadn't considered. The finality into Chastuka
A
being
little bit of a Lombo.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah, but when you follow up the following turn with another finality that gets to see 4 fresh cards, that's
here we go.
pretty
1,
good.
2, 3. Trash
Another
Spin
Spin
Doctor.
Doctor.
4. No agendas, but getting rid of that Spin Doctor is definitely worth it, right?
Wow, okay. Chaos is me currently wiping sweat from their brow, I assume.
Raindrops. Run
Yeah.
archives. Do we see any? Yeah, we've got a Mega Pre. It's 6 points. And that is it.
6 is not 7. And we could see the win from Chaos is me out of HQ here if they've got the right pass advance pieces, although we've seen at least 2 biotic labels already.
Oof.
Audacity in HQ.
Oh wow. Any 3-2 wins the game here. There are 2 Vitruviuses still floating around and
Install.
Mega Pre's.
Advance.
Here it is. Look at that. What a game.
Absolutely brilliant.
No fear.
Close. Couldn't have been closer.
I have to say, of the 2 HB decks we've seen today,
3.
3, yeah, this sports metal definitely the most fun and exciting.
It's certainly high pace, yeah. I mean, on paper, I'd say it has a worse matchup against Essa, just because you trying to end the game so quickly that you don't have time to really build effective defenses against things like Justushka, and you have a lot of agendas in your deck, so sabotage is likely to hit good targets.
I looked away for 1 second. 6 points to 7 points. 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Turn 7. What happened that game? I blinked. Oh my goodness.
It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Essa turned over the top half of the corpse deck.
You play finality, and it turns out that's the finality of it. You know.
Yeah, well, it was finality for their opponent in the end. Powerful. I mean, we didn't really talk about how fast the sports was going. But
Yeah.
that was 2 biotic 3-2s in a matter of, well, yeah, I mean, and Audacity in a matter of 7 turns. That's about as fast as that deck can win, even without all that pressure being piled.
6 to
And we've got Acer
7
again, first turn. Paperclip and MK Ultra in the bin. 10 cards in hand for the Asmari. This is going crazy once again. Digital rights management. What does digital rights management do?
This is great. So this is a thing I love to do. You don't get to do it often in Netrunner. It's a thing I love to do in other games, which is you use your search effects to search for more search effects. In this case, Rip Netrunner uses Gaslight to search for digital rights management, which lets you search for an agenda, which is a thing that Gaslight cannot search for. So you sort of get to turn your Operation Tutor into an agenda tutor. Sorry, pardon my Magic the Gathering lingo. Yeah, digital rights management, an interesting card. It lets you search for an agenda, put it in HQ, and install a card in a remote server, which doesn't have to be the agenda. You can buff, but you can't score it immediately. And you can also only do this if the runner did not successfully run HQ last turn. As yet, it's still sitting in HQ, and Rip Netrunner is thinking about their discards for the turn.
So yeah, Rip Netrunner writing the word thinking, meaning this is the largest pause in in the round so far. It's been breakneck up until this point.
Yeah, everybody take a break, take a sip of water while Netrunner thinks about this.
So
Seems
let's
like thinking very, very carefully about which card type to name. Because
Oh,
you
yeah,
could
that
get
must
anything with Asmari, you know, so much variety round after
So yeah,
round.
let's talk about Asmari. What's the text here?
So Asmari is an ID that says when your turn ends, you may name a card type and gain 2 the first time each turn the runner plays or installs a card that has the type you last named this way. And what tends to happen is that the Corp will name event every single time. I'm sure that there is probably an optimum strategy that is very slightly better than that, but it's not really worth the cognitive load of trying to work out when that strategy should be played. Just as the runner, you try and get all of your events on the same turn as and when you can. I think that's going to be difficult for this Essa deck if it's like the other ones we've seen and is playing just hundreds of events.
I've spotted a card name that I've never seen before. What is enforcing loyalty?
Enforcing Loyalty. This is a card that is about to rotate, but it's a very specific tech card. It's a card that saw play a bit more before Endurance was banned in Standard. It has a bunch of conditions on it, which are why it's quite specific. But the thing it does is let you trash a card that does not match the faction of the runner's identity, if you can successfully trace them. So in the previous meta, you'd use this ideally to trash an Endurance, right? Because Anarchs were playing Endurance out of faction, and some criminals were as well. In the current meta, I'm less certain about what that would be for. I guess it's good against Security Nexus out of 419, as we saw. Although
Yeah.
it's hard to run a trace against that deck because they're building up their links.
It also, just to more importantly, has the coolest art.
It does have quite cool art, I
It's
agree.
thick.
Yeah. Recently parodied art in a quite good write-up. Let me see. It was one of the Personal Evolution decks that won an AMT recently, I think. Parody of the Enforcing Loyalty art.
So a couple of things to observe. Rip Netrunner with 2 ganked in archives. So there's some kind of trick going on here, some kind of nasty trap being set. And last turn, install into the root of that server, which has got 3 ice in front of it. Advance, and planogram. So do you think that's a 5/3?
Could be. I mean, this is the kind of spot where when you've already seen an Enforcing Loyalty and 2 ganked as the runner, you sort of drop all your assumptions about what this deck might be doing. You have to try and be prepared for anything.
It looks like Acer's just doing Acer things.
Yeah, we see a Keegan Lane trashed out of R&D. Keegan Lane lets you remove tags to trash programs. It runs on the server that he upgrades.
I'm gonna put a call out to Rip Netrunner now. Please publish this deck list after the tournament, because I have no idea what's going on at this point.
Full of weird little traps. I love it.
It could be. I'm now going to have a quick look for the Admiral Akbar deck from Seattle a few weeks ago, which was playing in Enforcing Loyalty. Now that I look at it, so that could be the list we're looking at. This is a deck that kills with Neurospike, which would explain the 4 advanced card here.
No ganked in this deck though.
No, so Ganks have been added by Rip Netrunner.
Something very interesting is happening on the runner side of the board as well. We're seeing like non-bin breakers in an Anarch deck, and I cannot remember the last time I saw that.
That's a great point.
We were doing. There were some Anarchs doing a little bit of Turbine at the start of the current meta, shortly after Parhelion dropped.
Yeah, but out of ESSA, when you're trashing cards with your hand anyway, the bin breakers obviously have really high levels of synergy.
So, Rip Netrunner has scored a Bologna. We're looking at 16 credits and a server with 3 face down ice in front of it and an upgrade. Acer trashing a Fermenter with 14 to get 14 credits and playing a Light the Fire.
Wow. Another tech card, much more recent, people might be familiar with Canadian friend Sundog, pictured there. Shortly before Disaster, as it were. In this case, it might be Disaster for Rip Netrunner, whose server is potentially going to be trashed here, or at least the contents rather than the ice. Choices to make about taking tags here for Chaos is Me.
No fair, keep going.
Yeah, 1 tag taken.
So what are you worried about? You're worried about just an end of run, right? Ping.
Yeah, Ping's pretty good here.
They've
Yeah,
got
as does it.
in the bin,
Oh,
so
there is significant.
they're getting in
Oh.
one way or another.
Okay.
On 17 credits, I feel like that's. I don't think there's anything they could res that would stop you from getting in. You might think twice if you saw a second and a third funhouse, but
Well, funnily enough, Dua is one of those things because it has an interesting amount of text on it. When the runner encounters it, as they've just done, it prevents them from installing cards for the rest of the turn.
So if this is a barrier,
So if we're going into a barrier here, this would end the run because Paperclip would not be able to be installed.
I've not seen Duo before, and I've definitely not seen that text. But nothing resed. Rip Netrunner on 9 credits, and we're removing the tag last click, not going and checking the 5 face down cards in archives, one of which we assume is an agenda.
We assume so, yeah. But yeah, I think you can get to that later as Rip Netrunner.
Draw. Install a card in server 3. Are you pushing here?
Oof, I don't know. This might be a spot for a Rashida. Funhouse is pretty taxing to run through. I think we can assume that this is a 6 agenda Asmari deck. So 3 copies of Bologna, 3 copies of another 5/3. Potentially re-education if we're doing Neurospike kills, or potentially send a message to Ice. Yeah, very peculiar Asmari deck.
A message from a Maverick in chat. This is a re-education deck.
Yeah. Hi, Andre. Welcome.
A Maverick. Get that out of here. Everyone, have a round of applause for Mr. Andre Metropole Grid.
Yeah, I mean, I was sort of coming to that conclusion myself as well. I will say we are seeing some differences from the re-education Neurospike deck that was recently published from CO results. So that deck doesn't run Funhouse and it doesn't run Ganked.
What is re-education?
Great question. Re-education is a 5/3 agenda that was printed in the same set as Asmari. No, I'm wrong. It wasn't. It was printed in the Mars cycle, excuse me. But it says, when you score it, you can put any number of cards from HQ on the bottom of R&D and draw that many cards. So pretty straightforward sort of bonus mulligan. Except that it then says the runner randomly has the same number of cards from their grip to the bottom of their stack. So what that can do is, if you have enough cards in HQ, you can guarantee putting the runner down to 1 card in hand. And then that means that you can then play Neurospike, because you just scored a 5/3, to kill them.
So we are Chastuskering HQ. We have a Duarest, and we have the wraparound, the barrier, which is 7 strength until we get the Paperclip installed, which at the moment is quite hard to do.
Yeah, that is true. Unless Chaos as Me draws another copy of Paperclip and installs it manually. These duos are set up kind of nicely. Oh, here we go. Here's a re-education.
2 re-educations.
2? Wow, so educated.
1 left in the deck.
And Resin Gaslight. We are searching for Hedge Fund, so no Neurospike this turn. Install. What upgrades do we think that there could be?
Well, we know there are Gant and Keegan Lanes in the deck, although there's 2 of each are out already. Keegan behind Funhouse is a pretty nasty combination.
With the Dura as well, that kind of makes it difficult, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If this is deliberately teched against the Bin Breaker that you'll be expecting out of the 13 Anarch decks in this 20-person tournament.
Yeah, although Botulus providing the way around this nice setup on HQ here on the wraparound, allowing the Chastishka to go through, and we do 2 from HQ and 2 from R&D.
No dice.
But the Corp has to be getting worried here with only 4 cards left in R&D and 4 points left again.
Server 3, advance. What do you think that is? 5/3 agenda?
Could be the 3rd re-education. We could be looking to go for the kill here. If we're confident in this server, which with the runner on only 6 credits, you might well be. Taking the credit, so...
Although currently there's no hard end the run, right?
That is true. And the running block means the runner has a lot of resources to deal with it.
Ben Zero to play Steelskin Scarring, 4 clicks remaining. 7 cards in hand, 3 clicks remain.
I think
What are
they're
you
looking for finality.
Finality.
Oh, you know what number I've just noticed? It's the number 2 next to R&D.
If you deal, if you manage to sabotage 2 here,
yeah, we actually are in.
Got to be incorrect what they've just done.
I don't think it. Okay. I think it gives them the. Oh no, they've already
done it.
They've already had that Acer trigger this turn. Okay. Sorry to explain. Sometimes that's a play you make to over-install your own Ghost Tongue or Marrow in order to trigger your identity with core damage. But in this case, all damage had already been achieved with the running hot.
Is it the case then that the Asmari deck, Rip Netrunner here, has to essentially win this turn, right? In order to not deck out?
I think
Pretty
that's
much. Assuming that the top of R&D is a card that can be interacted with in some way, then that's true. Yeah, their odds are not good of surviving another turn, put it that way. They do, however, have a line here, which is if they're holding Seamless Launch and Neurospike, then they can Seamless Advance score the re-education, if it is such. Put cards on the bottom of R&D, which both puts them... no, they draw back up, so they put some number of cards at the bottom of R&D, draw back up, and then kill with Neurospike. And given that Kazumi has 3 hand size, that should be fairly straightforward to do, unless they can interfere here and find a way to win before that happens.
Running hot juice as well, Chastuska.
Kastuska is really good here, and it's earns the concession.
Wow.
Let's see if they talk about what was in the server here before we move to another game. I think the Chastuska gives the concession for a variety of reasons. One of them might be that it prevents the re-education from being lethal, because there simply won't be enough cards between HQ and R&D to make ESA put cards on the bottom of their stack. But yeah, that was 2 games in. Merging into one as the stream goes on.
Let me unmute myself for the stream so you can hear how professional I'm calling myself right now. Oh, yep, let's see. You gotta click studio mode first, and then do the editing on the side. Back to y'all.
So this looks to be a fairly, I hate to say the word, normal Asmari deck that's looking to use economic warfare, and I'm guessing that we've not seen one yet, or if we have, it's been shuffled back in. Hard-hitting news to get tags on the runner and then kill them with probably boom. There's also a market forces in this deck, but it's in archives right now, and that makes it very hard for Hashiko. Hashiko, who wants to run every single turn, and Asmari says no. You need to think more carefully about your runs. You can't just run over and over again. I will hard-hitting knees you, and you will die.
Yeah, we see the hard-hitting news in HQ, so the threat is live, and both players know it.
And Deer looks like they're going for tags.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Might be concerned that Server 2 has the win, potentially. So this deck, this kind of Asmari deck, playing... It's what you might call the most good stuff Asmari, or one of the most good stuff decks on the corp side in the meta at the moment. Leveraging the hard-hitting news threat and some fast abilities to score fairly quickly, sometimes with seamless launch.
That's like for boom, that's game.
Oh, never mind.
He came in right at the end, missed the start.
Okay, I'll have to explain that deck in more detail in future.
Do we think that was game 1 or game 2?
We'll probably find out from the chat here, I would imagine. It says they took 13 minutes, which is less than the amount of time there's been in the round, so probably that was game 2.
Okay. Well, jump out of here and find another one. Where do you want to look?
Let's see, we've got a few games still running by the look of it.
We could drop in on. I think this is an Adam game on table 8.
I'm not looking at some Adam. Can you go in and ask if they're okay for us to watch?
Oh, this one's just finished. It was an Adam game. I misread the thing. It was a lat game.
Oh yeah, I often do this with the JNet has
Yeah.
the old symbols for the factions, and I think that the Shaper symbol looks like the Adam symbol.
Right, that was me looking at it thinking, that's clearly a Shaper symbol, but I guess I'm an old head.
Yeah, I know.
Although, to be fair, you see Shaper about as often as you see Adam these days, or at least until very recently, so fair mistake to make.
How do you feel about table 4?
I'm a fan of Bahram. I'd happily watch him play.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, this is hangover. Here we go.
we have a game in progress with 6 points for the sports group here. Just ask about streaming.
My apologies.
They're
I
in the middle
heard
of a-
all right and thought we were good.
Sorry, poor communication on my part there.
They're in the middle of some dialogue, so it might just take a sec.
Yeah, they're
Cool.
okay with streaming.
Awesome. Lift the curtain.
It looks like we're seeing whether the runner wants to symbol chip in Clot.
So, talk us through? What are we looking at?
We're looking at a very interesting Hashika deck with a lot of virus synergy. We've got a Nobkiri in place, console more usually associated with Freedom Kamala, which plays off successful runs with virus counters. We have our old friend the Turtle. We have a Conduit, turns virus counters into R&D accesses. We have an Imp, turns virus counters into Thrashes. We have a Clot in the heap, as we said.
It's Ziat's turn, who has to use their first click to install and ask for an action, which I guess is the Simmel chip for Clot.
Yeah.
And what card could they be threatening to score with the next action?
I mean, well, Bahram has pointed out in the chat, but Audacity and Devification would do it. So anything that lets them put 2 advancements on a card would threaten to score the remaining 2/1 agenda left in the deck. And Bar has decided it's not worth interfering with their own board and using their symbol chip up now to prevent that slim possibility. Instead, they'd rather wait to see if there's additional advancements before they play the clock.
Install a card in front of HQ and draw. We've seen a lot of the sports match today, almost by accident.
Viking Sports Metal remains strong at tournament level. In no small part, because the games are quick, so you're never going to time. Unless you've done something badly wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a meta call potentially. In this AMT, as in the last one, we're seeing more Hashiko than Essa by a factor of about 50%, which is means that you're less likely to be playing the decks that punish you for going fast, as Hashiko generally has trouble keeping up with sports. But Essa, as we saw, can really pile the pressure on sports, although not always victoriously.
So, we've got these virus counters. Bahram Wu, who I believe it sounds like he's streaming the event.
I think recording, he said.
Recording the event. Very good YouTube videos and streams. I've always enjoyed.
Yeah, found a Bahram Wu, plays down in Bristol.
Thinking through what to do here. Ice on all of the central servers. Ziat only on 5 credits.
Yeah, it's a high pressure situation as the runner with sports on 6 points. There's a lot of ways they can pull a win out of a hat here.
And it's the drafter on server 4 isn't much of a problem. It's just that face down ice, which could be anything. Let's find out. Running first click. 2 counters on the turtle. There's a lot of stuff we can't break here.
Well, there's Botulissus in the heap with a symbol chip in play.
Ooh.
And Black Orchestra, Paperclip also in the heap. An Ansel, for example, might cause some problems, but Zia only at 5 credits, so that's not too much of a worry. I think this is a fairly safe run.
That was one of the ones I was thinking of.
Mm.
Right, that makes it a lot harder because we're going to end the run, and now you need your turtle counter. But surely you can run most places to get that, right?
Yeah, with the Corp only at 2 credits, now you get to make some runs here, and Pinhole lets you at least find out if Server 4 is going to win the game for your opponent.
Right now, the Ziet can't win next turn because they're only on 2 credits, unless it's Nelfgard bifurcation. But
Yeah,
this
or
at least gives you that information and hope maybe gets rid of a Rashida, or tells you it's the winning agenda and you need to go in and get it now.
yeah, although Seamless Launch could win the game for Zia here if they are running it.
It's true.
Sports sometimes does.
Let's see what's in the server. All the triggers.
Yeah, we'll wait for those triggers.
Always makes a JNet game suspenseful.
Yeah, no shortcutting here. It's a Hyperloop extension, so it will win the game if Zia has a Seamless. That's something that Baron may know as he's been playing this game.
Runs it now, right? Baron got 3 credits on Turtles, 2/3 Strength Ice.
That's a great point.
That's a steal.
Forgotten about the turtle counter. So
I
yeah,
think
this is a steal.
I don't think they steal this. I think they trash it with the imp counter.
That might be a
Ooh,
good shout.
I like it.
I always forget imp to trash agendas.
I think that's
Yeah.
a lot better than giving 5 credits to your opponent in this situation, and because that would get them up to the magic number of 7 and mean that they could just score out with biotic labor.
You called it.
I did.
Went got in the chat saying, Mum, can we have Virus Max? We have Virus Max at home.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at, it seems like.
It
Yeah, I
sounded
mean,
a little bit too late to enjoy Virus Max, but I wish I hadn't because it sounds very fun.
it was really something. I remember, honestly, the main thing I liked about Virus Max, this is going back to standard from about a year ago before the release of Midnight Sun and the rotation of Order and Chaos, in which Max was a legal runner. It was a 45 card Max deck, and so was Apocalypse Max, which was my preferred Max. So I could bring my Apocalypse Max to tournaments, and people wouldn't know whether to play around Apocalypse or not for at least the first few turns of the game. And unless, as happened to be in one game, Max just milled 2 copies of Apocalypse off the top on turn 1.
I guess, question for you. Why isn't Bahram Rue playing Freedom?
Yeah, that is a great question. Probably because of card draw, I think. Freedom tends to have a problem with getting to all the cards he needs in time.
That's
Ashigo
true.
tends not to have that problem. You lose the flexibility of being able to smash a bunch of the corp stuff with your virus counters, which is a very powerful ability. But to be frank, Bar's a better player than I am, so he's made the right call for if he wants to play a virus deck in this meta. I suspect he's doing the best version of it that he can.
The classic Netrunner thing of I'm going to take this deck and just put it in the most efficient ID.
It is a classic line.
Thinking very hard.
Yeah, again, Zia gets to present a really annoying fork here with 2 different face downs that could both be waste of time. Either one of them could represent the win. It's a Rashida in 7-9. That's a relatively easy decision, at least. I mean, yeah, with the clock threat, the big picture, Bauer does have kind of a hold on this game, so long as he's able to keep checking remotes. He has to get to 7 somehow, and he has to do that before Zia finds a way around Clot, assuming he has access to some. But in theory, he has some amount of control of this game.
Where's a Spin Doctor?
That's the third spin out here.
Bar's problem here is all of their fermenters are in the bin, all of their sure gambles are in the bin. I'm not sure if this deck is running any other economy. So checking that remote, you can click for credits and check that remote every turn, but you can't do anything else.
Interesting. Oh,
Oh, they brought one of them back.
Yeah.
symbol chip for that.
Well, I think it's a good use because, as Marbles says, that's the crunch point in this game, right? Is having enough money to check remotes while maintaining your clock lock, and fermenters starting extra quickly with the cookbook bonus virus counter.
One thing I'm noticing is the misdirection on the board. Do you think that was relevant at one point?
I think it was probably installed to be symbol chip fodder and then ended up not being have to be used. I mean, it's threatening to turn into a clot at any moment. That's what it's doing. Right?
Yeah.
So another install from Ziat here. Only 5 credits, but that's enough to threaten the score. I'm thinking about the last click.
Another thing I wanted to comment on was Conduit splashed into Anarch.
Yeah.
That's something that you do not see very often. 4 influence for what? For not Stargate.
Yeah, I mean, the common joke about Anarch at the moment is you can just spend your influence on literally anything because you have almost everything you need in faction. So yeah, I mean, Conduit has some advantages over Stargate. In this matchup, for example, the big digs can be really powerful.
From Nobkri, right? Or
Yeah, Nobkri lets you charge up your Conduit faster, so does Cookbook. It has synergy with your game plan. I wouldn't be surprised if, like playing Hashiko over Freedom, playing Stargate over Conduit is on average better in more games. But you get to have some dramatic big digs like the one we're about to see here.
yeah. So yeah, the Nobkri Conduit combo actually works quite nicely, right? Because it's you make a successful run, place the counter on Conduit, and then see an additional.
I believe that's how that works. But before we get there, we have to deal with this Gatekeeper, which is pretty painful for Bar. Doesn't
Yeah,
have enough.
symbol chipping.
We are symbol chipping. Might be symbol chipping a Black Orchestra, which is a rare thing.
Wow.
I presume we're symbol chipping in a Botulus.
That would
that
make
can-
more sense.
Just stop the end of the run. Allow the draw 3. I know because we've got Cookbook.
We have Cookbook, so we get to hit both
Cookbook.
subroutines. But that does mean that Clock is no longer available.
I'm wondering if they have a third symbol chip. It's very powerful in a virus deck.
I'm just going to do an influence count quickly to see if we can confirm. I see 5 influence in the heap and 8 in play. So there's 2 influence available, so that's enough for a third symbol chip. Could be.
Okay, we're past the Gatekeeper. We've got 1 credit left. Unlikely to see a res here, which means we're going to see potentially 4 cards off the top of R&D. If Nobkri Conduit works how I think Nobkri Conduit works.
Oh, Bar changing their mind though.
What do you reckon the easiest way to do that is an undo click?
But we're going to see some manual virus counter additions. That's
Well, the
interesting.
draw 3 cards, reveal and shuffle back is going to be a pain to... yeah. Interesting. From Barroom there to Jack out. What do you think the thinking is there?
Well, we've now seen a DJ Fenris, which answers our question about symbol chips and also answers Bar's problem of not having any symbol chips because we now get to run HQ instead and use Steve Cambridge's ability to show the corp 2 copies of symbol chip and ask them which copy of symbol chip they'd like us to have. And then that one goes to hand and we get to install it with our last click. Oh no, my mistake. We don't have any clicks left. So this line doesn't quite play out as I had anticipated.
I think this is very risky. If you hit an agenda, you are giving the corp the credits or cards that they need to score out this turn.
It might be. I'm slightly surprised to see this ice wall resed here for
Yeah,
he
me
has love
too.
with effectively no impact on the game state with a turtle play.
What do you think Bahram Wu's decision there to allow the gatekeeper to end the run is?
Well, it was so that he had enough clicks to make this play to get into HQ.
No, I don't think so. Because
Input audacity.
you're continuing the run, right? He could have used both botchless counters to get through C4 cards and then do all of the other stuff, but he decided not to.
That's a good point. My
Purge
suspicion-
there.
Yeah, we do see the purge there. Sorry, just to follow up on that, I think my suspicion is he was concerned about the sports triggers potentially
Okay.
digging his opponent out of a hole that they put themselves into with the gatekeeper res. That might be the line.
Big brain stuff. Bahram Wu trashed Symbol Chip. It's also Symbol Chip trashing one of the botchluses. The one that was on a magnet seems pretty reasonable.
And then we fetched the chisel to get rid of this ice wall, which gives us access to HQ to recharge the turtle. But now our
Symbol Chips are
our threat of clock is well and truly out the window.
Agree. GFI 5 points. Oh no! Once again, it's an imp.
I think this is the play. You keep doing this until you are sure there are 4 points in archives, and the turn that you score another agenda point is the turn that you win.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very disciplined line from Bahir. I mean, we could see a mad dash to archives for the win next turn, potentially, if there's a mad dash available.
Do we know if there one extra point in there?
Yeah, we imped something earlier.
It got shuffled back.
It got shuffled back, okay.
Which is the risk, right, of imping rather than taking?
Yeah.
Although we have all 3 spin dots removed from the game, so not much of a risk anymore.
See the power of Tranquility Hungry here, just continuing to pay Zia off for presenting threats we're about to have to come deal with. And that server now much trickier with the turtle counters erased by the purge a couple of turns ago.
They could just run HQ 3 times, or even twice with the Knobkery, and get into this remote. The issue is money.
Exactly. Yeah, only 2 credits and 3 subroutines needing to be broken, most likely. Pretty hard to let Draft a Fire here. With 15 cards in archives, I'm not going to do the math, but I suspect that letting Draft a Fire would be close to game losing.
Question from the chat. Actually, Kay, no, I don't think we know who won the first game here.
No, I don't think so.
Right, so your Bahram Wu, what do you think you do? Draw. Oh, I was going to say you could draw cards, but there are 0 cards in the stack. So we are just thinking our way through how do we get those credits? Is the threat on the table a real something we have to deal with? It's a difficult one from this position, right? Because what you need is to make use of the hole in HQ to get those total counters, but you just need money at the same time. Both players on very, very low credits at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, it really is starting to get to that stage of the game where the runner has to math out how many more accesses can I realistically get, and where do I want to get them.
Although, a good point is the DreamNet does get you a credit in this situation. So we do have enough credits, and the 3 runs we have just enough power and credits to get through and be on 0 at the end of it. So sees a Hagen and HQ going back.
Hagen would be a good res.
Sees a Magnus on HQ.
Well, we get to check server 4 now if we want to, but we're going broke to do it. Yeah, here we go.
With 1 click spare. And no ability to trash this agenda if it's there. So either way, Ziat's going to, well, whatever's there, Ziat's probably going to end up getting some credits, right? It's a Hyperloop. A
Hyperloop.
lot of credits.
Yeah, that's nice timing from Zia with how they've played out these threats. Really nice.
So 1 click left. Baram Wu. Oh, does Mad Dash cost a credit to play?
It sure doesn't.
Nope.
They'd have to get through the Archives Ice anyhow.
True. Right.
So Zia lives to see another turn, isn't it?
6 credits now. More credits than we've had for a while. Baram Wu on nothing.
Oh, and there is a symbol chip in play, so ignore what I said earlier about clock not happening. There was another symbol chip that came from somewhere. I missed that.
Yeah, I
Oh, we
missed
have a
that
fast
too.
break.
Fast break to 3 and 3.
So finally, after seeing several decks that were built around fast break, we actually get to see it played in the more normal looking sports deck here. Game 3, draw 3, and it's going to be installing
9
3
cards in
into our
hand.
nursery.
Yeah, install 3 cards. What are you hoping for? Managal?
Something that wins you the game.
An agenda, Giordano, Managarm, something.
Yeah, that might be nice. Giordano's pretty powerful here. It could be another Audacity line. The Oliver guy into Audacity would be a win here if they've drawn them, but they're taking their time, so probably not. And we get the bonus draw from Home Grid. That's interesting sequencing. But choosing only to install 1 card with fast break.
Interesting. I guess maybe only 1 target.
Yeah, didn't draw the upgrades.
7 cards left in RSG.
Suggestion in chat that that Mavris would have been a great install here. Absolutely, yeah, that could have been powerful way to counter the clock threat and the turtle at once.
The suspense.
Yeah, I was having a good time.
Right, 2 clicks left. Install on our HQ. I think it could well be a Mavris, right? Do you remember what your influence count came back as, or was that for?
We've not counted the corp influence. We could do that now. We have 1 Mavris in Archives, an Audacity, and an Ice Wall for total 6, and a Global Food. 7 that we've seen. 3 Spin Doctors removed from the game is 10. So still some floating influence here. There could be that second Audacity floating around.
Potentially a second Mavris, or do you think that's a one-off in the list?
I could definitely consider playing 2. If you're playing 2 Audacity, I'd play 2 Mavris, I think, yeah. But they may not be.
Another symbol chip.
I guess Steve has been picking up symbol chips when we've not been looking.
Yeah.
Sneaky.
Well, 9 credits. Running at it. If this is an agenda here with the global GFI in archives, this could be. Oh, no, this is the last click. Nobkri, DreamNet.
Ready with the imp. It is the bifurcation.
So,
All the spin doctors are out. Yeah.
there's
Track.
3 points in archives. Baram has 0 clicks left. Ziat has a 1 turn.
That was really hell of a move to go for the
install.
Go for the install there. Yeah, that suggests there isn't a Mavris available. Zia.
Also, no the purge there.
Purge. Try and keep him out of archives, but with Botulus is in the heap and a symbol chip in play, that
Yeah.
should be a pretty sure thing.
You run first click, right? And then if it's Fairchild, you still win.
Yeah, it could be a magnet, I guess, to prevent Botulus, but I think there was a Black Orchestra in the heap.
Could you install with 6 credits? Could Black Orchestra get through your?
Gets through a magnet, exactly. And there's a drafter. Drafter will meet a Botulus, I expect, here.
GG.
And Zia called it.
Source ask a question chat. We don't know what the result was. We missed the first game from these guys. We've just come to this recently.
I see people fishing for early results. You'll have to wait for them to go up on Cobra, I'm afraid.
I need this deck list. It looks incredibly good fun to play.
The virus one,
Yeah, the virus one.
it is very cool.
Just all skateboard tricks all the time. That's what I play Netrunner for.
Yeah, I mean, doing Eve Simulchip things like that when your
Oh
whole
wow,
deck is in your
this was game
It's
one.
game one.
That was game one. Yo.
Sports game that goes to turn 18 and takes 51 minutes.
Well, that's a contrast from the other games we've seen today.
Wow.
Get ready to
Okay,
jump
we
on
better-
their second game.
Yeah, we better be watching this one.
How long do we have left in the round? 19 minutes.
Okay, not too bad then.
Although if that was a 51-minute game, it's more like 14, right? Yeah, exactly. That was the first game. And what have we got here? We've got Adam and we've got Outfit. Outfit, a fast deck.
Yeah, and Adam can win quickly as well with those extra HQ accesses. So
Yeah, message from actually K there. 13 minutes left of the round for non-extended games. So
okay, this is not table 6. So yeah, this will be slightly less time.
and first time we've scored a point.
Yeah, score 1 point and then stall. That's that's one admittedly ethically questionable way to win a game of Netrunner.
Round turn 2 starts. Send the message thinking, and then neutralize all threats to reveal. Boom, trash, boom. Access Spin Doctor. Can you afford to trash Spin Doctor as well?
Yeah, that's quite a threat to neutralize.
It is indeed. The bad publicity helping out a little bit there. Talk me through, Adam, and talk me through these directives.
Sure, I will. Oh, unless you'd like 2 marbles, take it away.
I'm not a big Adam expert, so I'll hand it over to you if you're happy.
Adam with Banker.
Absolutely, yeah. So Adam is a text. The text in Adam says you get to start with 3 directives in play. So basically, you get 3 different identity text boxes. And this deck, like most Adam decks, is running 2 of the original Adam directives. That's safety first, which reduces maximum hand size by 2, but lets you draw cards if you don't have your maximum hand size. And neutralize all threats, which lets you access extra cards from HQ, but does have the downside of forcing you to trash the first card with the trash cost you access each turn, which, as we saw with bad publicity, sometimes not as painful as it might otherwise be. And then lastly, the latterly printed directive, Find the Truth, which forces Adam to reveal the cards they draw, so we'll see these turn up in the JNet log as we go along, but also lets them look at the top card of R&D whenever they make a run anywhere. Not access, just look at.
Hard-hitting news, which is, I'm going to take a wild guess, bad for Adam.
I'd agree with that assessment. Yeah, so while I was talking through directives, I didn't quite register what happened in the last turn, but presumably Adam made a run and therefore was eligible to be given the news.
Adam made the run, trashed the Spin Doctor, and boom, importantly.
Right.
And then Baramu here, installing a piece of ice, clicking for a credit, and playing hard-hitting news. Ziet now has 4 tags.
And only 4 credits to clear them, so unless there's a misdirection in hand, they are going to end this term with some number of tags.
Yeah, Adam has been known to play misdirection, partly because hard-hitting news is generally quite good against you, as you like to run a lot. But also, we've trashed a boom out of hand. There's only 1 card in hand now, and we know it's a too big to fail. So you're kind of safe floating these tags, barring some scary top decks.
For a minute.
How many copies of Boom do you think a deck like this runs?
2, you sometimes see 2. I think when you're on hard-hitting news, I think 2 is a pretty normal number to run because you have to play around one of them maybe getting trashed. But some people go as low as 1 just to live close to the edge. Oh, but we do see the other downside of, yes, the often forgotten aspect of Adam is that the directives are actually resources.
Yes.
They can be trashed when you're tagged. And we see, actually, Baran getting in to trash Find the Truth just in time before the misdirection comes down to clear those tags.
Banker, gone, and Find the Truth, gone.
That takes a lot of the teeth out of the Adam deck for sure. Although we're still getting to access 2 cards from HQ whenever we like, which is pretty impressive.
Although you can't access 2 cards in HQ if there's only 1 card in HQ.
You make a great point.
That's true.
Source there in the chat calling out the Norwich meta, which I will use again to plug our circuit opener at the end of June. 24th of June, come to the Norwich.
Oh, the above the law, taking out neutralizing threats.
That is brutal. Wow.
Rude.
Yeah, we're seeing, I mean, both players just taking chunks out of each other here, with Adam destroying HQ and then having its board destroyed in response.
You've got to be feeling rough Ziat here, right?
Yeah,
I think Ziat may have forgotten that there is no point running archives without Find the Truth installed.
yeah, that was an interesting one.
This is a deep dive turn, surely.
That sounds right. I mean, maybe it is. That would be.
Maybe it is.
Oh.
Oof.
Bullbuck putting paid to that there. And crashing the misdirection to boot.
Yikes.
Yeah, I agree. You're running out of options fast as Adam here, although game's not ending super soon. I
8
say
dice
it's
left in the
another goal
round.
scored.
4 bad
Before bad.
publicity.
You say it? I was going to say it, but you go ahead.
Yeah, 4 bad publicity, which turns on regulatory capture in a big way. That's now probably 3 2/2s sat in the deck. Top deck any one of those, and you're up 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real threat that outfit presents at the moment, is that turning that bad publicity, which usually gives you either early economy or early threatening ice. So we see that here in both Hostile Takeover and Bulwark. And you get to turn that into a win condition in the form of regulatory captures, which can be scored from hand in one turn once you have 4 bad publicity. It's pretty intimidating, and especially when you're low on time in the round, it'd be hard for the runner to play around and answer all those threats at once, as we've seen.
Who is this icebreaker in the bin?
Nanotech. It's
Who's Nanotech?
it's a Mars Cycle Sentry Breaker, one of the better Sentry Breakers that Shaper has had historically, actually. It does occasionally see play, although with the printing of Turbine, Echelon has become more popular. It gets better the more ice are on a server, so better in slower metagames, generally speaking. Not great against the principal Sentry and outfit, which is Trebuchet, which is 6 strength by itself, and the outfit rarely makes a server with more than 2 ice. So it costs a lot for Nanotech to get up to strength to break the 6 strength Sentry.
Ziat discarding Fenris there, which I find surprising, when that can be used to get back your directives and so many other cards that you've got in the bin. I'll be honest, it feels a little bit like a tilt play to me.
Yeah, although maybe Ziat is just deciding that the other cards they have are more important, such as this Angola and this Overclock.
Yeah, with only a hand size of 3 when you're Adam without your... What's the Adam console called?
Brain chip. There's
Brain chip.
1 in the heap. But that requires you to score points before it does anything. I haven't done that yet.
So yeah, the 3 hand size maybe being the... Don't effect that.
Ooh, the second Bulwark.
That's rough. That's so rough.
That's an Angola.
Losing the Angolo, that's really tough.
Yeah, Adam not typically paying much heat recursion. And there we go, speak the devil, regulatory capture.
Yeah, this is rough. I have to say, as a newer Netrunner player, I know a lot of people do not like the negative points at the moment and do not like various other things. I've always hated getting my board sniped. And that's the game. Project Atlas scored from table. Quickly done.
In 8 minutes.
Yeah. Much faster than the other first game of the round.
Yeah.
Did anyone actually think when they started that game that they were going to finish it? Because I sure didn't. I thought that was game 2. People kept on asking, what was the result of game 1?
Yeah.
And we didn't know. And there was a reason for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if anyone can do it, it's the outfit, you know? Family means business.
Yeah.
Do we want to maybe take a short break as casters before the next round here? We've got about 5 minutes in this round.
I think that is a good idea. Gives everyone else a chance to get up and stretch and get some water, some food, and kiss your pets and your bebs.
We're going to order some pizza, I think. That's the exciting,
Oh,
the
yeah.
exciting news.
Take a bio break if you need it. That one's important. I know all y'all ADHD people out there. I'm looking out for you. All right.
Right, in which case, let's step away. And what round was that? Was that round?
That was round 2.
Round
So-
2, halfway through.
Yep.
Halfway through, indeed.
And we'll be back in 5-10 minutes.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody, welcome back to Accelerated Meta Test June 2023. Round 3 is underway, so without further ado, let's head on over to the game. Hello, intermission. Goodbye, and goodbye. There we go. Just for Marbles is taking a quick break to get some sustenance, so the other two, if you would like to take it away.
Yeah, so very quickly, where are we out of this game? First turned Wikigenometry, which I'm going to stumble over for a little bit. Too Big to Fail, 2 Ice, and then we've seen the Docklands Pass, the Rogue Trading. So do we think this is Tag Me Zaya?
Seems likely, yeah. You don't play rogue trading in many other decks, so and Hot Pursuit as well. So yeah, we'll see lots of Leria's cards here, giving her tags, and then those tags will be leveraged into some kind of advantage, hopefully, and hopefully not into getting boomed by the outfit. We shall see. But yeah, usually the payoffs are Obelisk, which gives you hand size for tags, and counter surveillance, which lets you access a bunch of cards depending on how many tags you have, although it does make you pay that amount of money as well.
So Hot Pursuit is make run HQ, gain 9 and take a tag if successful, which it was. So we're sitting on a lot of credits, and also got the GFI out of hand.
Yeah, but we could see a boom here. I mean, 5 cards in hand and 3 tags. If this is an outfit similar to the one we just saw, which has boom in it.
And we just Rashided, so 8 cards. Although if there was a boom, I imagine the game would be over now. Importantly, the Tag Me Zaya deck has deck around boom.
Yeah, so once you get Obelisk installed, if you have at least 2 tags, you have at least 7 hand size, so you can hold more cards in hand than boom does damage to you.
So if Wikigenometry?
I think it's just Wikinometry, and it's like nom as in no.
Yeah, Wikinometry.
Wikinometry.
You've been gnomed. Shout out to everybody who's been gnomed before.
If Wikinometry is a bit of a race, right? To if they want to do the boom play.
They won the race.
What a race!
Sure got boomed. Well, incredibly, we managed to have an even faster game than our 7-turn Sports Icer game earlier. 5 turns, 6 minutes, 1 dead runner. Next game.
Let's leave and come back. Or was this table 10?
This was table 10.
So normally Obelisk increases the hand size and you get around that.
Yeah.
Is this just do you just run the risk when you're playing Tag Me Zaya? You just have to accept there's going to be a couple of turns where you're risky, or do you play it safer?
It's a tough one because Outfit can get out ahead of you if you give them too much room. And sometimes you just draw a bunch of cards that give you tags, and your choice is between playing your own boom or just not playing your cards.
Mm-hmm.
So taking the risk is reasonable there. There may have been an Obelisk in hand. I didn't see the cards that got killed by the boom. But yeah, just a touch behind the curve there, and a lot of card draw from the Outfit managed to get them there.
And this is our first of 4, first PE that we're watching today. Although there are 4 PEs in the tournament. PE being Jinteki Personal Evolution.
Yeah.
Whenever a gender score is stolen, do a net damage.
Yeah. For the old heads out there, we used to call this Black Tree based on the old art.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, PE as it is commonly known.
And importantly, lots of people saying it's very good. People like PE at the moment.
It's strong for sure. It's seeing a lot of play. It has won at least 1 AMT, possibly more than 1. Yeah, there's a few different builds of it available, which makes it very difficult to run against as the runner. Obviously, running into a Jinteki deck that does you damage, you're always going to be a bit trepidatious anyway. But when there's multiple powerful ways to build the deck available, then you're going to be even more uncertain as the runner as to what you're facing.
So
so will we as commentators until we see some key cards.
So PE, their first turn triple install, a classic. No run from the Hashiko. Drew a card, click for a credit, install Liberated Count and clicked it once, meant that the corp got the Rashida off, and is able to score a House of Knives, a very important one.
Yeah, this is a punishing card. With the PE trigger and then the 3 counters from House of Knives, it's 4 total damage spread out over exactly when the corp thinks they'll be the most useful to deliver. So yeah, really makes the runner's life painful here. And hitting the hippo could be important. PE often doesn't run that many ice, so getting its ice hippo can be quite painful.
So, turn 3, Hashiko now has a bunch of credits and is starting to run those face down cards.
Yeah, we see a Project Kusanagi. This is a 0-point agenda. Interestingly, unlike the negative agenda point cards we saw earlier in the tournament, this is actually an agenda. It has the card type agenda, therefore, when the runner touches it and steals it, they have to take a damage from personal evolution, even though they don't get any points. It's pretty rude. And then this is usually an indication that this deck, like some of the other decks we've seen today, is playing stock buyback as a way of getting a bunch of money once the runner has taken a number of small agendas and paid in cards for the privilege. And we see a Regolith here as well, speaking of money.
So, Hashiko's turn. Got some things. Expose is an anemone, something that is useful to know about.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be a really nasty surprise. So knowing when you have to play around it and when you don't is useful knowledge.
Taking out the Regolith, trying to deny that money. Although, in my limited experience playing PE, not the most money hungry of decks. You've just got a couple of big pieces of ice potentially.
Again, it depends how you build it. The kind of build that Bridgman, for example, pioneered at Worlds last year and has been played a few tournaments since, is a stock buyback build, yeah, as we see. And that tends to play a few more of the larger ice and leveraging that powerful burst economy from stock buyback into making, resing Anansi, resing DNA Tracker to really make the runner's life difficult.
And we see that makes sense, right, with Kusanagi and everything. Pinhole threading, coming in, seeing a Sting in server 4. Now, I'm very bad at doing my maths of Sting.
Yeah, Sting is one of those cards where you have to do the math every time because it's different at different points in the game. It scales, which is kind of spooky. It can be under the right conditions. It can be a 0 credit cost for the corp, 4 damage to the runner, which is unprecedented. I mean, really, in the history of Netrunner. Shout outs to Javi in the chat, by the way. Good to see you there. Would be good to see you sometime soon. So yeah, we've got some drawing up. One nice thing that has borne out well for Hashiko so far in this game is that with the early Liberated into the early daily casts, they've managed to make quite a lot of money without having to use very many of their cards, which is an important thing to be able to do in this matchup because your cards are your hit points. If you run out of all of them, you're dead. So using as few as possible to make the money you need and be a really useful way to get an advantage in the matchup.
And also for newer or startup players watching, the big card to consider, Overcarter Protocol.
Oh yeah.
Which is a 5 advance 3-point agenda that has an additional cost to steal. You must take 4 net damage. Add that on with the Identity's ability, that's 5 cards in hand to be able to steal it. If you get to the point in the game where you don't have 5 cards left in your deck, then you can be in a bit of a rough spot.
Yeah, for sure. Obokata is probably the most powerful card in the Joteki card pool in Standard, I would say. I think that's not a particularly controversial statement. It makes a huge difference to the way the faction plays, especially in Personal Evolution because of the extra kicker damage from the Identity after the steal. It's 5 cards for the runner to take those 3 points, which, a lot of these games will pivot around whether the runner is able to do that in a way that doesn't result in them dying. And if they can, their odds to win go way up.
So we are potentially experiencing a little bit of lag. We've got
Dashing for the Sting that we saw earlier with the pinhole. That's tasty. This is a nice way to get points without having to take damage for the privilege.
Although
We are taking anemone.
we're
damage.
going to take 5 damage because the anemone. Oh no, unless we install the MK Ultra, but the sting is going to deal 2 damage on its own. So we are going down to 1 card in hand.
Yeah, we actually
Potentially.
have to install the MK here because the House of Knives could do the last.
Of course, yeah. So MK Ultra having to come out, breaking the anemone for 3 credits, which is a lot to pay to get through an anemone.
We have the steel skin though, so
That's a
we were
difference
not
maker.
not being threatened by death actually, as it stood.
Mad Dash, and well, after that we're on 2 points.
Hey, 2 points is better than the 0 point agenda I saw earlier. Although it's another card in the score area for stock buyback, so now those buybacks 8 credits.
Which is just crazy.
It's quite the card, yeah.
Hybrid
Ooh, a
release.
nice little hybrid release. So you're getting to install something from archives. This card is so fun. It's one of the less
Flashy.
cards in Parhelion for sure, but it just lets you do a lot of interesting little things, and the way it interacts with Ezra and Sabotage is also really, really fun, I think.
I think that in terms of the agendas printed in the Borealis cycle, real good pretty much across the board, like fun and just really nice in the way that they interact with each other.
Yeah, I agree. I think 2-1 agendas are in a really nice space in the game where often whether agendas are playable or not will be almost entirely related to the numbers on them and not to the words. But 2-1s are in this nice spot where there are always some decks that want 2-1s. There are some decks that would play blank 2-1s.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of decks that don't want them anyway. They don't want them at all, rather. So they're in this nice spot where whether they have a positive effect for your deck based on their card text does actually affect whether they are playable in your deck.
And we see that stock buyback played 21 credits, more credits than this P deck probably needs.
That could carry the rest of the game here, depending on the cost of the ice. I think Marbles has rejoined us.
Hello, I'm back.
You missed the first game. We had an absolute blinder.
Have I missed
yeah.
a whole game?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a tag Messiah getting boomed on turn 5. So
And you've joined us as we're looking at table 10, PE versus Hashiko. Hashiko on 2 points, PE on 2 points.
are you a PE fan, Marbles? I
I'm
know.
a big PE fan. I know it's wrong. I know I shouldn't be.
I don't know about that.
It's like eating meat. I know I probably shouldn't be doing it, but I love it too much.
As a relatively new Netrunner player, I struggled a bit with PE for after the jump to standard. I found it difficult to play against and potentially a little frustrating. But one of the players on our local meta, Sean, started playing it not too long ago, and just seeing the joy in his eyes when he found the PE deck that he really loved. And sitting across the table from somebody playing it made the world of difference to me. I thought that I suddenly was like, oh, actually, I'm pretty excited to sit down across from this. Maybe not when I've had a couple of drinks at Pub Runner, but it's good fun.
And speaking of excitement, we have a Saison Town list here, which is an interesting list that can just kill the runner out of nowhere. Like there's a boomerang here, so that isn't likely to happen.
So the text on Saison Town: when the runner encounters this ice, choose a card type for the remainder of the encounter. Whenever you trash a card of that type with net damage from a subroutine on this ice, do 1 net damage. So there's the chance to deal 6 net damage on a single ice, right?
Yeah, so if
Yeah.
you name it and then hit that type with each of the 3 damage that come from the subroutines.
Not the additional damage that comes from the other bits.
Yep, it's a weird wording. You can do 6 out of nowhere, and I have had that happen to me. But
And we are firing the subroutines. So we've got to see what they pick.
yeah, Boomerang broke 2 of them though, so only 1 of them happening. But it did hit an event, as was named, so we do get 2 damage out of that 1 subroutine.
Which is pretty good. DreamNet draws us a card though, so we're still on 4.
For a deck that looks to me like it's just trying to grind the runner out, trying to get them down to the low stack size, and then score out Obercarter when the runner cannot afford to steal it without dying. Like those two net damage are huge.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say, based on the cards we've seen, that this is a variant on the Apex Predator type of deck that won Baltic Nationals a couple of months back, and that was itself an iteration on the Bridgman deck from Worlds that I mentioned earlier. It's a powerful deck. I've been playing a bit of it myself actually recently. It looks very powerful from the other side of the table. It can be a difficult one to pilot though,
Yeah.
because it is a PE deck that is trying to score points a lot of the time, both to pile on the damage and also just threaten winning by points, to speed the game up when you need to, and that adds some interesting considerations about where your scoring windows are based on how many cards the runner has, how much draw they might be able to access, things like that.
A question that I have is around DreamNet. Obviously, DreamNet and Hashiko is good due to the digital side of Hashiko and kind of getting to mitigate her downsides. But a card like DreamNet encourages running, gives you card draw. How important is that in the PE matchup? Because the risk of overdrawing is something that I know you don't want to be throwing away your own cards. So, is it a great card? Is it a risky card? What are your thoughts there?
I think it's good. My reason for that is that one of the things that Jinteki does that isn't immediately obvious is that it impresses the runner's clicks. So it says to the runner, hey, in a game you'd normally be spending money on installing your icebreakers, making money, finding the pieces you need, making runs. But because you need to draw a lot more often in order to not die, you're essentially losing clicks that you would otherwise have access to. So any card that lets you draw cards without spending clicks is usually pretty good, because against PE you're expecting to draw once at least in most turns anyway, and DreamNet gives you that without spending a click, as does Hashiko. That said, it might accelerate the game a bit more than you're willing to if you end up running every turn, drawing cards, losing cards, drawing cards, losing cards, and suddenly, just like Marble says, your whole stack gets ground away and your game is over. So it can be a little risky.
You and I this afternoon played a game on JNet against a PE as Hashiko. I'm only just realizing now the relevance that might have. And one of the things we discussed was not installing Paladin. We made the call not to do that because you're just not installing that much. You're showing. So, what do you think about that as a play? Playing down that resource, which is kind of the value of a time thing for credits.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this, Marbles. My feeling is that is one of the cards that is not impactful enough to install usually against PE, and you'd rather have it be a hit point. But I don't know if you feel any kind of way as a PE player, Marbles, when your opponent installs a sort of low impact economy card like that.
I'm not sure that Paladin is a low impact economy card. I think it depends when it's being played. You've got to compare it to something like Sure Gamble, which is a card that when I'm playing against PE, I start to see it as a hit point. And I think Paladin, especially in a game where you're going to be stealing a lot of agendas, can be worth a lot more than 4 credits. The question comes down to, are they playing these sort of fiddly little ice like this deck is? Or are they playing big stuff like Anansi and DNA Tracker? Are you actually going to need a lot of credits over the course of the game to get into those servers? Or is this game all about the number of cards you have in hand?
Yeah, I think that's a really good insight, actually. That clause, you get an extra credit on your Paladin when you steal an agenda. For me, that's one of the most forgettable triggers of all the Netrunner. I find it so easy to miss that trigger. So JNet sometimes helps you out and sometimes punishes you when it puts your Paladin over the limit. But yeah, I think that's a really good point. Yeah, an early Paladin can definitely generate enough value to be comparable to a liberated account, for example. So yeah, I may be underselling it.
And also, is your deck running Kaiko? In which case, that could be worth 2 credits per turn, which is a lot.
Yeah.
But my suspicion in this particular matchup is it's not about money. Everything looks like it's gonna cost about 3 to break.
Yeah, and we're looking at it, and we've got the paperclip in the bin. We haven't seen a Black Orchestra, although it's just the 2 sentries that we've got raised. DNA Tracker is the big code gate that we care about, right? And there aren't really any barriers that we're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, Jinteki might put in the odd, like even a palisade or something like that,
Oh,
just a
wow.
barrier that ends the run, just to make the runner get the fracture out. But given that most runners are on paperclip, they sort of get their fracture out for free, quote unquote. So yeah, it's barrier's less of a thing in Jotegi for sure. But DNA Tracker is a big deal, especially after that stock buyback. Lyria now sitting at 25 credits. The threat of Tracker is really significant, especially when your option to break it is Black Orchestra, which is 9 whole credits.
We are running into the Saisen Town, which is a card that we break for.
Ooh, choosing a hardware with the size and turn there. Interesting.
Wait, so let's talk that through. So we run draw, run R&D, approach the Saisen Town. Ooh, there's nothing there to say indicates fire or broken subroutines, right? But I think that this might be a miscommunication.
No, it's fine. The size and turn chooses the type of
Ah,
encounter, and then
we break.
how much we pay.
So we break
for
the 6, get through, don't see an agenda, or trash anything.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
that was my confusion. Thank
that
you.
tells you how much Wikinometry is valuing their hit points here, because they've spent 6 credits on that, but 3 of those credits are just to break one single damage subroutine.
Yeah.
So essentially, they paid 3 credits to keep 1 card. So they obviously, as Marbles was saying, has decided that this game is much more about cards than it is about credits. And here comes that sting to really push that point home.
Gotchapon and pinhole threading in the bin, and that's
I know I wouldn't mind losing Gachapon in this matchup. It's not a card that I want to play. I don't want to lose cards out of my deck.
oh, of course, yes. Gachapon removes 2 cards from the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's secretly losing you 3 hit points, even though it's only 1 card, which can be pretty grim.
Okay, and we have Vigolta, the Century Breaker de jour. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a really powerful one to install here, actually, because it negates the downside of the Size Town that we were just discussing, which is that MK is really bad at breaking the third subroutine. Well, Vigolta makes that essentially trivial.
And what Hashiko is going to be looking for now is they just want to find that Obikata. That changes the game significantly once they do. But instead, they're finding these horrible little 2-0 agendas, which, generally speaking, the Corp doesn't even want to score out. They're just in there as extra damage and back fodder.
In my experience, you only score the Project Kusanagi in order to deal a fatal damage with personal evolution. Otherwise, you wouldn't bother. Even though the text on it is quite exciting, giving you the opportunity to put more net damage subroutines on something like a Saisen Turn. The cost of doing that is usually not worth taking something out of your deck that otherwise could just be dealing damage to the runner.
Yeah. It's no House of Knives, is what I'll say.
No, it certainly isn't. But yeah, we see the Hashiko now down to 13 cards. So we're getting towards the danger zone here in terms of being able to steal enough points to win and still survive.
1, 2 points.
Our pizza has just arrived, so the room has been filled with the different smells. Slightly distracting.
And we're running R&D. What are you hoping to see there? It's the big one.
It's the spider, Avanci.
This, I guess, is the other PE card that you have to know if you coming from startup.
Yeah.
8 cost res, 5 strength. It has some subroutines that do things. One of them does a net damage. But the important thing is, unless it's all 3 subroutines are broken, then you do 3 additional net damage. So it's just a big punch. But all of that said, we got through and we stole an Obikata protocol.
Vital. Yeah. Absolutely vital.
Yeah, exactly as we were just saying. That's a really good time to do that now, and be able to still be on 2 cards at the end of turn means you're pretty safe from dying to anything that we might have a redo actually here, but pretty safe from dying to anything that Lyria could do. And still 6 cards in the stack, so you've got enough to make your way through some ice and find those last couple of points. This is game on for sure.
I think this is a messy one. Draw and okay, cool. Yeah, it was a last click draw, so that's fine.
I presume they want to trash something that's not Paladin Playmo.
Yeah,
So-
trash the MK. That makes sense.
You can bring the MK back for free next turn. Neatly done. I do like the art on MK Ultra.
That's a fun one. Yeah, psychedelic appropriately.
Advance. 5 points. Is 5 points an important one? Is it just is it 1 pointers and the overcutters?
Usually, yeah, and the 0 pointers. So yeah, you're generally still 2 scores away from the victory here for Luria, unless she can somehow find a way to get the elbow through. But given that she went for the 2-1 here, probably not. It's also just another point out of the game though that Wiki can't find. So
But yeah, being on 5 points for Wiki is good. It's what you want.
You could see Blood in the Water. But-
Ooh.
If they had it, they definitely didn't have it in hand because Shiko was on 2 cards at the end of that. At the end of
Interesting. I mean, I always, on a couple of occasions, I've tried to build P, and it's tough. It's really tough. The main thing is, how do I put enough cards in my deck that do things when I'm running these agendas? So, I mean, in this case, we've seen 10 agendas scored. Well, 9 agendas scored in the Mad Dash. Do you think that how many more agendas are we expecting in the deck?
well, let's see. That's 4. It's only 9 points across those 9 agendas because the Kusanagi's averaging out with the Obokata. So yeah, we've still got another 11 points in the deck here. 2 more Obokatas and then 5 more 1-pointers most likely, and probably another Kusanagi. So that totals to what? 7, 8, 16 agendas or something.
16 agendas, which is crazy. When you consider that if you were playing, what's the playing a 40 card deck with 2 6/5/3s, you can literally have 10 fewer agendas in your deck. It's just kind of wild to then figure out what do you do with the rest of your cards.
Right. But I mean, it's kind of working for Luria here, down to 6 cards on the Hashiko side total between Grip and Stag. So
She's doing, I think, very, very well. I enjoy this a lot.
Have we got a paperclip in the bin yet?
I thought there was a paperclip very early, yes, although the paperclip doesn't do much. Reminds me earlier, Cobra, you mentioned Palisade, a card that I forgot existed until I was playing on JNet the other day, and played System Gateway with somebody, which just is still really fun Netrunner. System Gateway is really still very good, and it's really nice to play with somebody on JNet who asks a lot of questions, needs a lot of help. It's a lot more personable. So if you get the opportunity to play some System Gateway, I highly recommend it.
yeah,
Super
for sure.
fun.
Yeah, I mean, I've had the opportunity to teach a lot of players in Meat Space locally with paper cards over the past couple of years, and played a lot of the System Gateway starter decks, and yeah, had a lot of fun with it. And Palisade, one of those lovely cards for teaching the game because it makes it distinguishes what's interesting about ice placement.
Mm.
You know, you're not just putting any ice anywhere. Here's the nicest better on your remote service than elsewhere. It's delightful design.
So we are into that remote server, seeing what's in server 4. Do you reckon that's a Spin Doctor in server 8?
I would assume so. That server 8 was installed off of the hybrid release when server 4 was empty. So can't imagine that they put many other things out there, unless it could be a snare masquerading as a Spin Doctor.
Mm. Do you ever check her face down?
You know me, I love to clear Spin Doctors at the earliest opportunity. I'm very militant about that, so I would probably have run that and got snared if that is indeed what had happened.
I've been seeing Tive in these D decks, and that inclusion surprises me because I did say there were no barriers. I shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing to spend your stock buyback credits on, I guess. Chiashi, not quite the most expensive ice in the game, but it's up there. And oh boy, going from the tiny little tiny into the big old Chiashi is.
And that's
Probably
huge
so.
for us, right? Because this means that we are going from 6 cards in the grip to 2 cards in the grip and 0 cards left in the stack, which means Urbocarter is out.
Yeah, and that could be honestly a game-ending Chiashi. There was an old joke on a different big barrier ice curtain wall 14 that had 14 cost and strength, 3 Anorran subroutines, and then it had the flavor text was a joke end the game subroutine. That is in fact quite possibly the subroutine that this Chiashi has in this game state, taking looking very likely today, wiki down to 2 cards.
I mean, technically speaking, 2 hit points is exactly what they need.
Yeah, true in many ways.
Until it's over.
But yeah, if you score an agenda here, right, there's no win.
Yeah, if Lyria can find a way to do A damage before Wiki finds the 2 points,
then that's game over.
Yeah.
Although, the PE damages afterwards, right? So really, you only need 1.
Ah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Or 1 card left. Although I don't fancy Wiki's chances here.
Yeah, I mean, making enough money to get past that Chiashi is probably off the table at the time you have. So it is.
Kusanagi.
Kusanagi does do it though. And now that one card in hand needs to be spent exactly on stealing a 1-pointer, and if it goes for any other purpose, then Wiki is not going to be able to win this game unless there's a surprise Blood in the Water in this deck somewhere.
Even then, if there is a Blood in the Water in this deck, the chances of it being stolen and not just scored straight from hand is slim.
Good point. It's not really good here.
If that last agenda is Sting, he's still dying.
We can get a 2-in-1. What happens? Do you get flatlined or do you win on agenda points?
Good question.
Leader's choice, I think.
The exact wording on Sting.
Do you get 3 additional points in the tournament for winning twice in one turn?
Yeah, if the corp scores a Sting here for the final point, then yes, they get to choose their method of winning. I guess it depends on how.
I suppose Sting
works.
Sting is worth 1 point, right? So if they scored it,
if the Sting was stolen as the final point, I believe the runner would win the game because Sting has the same trigger timing as PE, so it happens
after the fact.
Once you have scored, and at that point the point is already in your score area.
Right, click for credits 3 times, and then run R&D. Go past the Anansi, past the Sai-Sentan. We have 2 credits left. We are hitting R&D.
We've got Spin Doctor putting some non-agenda cards into R&D here. Classic late game move. And
whiff. Don't see anything.
That's the
advance. Score. That is the game. Are we going to see a concede, or are they going to play it out?
Well, yeah. House of Knives now says any run is lethal. So Wiki concedes, and
I think it's the honourable thing to do in this situation rather than forcing the play.
Agreed. Yeah, what a big move that Chiashi was.
Yeah, that was incredible.
Great revenge for getting boomed in game 1.
Yeah, 2 really, really exciting games there. And I think we've still got plenty of time left in the round if we want to go spectate on something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look. What else have we got?
Let's look at the pairings and see if there's anything we fancy. Interestingly, Source and Rip Netrunner are 2-for-1 this round. Coming from Daijin there, P is actually more fun to watch than anticipated. I think that's fair. I think that P is a fun spectator sport, if nothing else.
I mean, we could just pop up to table 1 and see how the winningest players are doing, although we've seen them both play already. Or we could go and see the King against Burrow and Wu on table 3.
You called that out at the start as being an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, they're both high-profile players.
And the King currently... Marbles, are you typing or should we?
I'll type.
Ooh.
In fact, I believe Soccer is also streaming this game.
Oh, nice. Sorry. Important things to note as we pick up. The King playing here is visually impaired and has somebody helping them with JNet to complete the actions. In this case, that's Tucker, Bridgman's metamate, and
Bahram, you're making a
World champ. Yeah.
that this is already being streamed in 2 other places. So
Yeah.
consider.
your choices.
I'm happy to cede to Mond on that as the more experienced streamer.
Um,
What do you reckon?
I believe. Let's check in on table 8. And see.
Okay.
Am I unmuted on stream even?
Yeah,
I am. Yep. Let's check in on table 8. I think that's the one that's most recently started. Game
That's
2.
brilliant.
Looks like it's pretty decently in, but you know we did watch 2 rounds of the other one, so
No, that sounds good.
I'd take it away. Oh, actually, yes. Take it away with asking them for permission to stream.
Sure.
It's alright, Marbles has it.
Awesome.
I maybe should have gotten a little bit more sleep last night, but you know that's debatable. I've got you know a couple of wonderful people from you know the United Kingdom over taking all the heavy lifting so that I can mess with stream assets without turning on studio mode. Thanks again to Null Signal for letting me do this for the 3rd time. I don't know why, but I appreciate it. I have a lot of fun. I hope the rest of y'all are too.
Right. We are good to stream.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to curtains up.
Oh,
Sorry, I should have said.
Where
No.
are we in this game? It's another PE matchup, Lat versus PE. Lat's got 3 cards of the script, 2 cards of the stack, 3 agenda points.
A very
PE,
close to where we just were, is yeah.
although a couple of key differences are an archer, data loop, some
Yeah.
interesting ice from PE here,
So spending the influence on the ice rather than the money in this build.
and 3 remote servers.
Yeah, all with ice. Yeah, playing a bit of Asa group gameplay here.
And another interesting card, Hush, installed on installed on a face down ice.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly a lot has happened in this game, but we're probably not going to be able to fully grasp coming in so late. But yeah, Hush is a fun card, good tech card, and when you're playing Shaper, it's so good at getting programs out of your deck whenever you need to. Having a tech program is pretty useful thing to be able to do. Usually best in the Agate Fusion matchup. But here, potentially good against data loops
Install from the corp, advance,
and pass the turn.
and pass turn. What do you think the chances are that's an overcast protocol?
100%.
Yeah.
And do you think there's any world in which that steals it?
Well, between a House of Knives token, 4 damage from Obokata
Oh, of
and
course.
PE, they would die.
The House of Knives is a good observation. So, winning off centrals here.
If they're running at all, absolutely.
Shows your confidence.
Sorry, apologies. I shouldn't write off Augustus Caesar so soon. But yeah, I mean, it's maybe worth mentioning a little bit what these other pieces of ice are doing. We see the Hush moved with the click. I always forget it has that line of text. So maybe we know about some agendas in archives. Can you just click on archives for me there, Yeti? And now we see some Warroid trackers, that's a hard word to say, and Keelings, so we kind of get an idea of what the kind of game plan might have been earlier on here. But no face-up agendas in archives.
Augustus doing some
Rethinking.
And interestingly, 2 stolen Regenesis.
Yeah, lucky Genesis.
Well, yeah.
So what I'm liking about this data loop is I presume this is Obokata protection. You
Yeah.
have vibes they can't steal Obokata, and then you can quote unquote safely score it out with Regenesis. Which hasn't happened this game, but it's a nice line. I like it.
A quick side note for this this aside that's taking place in the chat. There's Hush is not fully implemented in JNet. There's a message up here that states that you'll have to manually disable cards to get through any of the annoying encounter effects such as data loop. I'm not entirely sure if you could close prompt it, but I assume that disable, is indefinite. So Hopefully this gets sorted out. They might have to restart the run to go back before the encounter, but
one of those cases where the theme of the game meets the reality of playing it. We're typing commands into chat, just like the hackers of yore. Oh,
Steals
finally
of
Obo.
Obokata.
So there was a known Obo in archives, but we have no cards left.
Well, so if this is an agenda on the table,
There's another Obokata in archives. Wow, 2 Obos in archives.
and potentially one on the board. Advance, score, and that's a flat line and points.
Wow, yeah. It looks like JNet counts it as scoring.
Yeah.
69 clicks, 69 credits, nice.
How much time do we have left in the round?
Not much, I don't think.
It looks like we potentially still have some time.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. Those games felt long, but maybe they were not. Not very many tables still playing, though, although it looks like...
It actually looks like Table 8 is
Back up.
yeah, they're rematching.
Once again, we have an on stream.
Yeah, let's pull back the curtain just so we can solidify the for future generations.
This is the infamous Ag Infusion deck.
It could be. It's a 49-card Ag Infusion.
Which of the infamous Ag Infusion decks does it? At least deserve infamy.
Yeah, so 49 Ag Infusion is most often Loki Ag Infusion. The deck famously pioneered and often praised by White Blade, the one host of the ShadowNet podcast and general person of note in the community, who's been standing this deck for some time. It's quite a complicated deck, but the basic overview is that it sets up a board state which makes it very difficult for the runner to ever interact with you, because doing so would result in taking a bunch of damage by means of Ag Infusion redirecting you into a card called Loki, which is unbreakable thanks to a card called Trieste Model Borrowers. I'm not going to explain all those cards right now because they have a lot of text, but as they come up.
Notably, you and I lost a game to Augustus Caesar this afternoon playing Ag Infusion, so we can probably be fairly confident that it's the Loki Ag Infusion. And I can attest it's hard to play against.
Yeah, good point. I'd not registered that it was the same username.
And we were playing Hoshiko, so this is what we should hopefully know a bit better.
But the question is this Hoshiko running the tech cards that we were not running?
No, very
There's
true.
certain cards that make this matchup much easier as the runner.
Harsh is one.
Of course, and we're immediately seeing Knight Rider on Turtle as well.
Can I just, a real quick aside, you've highlighted something that when I went to Worlds I found very endearing about, meeting strangers from the internet for the first time, is you get to hear sentences like, hey, we lost a game to Augustus Caesar earlier, so I think we know what he's up to.
Yeah.
And as Trillian states, the king, only royalty we recognize.
And Augustus lost that last game through death by 1,000 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, preempting his successor's fate there.
You ever been so traumatized by the fate of your dad that you got to build a Netrunner deck? Okay.
Oh dear.
God, what would the Romans have thought of Netrunner, do we think, if they'd
Diogenes would have loved it.
Oh dear. Right,
So
what's
Roman,
happening?
Greek? I don't
We're
know.
getting
Anyway.
Leech and Amakura counters. The Leech and Amakura we saw earlier in the 419 deck. And so what else do you think is going on with this Hoshiko?
Well, some of these decks that play Amakura also play More, which is a powerful console that forces the corp to trash cards at random from HQ. But yeah, with Awaken Plant as well, often also seen alongside the Turtle and More, so that would be my guess for the console here. But really, as this runner, what you have to do is apply pressure early and try and get the game over with, because as I said, the Ag Infusion is building to a board state that makes it nigh impossible to interact. And also, Ag Infusion tends to be pretty good against the turtle because it's a deck that is already planning to guard all of its servers.
Okay.
And so the purge, once the servers are guarded, can be very effective.
So we saw Wave Resed. What did we search the deck for?
Yashi, interestingly enough, which in a Loki Ag Confusion deck, you would expect the answer to be Loki.
Loki. Unless a Loki is already on the table.
Or in hand, yeah.
So we also see there a advanced upgrade in server 1. Given what deck card do you think that is?
Almost certainly a Biovolt. That's what this deck tends to play, which is a 0-cost upgrade that you can advance. And once it has 2 advancements on it, you can res and trash it at any time you like. A bit like an NGO front, but instead of getting you credits, it ends the run. It can end any run. So it's good against pinhole threading in particular, but also just good at guarding your whole setup once you are set up, which does involve an asset as model bioroids. We also saw a replanting there. It's a very entertaining card that has not seen a lot of play. It isn't in the default version of this deck, as I understand it. But yeah, it lets you move your cards around, which when you're playing what is essentially a combo deck that relies quite heavily on certain cards being in the right place. Very useful effect, although it does cost 2 clicks to play.
Okay, so we've just got some questions about rules going on there.
It definitely is. I almost answered that.
Yeah, it is one of those things as somebody who, does mentor games and answers questions, or, used to answer questions in GLC, the urge to just type, yes, so strong.
Yeah.
Message from Cold Lava in the chat, replanting is Hush Tech, which is interesting because I don't know this matchup well enough to know that Hush is a great counter, and didn't even know that you could tech against it, so...
Okay, yeah, I'll speak more on that in a moment, but we've seen a steal of a send message from HQ, which is one of the runner deck's ways through this game, which is to get the 3-pointers before the Ag Infusion is fully set up. In this case, unfortunately, the 3-pointer comes with 12 free credits of resonance for the court, which is about as high value as your sender message is going to get. And the Obokata, 6 points.
And it hit a Steelskin Scarring, so we're staying on 5 cards. Wow, that's pretty good from Knight Rider.
This deck is playing Hunting Grounds, though whether they have a second copy of it, I don't know. And that is another good tech card into this matchup.
Wow, that's really interesting. So Knight Rider coming into this tournament prepared for this.
Yeah, there's been Ag Infusion presence in the previous AMT, certainly, so that might be a reason to be prepared. And it's just a deck that, as we found out this afternoon, very, very hard to beat without tech, unless you get the good accesses from HQ, as we've seen here.
Dedicating at least 2 slots to it. Pretty wild.
Only one that we've seen, right?
The
previous game.
Oh, you're completely correct, sorry. Looking at this now, Wake Implant, 4 charge counters. Power counters, sorry. Charges the mechanic. Looking for the run on R&D, but the big old barrier standing in the way.
Yeah, and Chiashi, actually, the bonus text is relevant here against the turtle. It's one of the eyes from the Flashpoint cycle that punishes AI. So it will mill. Sorry, I'm doing my magic terminology. It will discard 2 cards from the runner's stack each time Substitute is broken while there's an AI in play. So potentially, pressing 6 cards from the top when Nickride runs through there.
Which is, I believe, why Nickride was asking about whether they could trash another Icebreaker, because they want to trash that turtle when they encounter Chiashi and install Paperclip.
Oh, wow. Bold.
Yeah, could be, but if they're seeing 4 cards from R&D and they need a desperation play, that's one they can make.
We've got to consider, though, the Biovolt makes that hard. Because you have to run through the server twice.
Yes.
We're making the run now. Here we go.
Augustus Caesar on 17 credits. Chiashi encounters. Do you not think that the trash team from the top of the stack is that bad in this matchup?
Can be. I mean, the way that I talked about assembling the board state that locks the runner out, the reason it does that is because it runs them out of cards in a way that is not really interactable. So, yeah, so the number of cards they have available to them is kind of equivalent to the amount of time for which they can play the game once that lock is established. We're still a decent way from that lock being established. The pieces to look out for that are Loki being resident on remote, and a Trieste model Biorads behind it. Currently, there's only one remote, no runner's dice, and a non-Trieste asset in the server, so the piece is not currently showing.
We're thinking.
They have got divert power in HQ though, so they could get that Loki res if it's on the board as soon as next turn.
Yeah, divert power, another bizarre card that you don't really play in any other deck.
We're using turtle.
Oh, we are using the turtle. Okay, taking the 6 from the top.
6 from the top.
Yeah, it's 2 per subroutine.
Wow, I understand why that's big.
Yeah.
They can only afford to do that literally 4 times.
Oof, and resing an enemy, hitting a steel skin scarring. Biovolt ends the run. Okay, do you run back?
You might do. I mean, that's kind of an acceptable use of a Biovolt from the runner's point of view. Like, they didn't stop you on a run that was interacting with their setup. They were forced to stop you on a different run.
Yeah,
which means they'll be less able to protect their combo once it's established.
And Wake Implant is different from a card like Conduit or I suppose Conduit lets you get multiple times. Stargate that lets you that is a limit once per turn, right? So they could still potentially do it again this turn and just run back. Although in the time I've been talking about this, that was the last click, end of turn. Draw a card. Corp draws a card, installs some ice, protecting HQ, and clicks regular for 3. So, back to Hoshiko. You've only got to score 1 point, but the number of cards left in your stack is the big thing, right?
Can be, yeah. I mean, there are presumably 4 more 3-point agendas in the deck, plus usually it's a longevity serum, the 3/2 from System Gateway that they use to make out the extra. We're going for the R&D run here.
Aeneas Informant. Installed?
Yeah.
Seems like an interesting choice, right? To get a bit of extra economy.
Yeah, I mean, they're accessing 4 from R&D here, so if they see multiple cards with trash costs, it could be worth a few credits.
That makes sense.
And Augustus declining to use their Ag Infusion ability there, which makes sense since there's no really powerful ice res to boop the run into, as we say.
And they also don't want to leave that Jiashi.
There's the longevity serum. They got there.
I've only
Can you
played.
see a few more cards?
Yeah, what else do they see? Oh, we don't get to know, do we?
2 NGO fronts we see from the Aeneas. That's the way to do it. 8 points. That 6-point turn was pretty big.
Yeah, really, really big. But that's how these games go. You know, if you're playing a corp deck with a few large agendas that needs a lot of time to set up, that's the way you can just lose them. It's good in a way. It keeps this deck relatively balanced, I think, although some people find it quite obnoxious. In the games where you don't see the agendas early, it can feel unbeatable.
It folds to tech though, right? Like if you've got Hush, if you've got Hunting Ground, the Loki becomes a non-issue.
Right.
I say this with basically no experience. This is what I've been told.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've seen that with replanting, as was pointed out in the chat, people are playing tech in the Ag Infusion that counters the tech and the runner decks, right? So counter tech, I don't know what your counter tech to Hunting Grounds is. Probably there's not much that you could play, but I think, yeah, there are, like we saw in this game, sometimes they just lose the Hunting Grounds to net damage, right? And you can still win. So
yeah,
it doesn't completely fault the tech, but the tech certainly makes the runner's life a lot easier.
and the fact that you'd consider slotting 2 cards for that matchup is big, right? There's it's enforcing loyalty to counter hunting grounds. Oh yeah, which is a card we did see in that deck.
We saw it in a different deck. We saw it in an Asmari earlier in the day.
Oh.
But yes, it's a deck it's a card that lets you trash cards that are out of faction, which hunting cards almost always will be because it's an Apex card.
Mm-hmm. We've still got a bit of time left in the round, and only one game still going. Monday, did you want to jump onto table 3, or are we leaving it there until the next round is up?
Let's unmute ourselves on OBS and then say that let's give people a reason to go check out the King and Maramru's. Well, I'm not sure if Sokka's streaming the King's game or how that's going, but it's being viewed from a couple of angles, so we can, leave that a mystery, an exercise for the viewer.
And we'll be back shortly with round 4, last round of Swiss. Is that right?
Yeah. Real quick, just while we're here, I'm just trying to do a couple of other things. Will this work? What? Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Oh, whoa. Hello, look at that. Yeah, no, this is the first time that you're seeing any of these. Yeah, just since we got a little bit of a lull in between, or before round 4, I just wanted to take a second to recognize us, but mostly y'all. You're the ones who have been doing the all of the commentary, the entertaining bits. Please, everybody, give a big hand to Cobra Bubbles and Not Yeti and Marbles. If y'all each want to sound off and if y'all got something to plug, perhaps I'll use Null Signal's platform to allow you to plug something.
That's very kind of you.
Yeah, how nice of me. Cobra, do you want to?
Yeah, sure, I can come in. Hi everyone, I'm Cobra Bubbles. I've been playing the game for quite some time. I play out here in Norwich in the east of England in the UK. And we do have something to plug coming up, but I think I'll let Yeti take that one.
Yeah, at the end of this month, on the 24th of June, we have the Norwich Circuit Opener, or as Sokka said on stream a couple weeks ago, the Norwich Circuit Opener, which made me laugh.
Norwich.
And it's going to be a startup circuit opener. It's going to run from 1 until about 6. And we have a special prize. We have a fairly limited edition signed Yakuza Orca playmat, which was given out discreetly at UK Nats. And yeah, we've got a spare one to give away. So come on down if you fancy that. And also come on down if you've been playing a lot of startup. It should be good fun.
Wow, I can't believe the Yakuza came all the way from Japan to very discreetly give you. No. Yakuza with a J, very very talented. Does a lot of what do you call it? Laser engraving on various materials. I have an acrylic Essia from Worlds from Crown of Servers, where my team and I each went 5-5. Perfectly ordinary.
Marbles, do you want to go?
Yeah. I'm Marbles. I live in Nottingham, and we have a lovely little meta in Nottingham that I go to once a week. I do have something to plug. My friend Dave and I have just recently started streaming. We do a weekly stream on a channel called Emergency Hedge, which sees me teaching Dave Netrunner and Dave teaching me a game called Arkham Horror, which some of you may be familiar with.
Very cool. Very cool.
All right. I know that the chat, very rightfully so, has some issues with posting URLs directly. But do you want to go ahead and type that out in the chat, the channel name, so that people can follow along and follow literally?
Let me just. I think it'll be embarrassing if I've gotten it wrong. I'm just going to put it in like that. That should be doable.
Nice. Before we go and very quickly eat some pizza, can I use this opportunity to tell my Crown of Service story from UK Nats?
Please do.
We played 3 games because we got a bye on one of them, and so I played 3 opponents in that tournament. The first one was Whiteblade, who'd flown over from Canada for the tournament. The second one was Extra C, and the third one was do I remember their name? But they ended up placing first, second, and third in the tournament overall the next day. So I just on the Friday had a pretty rough day of losing a lot of Netrunner against some very, very talented people. But it was good fun.
Yeah, and we picked up some Yakuza laser engravings there as well, including I have a very exclusive Bob Super Heavy Logistics named for our good friend who was in chat earlier.
So yeah.
Very cool. I see those engravings posted, and I'm so jealous. I'm glad that I got one. I'm not an Anarch player, but Beb is, so I was like, I'll take the faction I don't play because it's Beb. My Crown of Servers story from Worlds is I played sports because I was going to play it during the main standard event, so I wanted to get my feet wet because I didn't play standard more than like 2-3 times. Round 2, I got paired against Sam of Big Deal fame. I like saw the pairings and I was like, this name looks familiar, and I sat down and I was like, oh dang. And he was I don't believe that I can't remember if he was playing sports the next day but not Crown of Servers. But we talked about a little bit after the round, and he was like, yeah, I'm playing sports tomorrow, and we talked about deck building choices, and I was like, so do you you running a copy of Big Deal? And he's like, no. Why would no? And I'm like, I'm still doing it.
It's a fun design for a card. It's actually been cool to see Big Deal in the is it the outfit deck? But yeah, not so much in HP. Awesome. Should we break there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can lay low for a couple of minutes here. How long we got until round?
I think Cobra and I are going to wolf down a couple slices of pizza.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have been eating while I've been muted, so y'all take the time, get your sustenance. I forgot yesterday, and it's awful.
If it starts up again while you've still got your mouths full.
Awesome. See you in a minute.
Yep. How's it going, Marbles?
Yeah, it's good. I ate my food already, so I'm happy to hang out. How long have we got till the next round?
I am looking. General, round 3 ends about 5 minutes.
Cool.
So we got some time.
So is there like an official break between rounds, or does round 4 start immediately?
I believe that the plan is to go through with 4 rounds and then a break.
That makes sense.
Let's see. Break. I thought so. I don't know. I haven't slept nearly enough to make these analytical.
Well, I'll keep an eye on it, and if I just need to commentate by myself for 5-10 minutes, I'm absolutely fine with that. It's doable. I talk to myself all the time anyway, so.
Oh, don't we all? Let's see. Actually, can we? Whoop. There we go. I'll just take a second to just pop that back into the background, and whoop. Oh, I have There's got to be a better way to organize these windows, but I won't find it.
As I was saying, like, my friend and I have just started streaming, so, like, our first few streams were, like, complete failures. As in, we did something like, didn't have the sound on, or streamed a blank screen for 3 hours, or whatever.
It's,
Go
on, sorry.
Yeah, we're just now getting to grips with OBS and stuff.
Yeah, I came back to it specifically for AMT 2 months ago. I haven't streamed since like 2014. You know, back when it was just starting to be a thing, and we all thought, you know, oh, what if? But you know, glad that it mostly came back here. Real quick, if you want to double check, I tried. Oh, never mind. You did put YouTube, not Twitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is. No, there isn't an emergency hedge Twitch stream yet.
Yeah, I was confused, but now I'm not, so we're good. Oh goodness. Oh, my my brother is part of a group who streams occasionally, like regularly, but in the sense of like once every 6 months or so for like events or whatever. And one of the people, you know, the person in charge of the stream, I suppose, accidentally left the stream on with a webcam on, and thankfully nothing too egregious, but did apparently pass out, like come home from like a party or something, like pass out on the couch, like wearing a banana hammock or something, but like facing the other way. Just cheeks
Amazing.
out. So, if you ever think that you've like streamed something badly, just think to yourself, have I ever been cheeks out on stream?
Like, we're not putting any pressure on ourselves to like get good fast. We're like, it will come when it comes. If we just keep doing this consistently and get a little bit better every time, that's fine.
Exactly. God, I heard it pretty recently. God, the only thing that a first draft needs to do is exist.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish I could remember why, because it's been stuck in my head. I've been doing some painting for an alt art for Run Together. Keep an eye out for Run Together, by the way, when that officially gets announced. And blank canvas is such a thing. It's a real problem. But it turns out that if you just take the brush and you hear Bob Ross's voice in your head and just think to yourself like, well, what if I move my hands like the way he moves his hands? It turns out painting's pretty cool.
I'm not good with like painting or drawing or anything like that, but I do write sometimes, and I have the exact same thing of like, a blank page is terrifying. Anything is better than a blank page.
Absolutely.
And as long as you don't get too attached to what you've written down, it's absolutely fine. Like, you can come back and go, this is garbage, I can do better than this, and it feels good to indeed do better than that. Or you come back and go, this is amazing, I'm a genius. Look at what I've written already.
Yeah, I think that maybe it's just because I've just, you know, started to get back into painting after a couple years. But it's a lot easier for me to be like an inch away from the canvas and like step back and see something that I've done and been like, I can change that, or like that doesn't look right, as opposed to, you know, I can see it in my head, but I don't know where to begin. But if you get there, like halfway there, and then from there you get another halfway, and then another halfway, eventually
You'll get close enough.
Exactly. This is your positivity reminder while we refuse to stream the last game just to, you know, support other streamers.
Also, so we don't get compared to them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no.
Yeah, please don't compare me to any of them.
like I watch quite a lot of streamed Netrunner content. It's like it's my main thing to do if I'm just want to idly watch some YouTube. If Soccer or Andre have got a video I've not watched, I will watch it. So I end up watching like 6 to 9 hours worth a week. So like, hopefully I picked up some stuff from doing that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think that casting honestly has made me. I mean, I haven't played much since I started to prove it, but I feel like it's made me, continually or continue to restructure how I think about the game to be more like mindful about how I evaluate plays as I see them as an observer. It's the same thing about how like playing Corp, getting better at Corp makes you a better runner, right?
Yeah. I think there's also like watching those streams ends up giving me the impression that I am a better Netrunner player than I really am. So of course it's easy to see when like Andre's screwed up on something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You missed that you could have done that there.
So easy to see
yeah,
when Andre Metropol Grid screws up all. No, I love Andre. He is a
I
blessing.
love it. Yeah. But like what I mean is that like he is doing that whilst streaming.
Yeah.
And that's very different to me doing it to like me watching him just going, and doing like armchair quarterbacking.
Thank you, Andre, for not, for responding with love, because that's what I intended. You can't see it, but I'm making a heart with my hands.
Oh my goodness! I thought that we were off air.
Oh no!
Hey Andre, how are you doing? Well, I'm glad I didn't say what I really think.
I'll mute us so that we can talk about him later.
Have you guys been trash talking Andre whilst we've been gone? Is this what's happened?
Yeah, just
I just
like we were doing before you left, right? That's what this whole, the AMT Andre make jokes about.
Meta trash talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Round 4 parries are up. Before we start, can I do a satisfying ASMR bit?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you gonna eat pizza into the mic?
No, I just cracked open the beers for round 4. Into the mic.
Unfortunately didn't. Is it bottle or can?
Bottle.
That doesn't. I mean, it's still satisfying, but the can gives you the nice. Psst. The cool, refreshing taste of Joja Cola.
So round 4 parries are up.
Oh, are we? Let me see here. I've had this up on the screen. I was going to pull it up to talk about it, but let me just refresh this to get a quick evaluation of the standing. We got Encoder in first, Man the Moon second, Chaos is me third, tied with Axu, just ahead by strength of schedule. Real quick, I just have to say, startup, while y'all are deciding like a table, the startup of Worlds, I had a bit of a day, and Cody was my last opponent before I dropped. Very nice person, very can handle a person who maybe didn't get enough sleep. But whoops, how can we help you? Please don't. Oh my goodness. All right.
What do we want to watch here? So going into this last round, we've got Encoder on top. Do we want to go to table 1 and see where the most competitive stuff's at? Although I'm pretty sure with 18 points they might be guaranteed a place in the top cut. So we might want to go to the break point where it's really high stakes. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we try and find that break point, if only to see people who we won't have another opportunity to see today.
Yeah.
I'd be quite interested to see Deer's PD on table 2 if we go and ask there.
Sorry, which table was it?
Table 2.
Table 2.
Marbles, have you competed in a tournament like this before?
Not quite like this. No, I've done a standard CO,
Yeah.
but that was live. Last year I did the Ashes to Ashes end of the startup meta kind of big tournament they had, and that was online, but it was asynchronous, so it wasn't quite like this. It wasn't all happening at the same time. But I've competed in some tournaments. I thought about competing in this one, but the lure of commentating on it was too great.
I believe that. I believe that. We both, Cobra and I, travelled to Sheffield for nationals late last year, which was how many people were at that? No.
Oh god, I don't remember. Always will be running one though.
Oh yes, but that was by far and away the biggest one that I've ever played in. Definitely the most competitive, and it was so much fun. It was so good to play with that many people. I think it was 7 round Swiss, so I played 14 games of Netrunner in a row or something mad like that, and it was just the most fun. No, it's 8:50 our time. Time in the round has started. We're on stream. Captain Give It. It's Shiko versus P. We've seen it before today.
Yeah,
We've seen a
so
lot of you today, haven't we?
we've seen a few. There were 4 total in the tournament. Is this one of the ones we've watched already?
I believe we've seen Night Cried. It's really the second game of this that we're super curious about. But we've had some good games, so and it's installed on Ice on HQ, double install into server 1. What could that be? Turn 1, asset and upgrade, agenda and upgrade.
I mean, we spoke
We're
earlier
gonna
about
find out.
yeah, we spoke earlier about Warroid Tracker, which I still can't say, and
There it is. Trash,
and
not
the Keeling.
raised.
It makes sense.
Interesting.
No res on the Warroid.
So
Well,
Warroid.
Well, nothing
guess-
installed, it does nothing.
Yeah, it does nothing when the runner has no cards installed, I guess. So
Which
heads
is
up
one of the
playing
big
from Deer.
one of the big workarounds is you just never install any cards versus this deck. And
Seems good.
I've genuinely had people do well with this strategy. I play a deck that's quite similar to this one, and yeah, it works. If you can avoid installing cards that you care about, you walk all over it.
So, Dr. Vienting Keeling reduces the hand size. And the goal there is to get a kill, to protect the Doctor for as long as possible.
Yeah, so it's a lesser known rule that if you have hand size that is lower than 0, when you go to discard at the end of your turn as the runner, you are flatlined. So Keeling essentially says if it gets to 6 counters, the runner dies at the end of their next turn.
But also, lots of cards that can kill when you're on just 1 or 2 cards in hand.
Right, yeah. I mean, putting the runner to low cards is obviously a good way for PE generally to achieve its normal kind of win condition. But yeah, the main thing that Keeling does is it just puts pressure on a game early on like this, where it kind of is going to force Deer to interact over the next few turns, as they're now doing, and spend a bunch of money on interacting with both VNTN and then the upgrades that protect her, which in turn makes it more difficult for them to interact with ice.
Early snare.
Early snap. Nick
Zero.
writing about whether they want to spend that money, and they have done so. And sadly, for them hit a Steelskin Scarring.
Yeah, Deer's going to end the turn with a tag. Don't know how relevant that's going to be, but
Yeah, I mean, usually these decks wouldn't run Tag Punishment. I've seen some talk about them considering Retribution to deal with cards like Obelisk that increase hand size.
You know,
Um,
it's rough when, the runner accesses a snare and you hit the Steelskin Scarring so that when they trash it, they draw 2 cards. But then you just got to think to yourself, I've had worse.
that's
Boom, boom.
yeah.
Come
That's
on!
another old card reference for some of the newer players. Yeah, we'll let you look that one up yourselves and draw your own conclusions.
You're clicking through credits and then remove the tag. So on 1 credit, the hidden
Yeah.
code does have some important resources, I suppose.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we've talked earlier about how credits aren't always the key thing in the personal evolution matchup, but the deck that is playing Keeling and Warwick Tracker makes credits matter because
Yeah.
you need to have the credits to challenge the Keeling so that you don't just get gradually killed by it.
And
Huh.
some of the other hits from that snare were actually very good. Getting rid of that pinhole threading, getting rid of a liberated account. I would be happy if I was Nick Ride and I'd gotten those hits.
Ice on Archives. What do you think that tells us?
So there's an Overcarter in there? I can't imagine any other card that you'd care about. And this is a Regenesis deck, of course.
Yeah, Regenesis would have a pretty strong inclination to deter the Archives runs. I'll actually, if Night has reason to suspect Deer's running Amakua, could be
Yeah.
an easy way to stop the accesses.
But sooner than the R&D.
Well, R&D could have snare on top of it, so R&D could have 2 snares on top of it. You never know.
Very true. So we saw, they installed this agenda last turn. It's a Regenesis. Is it a Regenesis with upside? It is 4 points. Very, very nice.
Wow, and yeah, you see how Nightcrawler has been able to leverage the early tempo they gained by forcing the runner to deal with their Keeling
And just this
into this 4-point score.
very, very cool. Although Deer has managed to recover their economy, liberated accounts, getting them up to 16.
Yeah, and finding spin doctors every which way.
And is Spin Doctor, I assume, quite an important card in your Regenesis game, right? For when your Regenesis plan fails.
Yeah, it's also just a powerful card in decks with cards like Healing, which are kind of a game plan all of themselves. And so the more times you can install a Keeling in the game, the better. And the more times you can put it back in your R&D, the more times you can install it.
Turns out Spin Doctor, good card.
Who knew?
Sounds fake.
We had a install into that remote server. Oh, we are Raindrops Cut Stone. Turns
No
out
breaks in the bin. So if this reses it, will fire.
5 cards in hand, so we're not too scared of taking net damage.
Yeah, and Raindrops pays you off with card draw for the subroutines that resolve, so...
Max HP down, but hand size... Gotta think. What do you reckon to this server? Is this another Keeling?
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
most cases for the runner, it's Keeling into Warroid again, right?
Yeah, and now Warride does something.
It could be a Prana Condenser. A lot of these decks also run Prana as an econ option, but this one seems to have hand side review. So maybe they don't care so much about that.
Talk me through Product Condenser.
Prana Condenser is one of my favourite Netrunner cards. As a registered bastard, I enjoy a card that converts one of any instance of net damage into 3 credits, as we're about to see here.
Oh wow! Okay.
Cool, I don't have to go find a picture.
They will get 9 credits off this rather than doing 3 net damage, making that DNA tracker credit positive. And saying to the runner, yeah, you can come and trash this, but I can boost into the trace and force you to kill your liberated account and your paladin play me.
Crashing the Warride. which means
So we get to spend 2 credits as the courtier to overcome Hashiko's link on the digital side and buy the trace, or we could just let Deer spend the 4 and then not being able to trash the Prana.
I think I would do the latter of those, but
leaving the
I'm-
economy cards on the table though.
Yeah, I like Nyquist's line, I think. Just really eating up that board state makes it more difficult for future war roads to be contested.
A
But yeah, that
liberated
Prana
account
does fun.
being 6 credits for 8, significantly less optimal.
Run R&D, steal a hybrid release on the board. This is boomerang to net damage. Boomerang in Hoshiko.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the many ways you can spend your 15 free influence you get as that.
And if this is a Keeling or indeed another Prana, it just becomes very, very hard to get into this server and still have the credits to trash it.
Install credit. Gotch Pod. I mean, it's hard. Yeah, to see Hoshiko running this turn. Juice is wild. Juice is mild. Draw 2 cards. Gain 3 credits.
And then Ishida,
Very nice.
one-upping the Juices Wild there.
Install, quick for a credit. Nightgride, clicking for credits a fair amount instead of drawing cards, implying something expensive. Getting rid of reds.
Yeah, could be more trackers, more Anansi's in play. Could just be more
That's
House of
big.
Knives.
That's big. That makes it very hard to steal Obokata. If you know where it is, you have to be running with 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, realistically, potentially more than that. If there's blood in the water, then you don't want to end your turn with 0 cards in hand.
Yeah, or against an enemy potentially. Yeah, House of Knives just makes everything more scary, and I think it's an interesting card to play with as the corp as well, because even though it feels like, oh, I've just got my 4 net damage, I'll just do them when they run. I'll just hit one for the next 3 rounds and get my 4 damage out of it. Actually saving them for the points where they're going to be the most impactful, especially in standard with Obokata Protocol being legal, can be really powerful. And even just like holding on to your last House of Knives counter for as long as you can, just to really put the pressure on the runner and make all their decisions about running really difficult, is a really powerful thing to do.
So, installed Stargate last turn from Deer here, and then install Unity this turn. There's a new card in server 3 behind the DNA tracker. How much does it cost to break your DNA tracker with Unity right now?
8.
5 to come strength, 2 to break,
3 to break.
3 to break, 8 credits.
But they do have 10 right there on Fermenter. And I think it would
Right
be
there.
silly not to break it, to crack that Fermenter right now.
They're not do you?
They've not done it. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see a purge here unless we've got the win in server 3.
Purge to just knock that tempo right back.
I would. I think I would, especially if I've got something that I like having in server 3 that I don't want trashed. I think that this board state overall is favourable to me still.
It's an agenda.
It's an agenda. And taking out that second Mad Dash is huge.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah,
Take out the
now
hush as well. I don't know how relevant that is. in the
probably
matchup.
not great. I mean, it can do things on Anansi's, but usually you'd rather have it as a hit point. So it served its purpose there. I think, though, the important thing to note here is that Hybrid Release is a card that exists
There you go.
just in time. Commentator's Curse.
That was good.
Yeah, quite an impressive showing there from the PE deck. And yeah, but I mean, even though the first one didn't seem to do very much, we saw a lot of power out of the Warroad tracker there, and just how much different a PE game is when you have to worry about your credit level as much as about the number of cards you have.
I mean, watching PE on stream always fun, but let's see what the second matchup is going to be for these two, which I believe is our one Precision Design. So I'm curious to see, what do you think is in Precision Design these days?
Yeah, I'm also curious about it. I mean, Deer is a well-known player, member of the Snare Bears team, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, high-skill player, often finishes highly in tournaments. So I suspect if they've brewed up a PD, it's not just thrown together. There must be some real thought behind it, and some thought that it is a powerful deck to bring in this metagame.
That may well have been a 2-for-1, actually. We may have missed out on the cool PD.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunately.
Do we know what else we might fancy watching?
Table 3 has. Oh nope, it looks like they just finished. Okay. Let me check the 2-for-1 channel. How many do we have?
I think Table 9 might have just started.
Table 1 ID'd. Table 2 did a 2-for-1. Yeah, that was a 2-for-1 that we had just then.
Okay.
So I don't. Did Table 3 already play both? There's no way.
I mean, I guess there is way. We've seen some quick games today.
I guess. Let's see. Pairings.
Do you want to? I know that we've seen this outfit before.
It was
Table-
fun though, seeing it again.
Yeah, Table 9's just started. Well, Table 6 is just starting as well. What do we fancy?
Well, we could watch another Egg Infusion game or another outfit game.
I'd like to see the Ag Infusion deck do the thing it does. Personally.
Head
Like
in
it-
here.
Yeah?
Table 6 then?
One day, are you happy with Table 6?
We can take away. We already, gave people an incentive to go to Boss Stream, to watch the last round. So they'll still be there. You can't. Don't come after me, Ba.
Okay, yeah, we have permission to stream.
Let's go.
All right, here we go. Hoshiko versus Ag Infusion. This one's been a popular matchup lately.
Now, this is the Hoshiko deck that we saw with Hashine, I think. Yeah, I think I saw a Hashine Bars heap in the last game that we watched when basically his whole deck was in his heap.
Install, click for credit. Hoshiko, draw, sure gamble, cookbook.
Let's get cooking.
Cookbook? How do you feel about that card?
I mean, mostly I'm excited to just use it to make all sorts of cooking jokes. But yeah, it's a really interesting one. I played a lot of Freedom 6 months or so ago. Actually, for UK Nationals, I played Freedom, and I found that Cookbook was a card you never want to play more than one copy of it because it's not impactful enough for that to be good. But when you do play one copy, every time you draw it, it is good. Like getting your fermenters up, like already the turn after you install them, they're giving you 6 credits. Your botulas coming at 2 to break things. Just does a lot of breakpoints on viruses that it really helps you get to.
Nice. And we've seen a lot of cards installed. We've got Spin Doctor Remote. That double advanced card in server 1, do you think that's a Biovolt?
That would be my guess, unless it's an NGO front. In fact, I think NGO might be more likely here, just given that Augustus is only on 4 credits.
Yeah. Taking the time to install and advance the
Biovolt when you might not be able to raise the ice in front of it would be risky. Yeah.
There are a lot of good options with this Gachapon.
Yeah.
I think I'd go with the Amakura personally.
I think the Amakura makes the most sense for the install of Fermenter. As
You lose a paladin in a misdirection.
I mean, if Bar's thinking heads up about Chiashi, he might decide that it's not the game for Turtle, but he has left the Turtle in his deck here.
ice on the Spin Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, this deck tends to eventually want to build 2 remotes anyway for its end game state, where you have a Trias Novel Bioroads protected by a Loki in one server, and then a powerful pinhole here, clearing both remotes at once. And then the other server, you actually do other things such as scoring agendas.
Interestingly, not spinning the Doctor.
Not spinning the Doctor.
That's probably not not what that card is trying to invoke. Just a Doctor spinning around in circles, but
That's what I thought it was. Isn't he got? You can't quite see it from the cut of that art there, but I thought he had a spinny chair that he was sitting in, ready to go.
I've got the my favourite playmat is my NSG Spin Doctor. What's the
Daily Business Show.
Daily Business Show on the same mat? It's very good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if people know this, but quite a few of the art in System Gateway are pieces taken out of the same sort of panorama, as it were. So
Diptych, I think, is what the is like the technical. What is send a message and retribution, I believe.
Yeah, so
Oh, wow.
Retribution. Yeah, Skunkworks and Jailbreak go together, which actually depicts the catalyst,
Neutral.
the neutral ID, breaking into a facility and for a story beat. There may be some more that I'm forgetting. Oh, and of course the one that
I think Red Team and
people-
Docklands Pass. If I can't remember.
Oh, there is. You're right about Red Team. I think there's one with Red Team, but I don't know if it's Docklands Pass. Might
So-
be.
Question for you: these two simul chips have got installed.
Yeah, sorry.
My assumption is that the simul chips are largely here for clock, and then we're looking at just value things like fermenters. But two of them installed this early on. Am I wrong? Is there something else? Is it moving Botulus? What's the play there?
Moving Botulus mid-run can be huge after an ice has been rezzed, or I believe this deck uses Chisel too, so like probably not versus Ag Infusion, but there are cards which will die to a Chisel installed on them mid-run.
Very cool.
This DJ Steve play here is a pretty big move. I think starts to really generate some value for Bar. And we'll have to see how Augustus wants to answer that.
So the Botulus on a face-down card against Ag Infusion, is that a bit of a no-go?
Yeah, I mean, it can be. Obviously, Ag Infusion can turn their face down ice into an effect, right, with their ID ability to move the runner to another server. So giving them another incentive to do that by getting rid of the Botulus at the same time is one thing. But when you're applying pressure past that ice, as in this case with Steve applying HQ pressure, I think it's a valid choice. Especially when there are no other res dice in play for you
That's
to get
the big
moved
thing,
into.
right?
Yeah. Oh, we see another card access from HQ here.
4 cards in hand. Oof,
Takes it.
taking it and drawing up.
They lost Labour Rights, Moshing, Fermenter, and a Sure Gamble. I can't imagine they're too unhappy with that.
Yeah, I mean, Labour Rights is a relevant card in the matchup, right?
Yeah.
Because as we talked about before, Ag Infusion will ultimately win by decking the runner in its ideal situation. So when you have Labour Rights in your deck that let you put more cards from your heap back in your deck once your stack has run out, then you get to live a bit longer in those situations.
Installing more ice. Installing in the second remote.
Yeah, this is the big challenge playing Ag Infusion is making the right decisions about where to put your ice. Can be really challenging. I played when Nano Civic Grid was still legal. I played some of that Ag Infusion deck that was going around at the time. In fact, I was the highest finishing one at the Circuit Breaker Invitation.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, I found the biggest challenge for me in learning that deck was ice placement. Knowing when you need to go to double ice in servers, which servers are the most important, when to res ice and when not to, so that you can use the Frag Infusion, or so that you can defend against Hippo, which we see being a consideration here.
So yeah, question for me is Hippo against Ag Infusion, right? Ag Infusion's already trashing there, nice. What's the goal here? What are you looking to Hippo? Are you worried about is Ag Infusion?
I mean, yeah, if you can Hippo the big expensive ice, you'd very happily do that. It does put Ag Infusion in a bit of a bind because the ideal position for Ag Infusion is that you have one big nasty ice, so a Chiashi, a DNA Draco, and a Nancy on the outside of a server, so that you can use your ability to make the runner encounter it, and they don't have an opportunity to jack out. But obviously, because it's the outermost ice, then the text of Hippo comes into play, and the ice can be trashed if the runners are able to break it. So it's an interesting dance about when you want to have res dice on the outside of your servers, when you're willing to take the Hippo trade to give your abilities some teeth. It's a really interesting balance. All that said, with the Loki deck, that stuff is a bit more relevant because the game state they're actually aiming for is to only have their Loki be an outermost ice that is rezzed on any server, and that Loki is unbreakable thanks to Trieste model Bioroids, so it can't be hippoed.
Okay. So we're looking at a simulation reset, shuffling back 4 cards. I assume that's just a value thing. There's nothing else there.
Well, it's a combo deck. At the end of the day, 3 different, very specific cards. So you're gonna need stuff like simulation reset to find that combo.
Just drawing through.
Yeah, I think
Over-installing the card in server 1.
that's interesting.
It's interesting.
And installing a 3rd piece of ice on that server.
This might mean they've drawn into their pieces and they've gone for Loki Trieste here, decided that whatever was in server 1 before was not worth it. Or it's a way to get an Obokata or another agenda out of HQ and put down a Spin Doctor that can shuffle it away.
But yeah, I'd say Barrow at this point starting to worry about the
Sorry, we Yeti and I just making faces at each other here with the Num hitting the board.
Ah.
Not a commonly played card.
They're-
But yeah.
It's not a commonly played card, in my opinion.
It's an 8 strength sentry with a 2 cost to break, 1 sentry subroutine. How does that play into the matchup? What are we worried about?
Listen, when your alternative to breaking a Nancy is MK Ultra, which breaks for 9, breaking for 6 is a pretty good deal.
But 4 to install it is expensive.
But it has the number 8 on it. It's exciting.
New card in 72. Imp coming down. Imp, a great card.
Yeah, it can actually be really good in the matchup, specifically against Obokata Protocol. But also, if you happen to access the Loki and can trash it, then you set the Ankh-Fusion deck way back, because Loki is 5 influence, so they usually can only play 1 copy.
Running the remote server, we res the Spin Doctor, then res the Anansi. Anansi did 2 damage on res, but we hit Steel Kaskari.
Yeah.
And then we're breaking with the Numb, 2 credits, and running through to nothing there.
Yeah, None looks a bit worse against Anemone, where almost any other Sentry Breaker would break it with cheaper, although admittedly MK Ultra would not, so again, it's what you've got in faction.
Yeah. And I suppose this deck has Turtle, which potentially helps with some of the smaller ones. Right, we are running server 1, which I think is the...
There's no red on the outer eye.
There
Well,
are
that's
9
fine.
pieces of ice. Okay, there's one. Okay.
So that was Baramu's last click. Augustus Caesar on 5 credits, which I guess accounts for the lack of res, right? It's install, advance. What card do you reckon that is?
I think it might be a card that rhymes with NGO.
Front.
I can't think of a one. Trying to think of a safer work word that rhymed with front there. Looks like
Blunt could mean something safe for work. I don't know. What are we talking about safe for work? Come on, what stream are you on? Yeah, last time I said they it's morally correct to steal from Walmart or something, like, you know.
Yeah, but we can say things that are true about the state of the world without using potentially offensive language.
Hi.
Still
the,
Compromise.
Friendly program.
The perfect pyramid of ice, I quite like going on the board.
That was the
Very
real.
nice, yeah.
That's the real play.
Maybe.
Ruined.
Can see.
It's like when you would go into like Twitch streams like 5-10 years ago, and you would see people like do 1 emote, 2 emote, 3 emote, like see if they could do the pyramid before someone interrupted them. I don't know if that was very common or if that was just something that, like, if you were watching the bad Twitch streams for entertainment, just thinking about
Yes.
how bad
Here
your
we
life could
go.
be.
Although an enemy, not the big ice that you want to be copying.
Yeah, so I guess now's the time to explain this interaction that I've been sort of talking around for a while. So, Loki is a very particular kind of ice. It's a bioroid, but it doesn't have any other subtypes. Um, uh, and it doesn't have the usual ability that bioroids have to let you lose clicks as the runner to break the subroutines. Um, those things are both relevant because of the interaction with Trieste model bioroid. So Trieste model bioroid says that the runner can't use runner card abilities specifically that break Trieste. And I'm going to speed through this explanation because it's suddenly the game state has changed for this install. But yes, so Trieste says you can't break it with runner cards because it doesn't have an inherent way to break it. It means it can't be broken. That's not so worrying with the subroutine that it inherently has, which is and the runner, unless the runner shuffles away their hand, can be impactful, but at least has counterplay. But Loki also lets you give it subroutines from another piece of res dice. So the idea is to have something big and nasty res. They run the Loki, then they can't break it with their cards and they eat the nasty subroutines. If they run somewhere else, then the Ag Infusion ability can send them into the Loki and they still have to eat the nasty subroutines. Damned if you did, damned if you don't. All of that is made irrelevant by Hush. Hush, the card that says that I lose non-subroutine abilities, which means that the Loki can't gain other subroutines from other cards. It still can't be broken by Trieste, I think. Somebody with better rules knowledge might need to correct me on that, but I'm pretty sure it still means you can't break it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't take away the gained ability. I guess it's not a gained ability, it's just
yeah,
an
the
ability
text
of
is on
Trieste.
Trieste.
Yeah, so that's fine. So, yeah.
The real question is, now that all of that's happened, Baran Wu has drawn a card. You got to consider trashing the Trieste, or maybe you don't worry about it so much anymore. And we've got to consider what's that card in server 2. Amakua coming down, running archives. What's your read on this?
So I guess it's probably just the easiest way to try and get Amakua counters, although
You say that.
credit perfect with the NGO for the Chiashi here. And we see the play that was discussed in an earlier game, it looks like. Yeah, installing a different program to get rid of the Amakua and prevent the extra text on Chiashi from firing, which would take almost half the runner's stack out at this point if it went ahead.
Firing the end the run to break the 2 net damage subroutines. Pretty nicely handled by Baran Wu there. Feeling pretty good off that. If you're Augustus Caesar here, how are you feeling?
Well, we know that Augustus has replanting in the deck, so we could pick up the Loki, get the Hush trashed, try and reassemble the combo. Unfortunately, there is a symbol chip in play to reinstall that Hush, so it's a tough spot here. You can just play some normal Ag Infusion gameplay. If you get enough money, res some big ice, cause the runner some problems, and try and score some agendas. That might be where we have to pivot to.
And we're on, 16 hit points after the end of this turn for the runner. It's obviously not as big a deal in this matchup as it would be versus something like PE. But you still probably need to think about stealing another Applicata if you want to find 2 sender messages.
So we're looking at server 2, install advance. How many NGO fronts do we have? Only 2 in the bin, and we haven't seen any of the Biovolts.
Yeah, and there's an NGO front in server 2. I don't think you make this play to go to 1 credit for a Biovolt.
And you don't do it for any agenda, so pretty sure that's the last NGO.
Yeah.
And so yeah, looking back at Baran Wu's side of the table, we've got Steve Cambridge. HQ runs are good, but there are 3 unresed dice there. You've got Hippo, you've got Imp. You're feeling kind of good, but there are a lot of questions. Running the remote server.
This seems an odd play, because I think that's very readable as an NGO front.
Yeah, I mean, it might be to bait, crack the NGO front, res the outermost dice, and use the money there, but no, I think it's a pretty straightforward decision for Augustus. I guess it does get you a DreamNet trigger, so that's a way to get your DreamNet trigger.
So now, Augustus is on 9 credits. you've got your Sentry Breaker down. Are you scared of running?
DNA Tracker is still pretty spooky. That's 6 credits lost and 3 cards, so pretty powerful. I think you'd rather try and be safe against that before you start interacting here.
Looking for credits, taking it slow.
I think with 17 credits and 14 cards, I might allow a DNA tracker that takes them down to 1 credit, personally. Especially when you can always symbol chip in a Botulus onto it.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about the Botulus. That definitely takes the teeth out of it, although we maybe want to be holding on to our symbol chip in the event that Hush gets dealt with and we need to replay it.
Although, what do you think Boran was worried about the gardening play? What was it called?
The gardening card, yeah, replanting, yeah.
Replant.
I mean, maybe not. He may not be aware of that particular counter tech.
Server 3, install. What card do you build a whole new remote server for here?
I mean, anything, right? If server 2, if you've decided you don't like whatever your unres ice on server 2 is, and you just have an anemone, it doesn't really do anything to protect. You may as well build another server rather than stack up your install costs. This might be a hippo of the Chiashi here.
Yep.
Which now really takes the teeth out of the Ag Infusion ability for the time being. Oh, we see a DNA tracker in archives, actually.
Interesting. There's a lot of unres dice on the board.
And not a lot of money, yeah.
And yeah, there's still no real threat from Ag Infusion, right? Like, there's nowhere you're scared to get.
Right, I mean, that was my thinking around...
Here we go.
The words were about to come out of my mouth around DNA Tracker, which is I don't think you want to let them fire when you're not really being presented with any kind of like considerable threat. I'll be interested to see what this is in the server and what is the...
We're here ending the run.
No, we're not.
Oh no, we're
DNA
going
does
through.
not- Yeah, what it is that Bar thought was worth checking. I mean, obviously, he isn't sure, but...
Regolith.
Regulus are pretty good trash.
With an imp counter.
And now you can run HQ for free and get one of those simul chips or all sorts of things back. And you've got... Did they use their... Yeah, they used an imp counter on Regolith. I think I might have saved it and gone and looked in HQ, personally.
Yeah, that's a good point. Imp is once per turn.
Is it?
Yeah. Easily forgotten. That's one of those cards I like to tap, as it were, when I'm playing with it, even though the mechanics of Netrunner don't require you to do that, just to remind yourself that the once per turn limit has been met.
Running
JNet,
HQ.
you have no such luxury.
We're going.
So Augustus could bounce us out into the Loki here, but doesn't really get much value out of it.
What
And
will we
indeed,
see?
it'd be a terrible time to do it because you know they can't res the inner ice, so you could go in and kill that Trieste model Viroids just by shuffling your hand back in.
That's a great point, yeah. Handset review in HQ, so yeah, Augustus clicking for credits, trying to get up to that 5 to turn him into 10.
And the Steve was the silver chip, so still one silver chip in the bin, so we could get could come out 2 more times. Knock Curry down.
Yeah, that's a sign of confidence from Bar, I think, being willing to spend the 5 credits up front here to really put the nail to Augustus by recharging the imp and starting to take out their pieces before they can rebuild.
Going through. Resing the anemone to go back down to 0 credits. With only 10 cards left in the for the runner in the game, I guess that's a choice you can make.
Yeah, I mean, that could be one way Augustus could win without the combo online, is just the old-fashioned Joteki grinder. But against Steve and Labor Rights, that's pretty hard to do.
Boop.
We do see the boot here into Loki.
So we're going into the Loki. It has a subroutine that can't be broken. End the run unless the runner shuffles his or her grip into the stack.
Yeah, that says there, as per the updated wording.
Oh, nice. And firing that subroutine. to end the run.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bar doesn't have any interest in that server really. You could trash the Trieste, but you don't need to, and it's a lot of clicks to draw your hand back up.
I think I'd have trashed the Trieste just to show that I could.
Running HQ, seeing a card. 1 click to spare. Steve Cambridge, picking up a Fermenter. DreamNet.
Lindsay. Now, Lindsay is the ice that Loki ideally wants to be copying when Loki hasn't been hushed up. Because it has a bunch of subroutines that both do damage and discard cards from the stack, so they run out of the game twice as fast, in a way.
Sure Gamble. Running HQ again. You just running HQ as much as you can at this point.
Yeah, you want to imp something every turn.
Two credits to get in. And you get one of those back from the DreamNet.
And a Steve trigger. It's high value.
Almost got to be concerned about overdrawing. 7 cards in hand.
Oh, well, just added a moshing to the grip here. Interesting.
Wow. With only 2 cards in the stack, that feels...
Does feel. I guess it's a click for 3 credits if there's stuff that you do want to trash out of hand.
Yeah, or just a hit point, I guess. Rather than putting a card you actually care about in hand now, keep them in the heap where they're safe and then get them back later.
Hands Review getting played. We have 10 credits.
Yeah, finally got up to the 5 there. So, it is, I have to admit, difficult to see Augustus's way out of this game.
Yeah.
So we've now got
Oh,
Fermenters firing, we've got Conduit firing. We're pretty well set up to break most things, although even if there's an Orchestra in the bin, track it could present some problems. Might require yet another Botulus.
we do have the symbol chip on the table. Going through that. We are going all the way in. Nobkari. So DreamNet trigger Nobkari to place a vice counter on Conduit, which means we're going to see 3 cards. Something is going on.
I want to guess this is the replanting.
I And presumably it will go in the bin with. Yeah.
Very nice. And we get 2 points. So,
Back here. Because you're going to see 3 new cards, right? Yeah.
yep. So Conduit here, going to see the top 4 cards of the deck. Assuming no res again, although this is the last click, so we may get booped. Yeah. Feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of demands the purge from Augustus, but it's also just, yet again, a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation here.
It's rough. 12 cards left in R&D. 0 cards left in the stack. We've just got the 5 on the top. So, stealing that Obokata, still very much possible.
Yeah, although the fact that 1 Obo is down already, at this point in the game, as Ag Infusion, if no Obokatas have been stolen, you might be able to just mize together a triple Obokata score for the win. But that's not going to be possible with one of them out of the game, so...
What, we think there are 4, 5 agendas left?
5 agendas there should be, yeah. 2 Obos and 3 other 3-pointers. Probably send a message.
And so we've got 12 cards in R&D, 3 cards in HQ, card just installed in Server 2. What do you think that could be?
Oh, I mean, it could be Rashid, it could be Spin Doctor, could be a Biovault waiting for its advancements.
Installing the Fermenter. We're using the symbol chip. DNA tracker. We have the Black Orchestra in the bin.
And we have Hippo on the table, so this DNA tracker will go down.
Yeah, it's a one-time exchange of 8 credits for 9. And a clear R&D now, so no more booping off of R&D in the near future.
Oh, this is a Nob Karuna as well, so we're going to see a lot of
That's
cards.
the game.
There it is.
GG. That was fun. That Dragon
Wow.
Fusion. The Hush is incredible. I haven't seen that card played in Standard before.
Yeah, I mean, it really made the difference here. Yeah, as Bar says in the chat. But also, it must be said that the other aspects of the deck that Bar's put together here are quite powerful in this kind of matchup. You know, the symbol chips, the Steve, the Laborites, just giving you that continual gas even after your deck is getting really low. Makes a lot of difference against your techie.
Absolutely.
I was going to say, I wonder if Hush will turn out to be the card that saves Ag Infusion, because there's been some noise about whether Ag Infusion might be too powerful with these sorts of combos, but I think Hush turns a lot of stuff off really well.
Are we moving on to another game? Are there still games left in the round?
Since this is the last round before the cut, looks like the IDs and the 2-for-1s have sped this one up a little bit. So I believe that this is game 2 for table 7. Is that right? Because if so, that would be the last game that we had on the docket.
Yeah, it looks like that was the second one. In which case, we've got a bit of a break.
We do.
End of round 4.
Yeah.
well,
Assuming
hopefully
there's
get
not
this
going to be
done.
any changes, the round officially ends in about 20 minutes, and then 1 hour from then, a break is scheduled to have happened and end by then. I don't know if the fact that we're ahead of schedule changes anything, but cut will be top 3 single elimination, I believe, and as we started this AMT with 22 players, that means that 1 and 2 get invites to the Circuit Breaker Invitational next year.
Yeah, I suppose if we can just hang on here for a few more minutes, we'll probably get our results in and get to finalise who the top 3 are.
And then how is the cut happening? Is it single-sided Swiss, or...?
Yes, I believe that's... I don't exactly know how it is arranged, but yeah, I believe that it was... Did they say single elimination? I'm not sure. That
Top
doesn't
3,
sound...
usually it would be single elimination in the top 3, I believe. You can play double. Yeah, top 3 single elimination I'm seeing in Discord, so the way that works is just that whoever's first seed essentially gets a bye in the first round of the cut. They don't have to play.
Mm-hmm.
And then of the remaining 2, the second place player gets to choose their side as the highest seed, and then they play against the third place player. They play 1 game. The loser of that is out of the tournament, and sadly misses out on their Circuit Breaker Invitational invite. And then the second place player goes on to face the first place player in the grand final. So there will be 2 games in the cup.
Well, as Cody states, he has already applied for, or qualified for, Circuit Breaker Invitational. So no point in giving him another one. I mean, I guess you can have 2. I don't think he's going to be able to come twice, but
2 monitors? Play 2 checks?
Yeah, dual wielding. Yeah. No, yeah, you're not allowed to get more than 1. So yeah, in that case, the other 2 people in the top cut will be getting those invitations.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the prices roll down or if the invite gets annulled.
No, the invite should roll down. I'm fairly confident. I suppose we'll be able to ask Jeff, but yeah, that should be how that works.
Yeah, and I have to say it's been incredibly fun. Like, it's really, really kind of cool and explosive game so far.
oh yeah, it's always great to see, like, especially with online events when there's not a restriction as to who can show up. Like, time zones are a thing, but that's why we swap them around a bit. But just seeing the things that players have been working on, like replanting, I've never seen that card.
Yeah, I said before we started the stream that We probably won't see any cards that I don't know, because I imagine people will be playing pretty standard things. I've definitely learned some stuff today.
Yes, we do have the standings now.
Oh, do we? Let's press refresh on the Twitch page instead. No, I don't want this ad. Get out of here.
Actually celebrating in chat, making the top cut.
Can I please? There we go. Yep.
The top 3 is Axu, number 3, with Asmari, Edtech, and Toshiko. Man on the Moon, second. Ob and Toshiko. And Encoder in first with the Thule and Lat, which is very exciting to see in first top of Swiss.
There were
The
only
next-
5 Jinteki players. Interesting. We watched so much PE and the Ag Infusion. I just assumed that there was going to be in Jinteki in the top 3, but I guess not.
1 out of the top 10 players was playing a non-Anarch runner, and it won in first place.
Worked for them, yeah. That we'll reconvene in 60 minutes from now, by the sounds of things.
Yeah. I don't see any indication that the schedule is changing. Do you?
Jeff has said in Discord, 60 minutes from now, the top 3 will be reconvening. So that's
Okay.
at approximately 25 to the hour in an hour's time.
Shaper.
Commiserations to our 4th and 5th place players who were also on 18 points but missed out on check the schedule. That's the way it goes in small tournaments like these, unfortunately. But I do notice that OF1515 is on controlling the message,
Oh, wow.
which I haven't been seeing much of lately. So unfortunately, we didn't get to show that on stream. But they can keep that tech secret for the next tournament, I guess.
Yeah. I haven't seen any control of the message. I know that if I saw something in a tournament, I'd lose to it straight away. But I know that it's not the prevailing wisdom.
The question is, did you find Miss Bones fast enough? Or Parisha, or whatever else you're using? Imp.
Yeah,
I think we streamed one of Cody's games. I think was it versus Chromatically, Lat versus Outfit, Tool versus Essa.
so yeah, I think so.
I think, well, we streamed a Fuel game, but it may have been Source.
We did stream Source early.
No, it was
He's
also
also
playing Lat.
Tool and Lat.
Oh my goodness. Maybe we just
That's okay.
barely missed.
Diogene pointing out in chat that of the top 8, there are 6 Ashikos, which, and I'm not an authority on those kind of things. I don't like to weigh in with opinions on such things, but I'll ask you guys. What can you? Is Hashiko like a problem? I know that it's been the most popular and is doing everything, but Cobra, to your comments earlier about like it's just the strength of Anak as a whole, right? It's there's just a lot of good stuff going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw some very different Ishiko decks today, right? We saw
Yeah.
some more normal-looking ones with the Brokers and the money, doing fairly normal Anarch stuff, things that Anarchs have been doing for years. But we also saw the more Amakura deck, and we saw Bar's pretty innovative virus-based Nodkuri deck, all run out of Hashiko. The nice thing about an identity like Hashiko is it gives you consistency across game plans, so you can play the more unusual things, such as the virus deck, in an ID that guarantees consistency and therefore makes those game plans more viable than they might otherwise be. Personally, I think that trumps the consideration of like an ID being overly powerful. Like, this is not the kind of thing that I would ban an ID for, because the games all play out differently. Even though the the name on the tin is the
Everything
same as it were.
Chico, everything red, but there is a lot of deck diversity.
Yeah, which personally doesn't bother me, but I understand a lot of players are more concerned about faction balance than I am. So I think, like, if you were going to ban one Anarch card to try and make Anarch's overall less of a presence in the metagame, I think Hashiko might well be it.
Marbles, do you have a take?
So I was a big Hashiko player in startup, and Hashiko was a big problem card in startup. But I was playing a weird little virus deck that probably wasn't getting the most value for Hashiko. Uh, I don't think the problem with Hashiko is that it's overpowered. I think the problem with Hashiko is the way it ends up being played is kind of boring. I think that it doesn't create. I think if Hashiko said, if you accessed cards this turn, uh, flip and gain three, uh, flip and gain two, and then lose three. Or hang on, sorry, gain three, lose two. There we go. So that you couldn't just keep running over and over and over again every single turn. You had to think about your runs so that you didn't go flat broke. I think it would be much more interesting as an idea.
I mean, so looking at chat, people are a couple of people saying that it's Anarch as a faction. Um, it's a bit strong, and yeah, I mean, uh, I definitely, to your point, Marbles. I am not someone who's played a lot of Hashiko. I'm just in the last couple of weeks started playing a bit of it, and I lose like most of my games because Hashiko kind of hard to like get good with. um, or I found that like making those decisions about when to run, when to not run, like I have heard people online call it boring, and for me at the moment it's anything but. Um, I think that maybe if you get pretty used to it, then that goes away. But I think that it creates some fun questions that no other runner does. But maybe eventually you just see it as value.
I've just seen someone say fermenter good card in in the stream, and I think that like that makes a good point that Hashiko possibly isn't as big a problem as the fact that Fermenter and Liberated Account are in faction and they solve all of your money problems. Like, in my opinion, Anarch should not be the richest faction, the richest runner faction. I think that should be criminal. I think Anarch should have some money problems. Anarch doesn't seem to have money problems at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, Yeti, what Hashiko does is it just plays good fundamental Netrunner, and the thing there that is difficult to get angry about is that Netrunner is really good fun. It's a great game, and just playing good fundamentals is just always fun. I find, like even when you're playing it into something like the Ag Infusion deck, which is doing something very different and not particularly related to Netrunner fundamentals, I think you're just like it's just quite easy to have fun games that involve Hashiko, and it's not the kind of thing that is. Although yeah, they can be economically overpowering, but given that they are eventually going to run out of gas, and that their economic options are not unlimited as they were in the days of Rizeki, for example, um, then I think it's a tricky question in terms of faction balance, but personally, I think the metagame's in a pretty interesting place, and I'd be happy with it. And luckily, these problems will all get solved for us by rotation. In
A couple of
a couple of months, maybe we're not sure exactly when this sets out, but yeah, that would be interesting because losing the bin breakers is going to be a big deal for Anarch. You lose a lot of the efficiency.
I think that will be worse for Essa than it is for Hashiko. I think Essa being very relaxed about taking more damage right now. If we don't get near prints of the bin breakers, which we might, then Essa's going to have to really think about importing symbol chips and stuff to make sure that Z doesn't destroy their rig before it's even installed.
I think that people in the chat are kind of talking about overall how's the meta feeling, and I think that we've seen a variety of games played out, even if there's a lot of Hashiko. I think that it's just a lot of fun. Like there's just a lot of, um, yeah, really like there. I mean, if you really hate playing against PE, you might not be enjoying yourself. But like, there's just a lot of really. There's not that many like one card that's super oppressive. Like Hashiko doesn't feel like it's the be all and end all of that deck. Um, there's just a lot of good stuff around.
Yeah, I mean, it is notable that we have, like, what was it, one criminal? How many criminals do we have in this
The whole tournament.
tournament? Two, oh, three, okay. Three
What
criminals.
ideas out of interest?
2419 and one Tammy Sire.
Yeah.
Sable, my beloved. You're
Oh,
just not pulling your weight, are you?
absolutely my favorite ID. I as a much newer player, the three IDs they printed in the last cycle were sick. They're all really fun. And if you come to our weekly meetup, we had our weekly meetup last week I think, and it was everyone playing startup, and of the Sable decks came along. Like everybody's building Sable. It's just it's the most fun. One of the most fun things to play. I think that and Essa are both just like wild, wild fun.
Yeah,
When I
they're
try to get
good
people
fun
into this
matches.
game, I talk about those three IDs that they printed recently because I think that they tell you a lot about Netrunner without you needing to understand the mechanics about like what kind of game it is. That they printed these like very diverse, very interesting characters.
I think from a lore perspective as well, absolutely sick.
I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, Xiaat, but thank you. Without mentioning that the stream got quiet without me adjusting volume, I would never have figured out that if you do this little trick to switch between scenes, so that you can have like a little bit of an overlay, you just suddenly aren't audible. And then when you go back to the regular, then you can be heard again. So that's fun.
There you go.
That seems like a really useful feature that OBS has included. Definitely write to the developers and let them know how our appreciation.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's
probably
that's
working
good.
as intended, and I did like put this together while I was streaming it. So, not all of it. Some of it's from last month when I put it together while I was streaming.
Um, do we want to take a break for the rest of the break that there is
Seems
Yeah,
pretty reasonable.
and come back for the top three in about 45 minutes' time?
45
cool. We'll see you about
minutes.
half nine.
They're planning on
Well,
starting half after.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, reconvene then.
All right.
Fantastic. See you then.
Okay, stay frosty, chat.
Stick around for the top cut. Bye.
Oh, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transmitting signal. Down.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are about to move to Top Cut. We have, if I can move this out of the way, and in fact move that out of the way, we have deck lists for the top three. We're looking at Man in the Moon here, second seed, who will be playing Corp against Axus Runner. Yeah, what do you think about this list?
Well, Cobra, you're a bit of a old player.
Yeah, I love me a bit of Orb. Yeah, I'm interested in this list. It's got 24 assets in it. So this is going to be going wide, backed up by Economic Warfare, Hard-Hitting News, and then Boom to threaten the kill if the tags stick. Yeah, it's got Open Renewal as well as another way of pressuring the runner, potentially doing a bunch of damage or forcing the runner to interact and getting used. Yeah, it has a lot of potential to apply pressure. I think it should be an interesting one to watch. Also note there's one copy of Anemone in the deck which you can what am I saying? You can search out with Orb when you crack your border control to just pull 2 damage out of nowhere. So that can be a pretty spicy play.
Yeah, it looks like there's some fun tricks. The old... Oh, God.
Yeah, very likely, and that would explain potentially why Man in the Moon was not keen on appearing on stream earlier to keep that tech secret. But yeah, now it's public knowledge.
Yeah, and it's the case with the Urban Renewal that used to be the old Drago combo, right? I played that up deck a couple of times. So there's nothing that crazy. It's just value, right? With the
Yeah,
with
so
the
in this
assets.
case, unlike the version that had Drago in it before the Drago ban, there's no like ob trigger that really creates a combo kill unless you get lucky with your Anemone. It's more about wearing the runner down over time by then having to trash all your assets and continue to contest, have enough money to contest hard-hitting news at the same time.
Ooh.
Okay.
Um.
Sorry, I'm just.
Oh yeah, we're Mondo's looking at Encoder's deck list. Not Man in the Moon's.
It's okay. We can talk folks through it. if we
Sorry,
can, or we
Yeah, we are
can,
at the game, so I guess we can go for it. Very excited for this. We're up on stream.
Should we just mention?
Has someone checked that these people are cool with us streaming?
Just checking.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Top Cut, there's not anything you can do. Stream.
Yeah, we're all good.
Wicked. So first click, install as a Spin Doctor.
Interesting play from a deck in a game where the Corp didn't mulligan. This is what you'd expect to see after a mulligan.
That's the Spin Doctor, trigger Ob, you know.
Get your -1 cost card.
I suppose we haven't seen Ob this tournament. It's probably worth reading through the card. Do you want to have a crack at it?
I can crack it on Orb, yeah. So Orb says whenever you touch a res card except during installation, interesting clause there, you search your RMD for a card with the res cost that's exactly 1 less than the trash card's printed res cost. And you install and res that card, ignoring all credit costs. And this happens only once each turn, but it can happen on the runner's turn as well. So basically, you, in various situations, get to turn your cards into more cards in play. So you get the card out of your deck, you get it into play, so you're saving clicks and draw and credits. But obviously, you're only doing that if you're trashing your own cards. Now, a lot of cards trash themselves for beneficial effects. The big one in most of decks being Border Control, the ice that trashes down the run. Cost 4, so then you could search for a 3-cost card in the store. This deck has assets that trash themselves. And we're seeing 2 of them res straight away here.
So is that start of turn? res hostile architecture.
Yeah, so
Oh, to
Yeah.
dip down below the bladder wart, so that you can deal the net damage, right?
You'll
That's
love to see
absolutely right.
it.
What else are we seeing?
They've trashed a Spin Doctor to play a Spin Doctor.
Yeah, no need to RFG literally nothing when you can instead RFG and to shuffle that other Spin Doctor back.
yeah, and Spin Doctor is a really important card in ARB because it lets you manage which cards are in your deck at the time at which you've got to look for cards with ARB, right? So, and I mean, a spot like this, I would be a bit reluctant to burn through these Spin Doctors so quickly because the longer the game goes, the less flexibility you're going to have in terms of returning cards to your deck. If you're using the Spin Doctors to return other Spin Doctors, you're not able to return other important cards like Urban Renewals or Border Controls, for example.
With hostile architecture cards out at the moment, I've not seen that card played before. Are you aware of any other ob decks that would be using this?
No, I haven't seen any. I tried to brew with it a little bit when it came out, and yeah, I found it difficult to get the impact from the 5 cost. But it seems to be working for Man in the Moon. They've been winning games today. Shout outs to Jack in the chat, by the way. Nice to see you.
Shiko has found the first boom.
Yeah. From a run on HQ with no res.
Unfortunately, with a Spin Doctor on the board.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Always run spin.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be running at all, I would be looking to run the spin. The reason not to would be hunting news, right? Which always a consideration. But
Not
yeah,
so much
running...
if you're on 11 credits and the corpse on 3.
Good point. Although economic warfare can pack a punch.
That's true.
Economic warfare costs the runner 4 credits if they made a run last turn.
That's right. If they made a successful run last turn and they have at least 4 credits, they lose 4 credits, and it costs the corp nothing to make them do that. One of the interesting things about playing in a cut like this and having open deck lists is that you know all the ice in your opponent's deck as runner, which makes for some interesting decision points. Like we saw that run on HQ last turn when the corp only had 2 credits, I believe. Which means from the list I have in front of me, the only resable ice would be Former Carry, an ice which usually you don't want to res unless you're using it for its ability. So that a pretty safe run there, despite the lack of icebreakers from Maxi.
If we've got former carrying the list, do we have Skunkworks on the list?
We do not. No, we do not have. Not yet his least favorite combo.
The incredibly obnoxious former carrying Madagum Skunkworks combo.
But in the orb, in obnoxious.
Alright, Paladin Dreamnet coming down. Classic Hashiko card.
This has been a very good start for Shiko. All of their breakers in the bin. Decent economic advantage. And they're allowing themselves to flip back this turn, which I think is interesting. I think with Dreamnet on the table, I probably would have run just to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, in a matchup where like economy over a long game is going to be important, and maximizing that value is going to be important, then you normally want to be flipping a Shiko as much as you can. But the Dreamnet does change that math somewhat. Speaking of long game value, I've just noticed that this Hashiko deck has a lot of cards in it.
It does.
Yeah, I
What's
count
that, 10?
60 something.
The Drudge Work being rezzed and shuffling back to Agendas from Hand, SDS Drone Deployment, and CityWorks Project. So 5/3s, big uns.
Yeah, so this is a 7 agenda deck, a bit like the Egg Infusion we saw earlier. 6 5/3s and 1 2-point agenda, which in this case is an RZF protocol.
So what's the win con for this op deck?
It's sort of like literally, it's probably killing them with either Urban Renewal or Boom, but more accurately, it's running them out of money. so that they can't continue to contest your urban renewals, which would eventually deal more damage to them than they could take, without getting given loads of tags from RTD News and then boom.
Okay, former carry rest.
Yeah.
Installing MK Ultra, paying a total of 1 real credit and 3. That means that 4 credits to break the former carry.
Yeah, and I
Carrying
guess
on.
maybe this is the rare case of the fair former carry.
Whoa!
The double fair former carry. Because the subroutine is actually pretty good in this deck, right? A deck that's already doing damage with Bladderwort and Urban Renewal.
Yeah.
Just taxing the runner on cards can be pretty irrelevant. And yeah, MK Ultra continues to be not good at breaking.
Four to trash hostile architecture. Taking 2 meat damage for the pleasure. Did we get any incidental hostile architecture value?
I don't think we did, no, just that first 2 damage. But now we see a Sviatical Excavator Arrest, which is a powerful card in Ob. It's essentially Aesop's Pawn Shop, but on the corpse side, so trash your cards for 3 credits. But of course, with Ob, that is very powerful because it lets you trigger your search effect. And in this case, for example, install an Urban Renewal in the newly vacated server 3.
And then draw, install. So we've got, 2 face down cards on the board, an Urban Renewal ticking. And it's not much to get through that. I mean, it's 6 credits to run through that server, get to the Urban Renewal, that's 9 credits to get in and trash that before you even consider doing anything else. So I guess that's the downside of MK Ultra.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am just looking at the deck list. Yeah, the only icebreakers this runner has are the bin breakers, so no Bigata here to help out with that. A Botulus might be able to come to the rescue.
Res wall to wall. It's only if there are a couple of assets resed, so we're only going to get the one, but pays for itself. Prime Sphegor target, do you reckon?
I have to once again point out a good sentence. Just imagining, the CIA or whatever. I guess there's a downside to MK Ultra.
Who would have thought it? Yeah.
Turns out.
Sphegor to trash the wall to wall.
You called it.
A3 and get the other Spin Doctor. So I know, Cobra, you said at the start that you're pretty precious of your Spin Doctors in this with this deck. I suppose if you've got 2 Spin Doctors in archives, you can just shuffle those back in.
Yeah, which we see this more from Axu here, which puts some pressure on now in terms of maybe starting to shed agendas from HQ that you're not prepared to lose. And with the Spin Doctors already being kind of taxed by having to be used on each other, that could become a real concern as the game goes along here.
The Bladderwort strikes me as really interesting in this matchup, right? Because how often are you wanting to dip below, be doing that consistent little bit of net damage?
Yeah, it's less of a consideration. Running the run out of cards is just going to be less of a consideration because your opponent started in this game with 62 cards in their deck. So I think you're probably happy for it to give you a credit every turn and take the incidental damage
when it comes up.
Yeah.
It's that bit of tempo, isn't it, that they might have to go and draw again to find the pieces that they need. If this, if Bladderwort had managed to hit more or something like that, it could have forced Toshiko to search for a long time to find a second copy of it.
Yeah, more a biggie. 6 cost to play down. We've got an install here, creating a new remote server.
We do see the ice on Bladderwort as well, which is
Interesting, yeah.
one of the main values that drip economy.
Removing the Spin Doctor from game to shuffle the Spin Doctors back into the deck.
Yeah. But now if Axu wants to go and access one of these open remotes to trigger more, we might see that here, or we might see the trash.
So the text on more is each time you access card, do not trash or steal it. So running that Sphincter there forces a random card to be trashed from HQ. The 2 Spin Doctors in the deck, it might be quite hard to Do, although I suppose there are plenty of ways to fetch a Spin Doctor.
Yeah, you can with a active excavator. Pardon me. You can always get that spin doctor basically whenever you need one, but only at the start of your turn. So more into the archive check immediately could be an angle for actually to get some dangerous accesses.
Second Blood War behind Ice.
I'm really surprised to see that. Like, these are effectively ad campaigns if they're not doing any damage. So why ice them up is my question.
And what ice do we think's protecting those?
I mean, I guess if they are former carriers, I mean, I guess there's only one left that we haven't seen already, but
Hard hitting news.
yeah, never mind.
Economic warfare, hard hitting news.
Okay, I mean, and here we see what the Blood War credits are allowing Man in the Mid to do, which is develop this economic advantage to get the news, to hit Axu with the hard hitting news, get those 4 tags on, and now real crunch time for Axu, because they are about to take 4 damage from an urban renewal.
6 credits to clear 4 tags.
Yeah. If Server 7 is a thing that can be rezzed that costs more than 2, then they might be taking additional damage from Blooded Words as well.
Is there anything that any other assets that deal damage in the list? There's no Reaper function, no.
No, there aren't. There is Hostile Architecture, which deals damage on the trash of assets, and it would also be a 5 cost res here to guarantee the 2 Blooded Word triggers. So if Axu chooses to take a turn off here and not interact, and Server 7 turns out to be a Hostile Architecture, then they could die right here.
Yeah, any 4 cost. If Man in the Moon can spend 4 credits, by the start of his next turn, then this should be game. Unless, of course, like there's a steel skin that the Bladderworts hit, but if both of them trigger like 2 to 3 credits and then 3 to 4 credits.
So what do we see? Clear 2 tags, trash a random card from HQ, get rid of the Urban Renewal. Chances of having that boom in hand right now, not that high, right?
We've seen 1 boom out, I believe,
And a couple of random discards.
but the deck does have 3 copies. 3 copies of boom, so
And Server 7, no Gaslight in the list?
no Gaslight.
Okay, so really,
But we could search for a Spin Doctor here to get 2 draws, yeah, which we are doing.
is this it?
Yeah, so this is Svetogor, you said earlier you have to do it at the start of your turn, which is, an inconvenience, but it's also clickless.
Yeah.
Which is you mentioned when you were talking about Ob's ability, whenever you trashed a res card except during installation, because if you could just like do the install and I think I'll just trash a card out of the server, and incidentally, whoops, there's a Malapert or like a Vanagarm. Oops, how'd that happen?
Yeah, definitely a necessary balancing line of text on an already wordy card there. But yeah, I mean, you do tend to see a divide in ob decks between the ones that play Excavator and the ones that play Extract. The Extract ones tend to be a bit more proactive and using Extract to develop certain key pieces at the right times, whereas Excavator just generates value over time, using that ob ability to keep putting important assets into play. Looks like there's no boom coming, so actually lives to fight another turn, but 1 more boom has gone into R&D with that Spin Doctor.
Card installed in Server 9. Card installed protecting archives.
Which
Yeah,
to
so
me
that's
suggests agendas in HQ.
Right, concession to more just defending whatever might get trashed.
And yeah, because with Svigator here and whatever card is in Server 7. What card do you think's in Server 7? It's been on the table for 3 or 4 turns now.
It has been. It could still be a Hostile Architecture, I think. Given that the Urban Renewal did get pinholed in the end, we've not seen a compelling reason for the architecture to be rezzed.
The text on Hostile Architecture. The first time each turn the runner trashes any of your installed cards, do 2b damage.
Yeah.
So surely if the Urban Renewal was getting trashed by the runner, you would Restless? Depends on money, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. But then the 5 credit would have been more of a concern. The line we were looking at was the res putting you cheap at low enough credit totals that Bladder Work combined with Urban Renewal would be a kill.
Okay.
Given that Man of the Moon knew that wasn't going to happen because the pinhole was going to trash the Urban Renewal, then resing their hostile seems less valuable. Speaking of Urban Renewal,
What was
One of
Nasex
them-
there just a one cost tutor for urban renewal? Was that the point of that card right there?
that's all it did, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, we see the excavator doing its job.
All right. Well,
Do we have cards in this deck that protect that urban renewal other than hostile architecture?
let
No
me
war
check
roads or
the
anything?
list on the background here.
No, the deck has 0 upgrades, but I guess the main thing that protects it is hard hitting news, right? Just that
Yeah.
threat of economic advantage. It's 4 to trash, so pretty significant.
Yeah, actually, he's still on floating 1 tag.
Whoop. God damn it.
New card in server 3, we're running through it. We're doing so with a Bravado. Fire on broken subs.
Taking the 2 damage here, or just getting the bravado value?
Just getting the Bravado value.
Well, they need credits on this board state.
Yeah. Is the ice on the rest of the board, is it ending the run or is it dealing damage?
Mostly and the run ice in the deck. So we're looking at 10 ice, 2 Avshards, the code gate that has benefits on HQ, 1 Anemone, the spicy include that can be fetched with border control to do 2 damage by surprise, 3 border control, 3 former carry, which we've seen a couple already, and 1 sandstone. So yeah, 6 end the run ice available.
So there's 10 ice in the list and we've got 7 of it on the board.
Yeah,
And
I
1
think
in
one in
archives. So yeah. Drawn a lot of ice.
Yeah, but just really spreading it around here, which is interesting. I guess the point of the deck is not to make any one server particularly taxing, but for the collection of servers together to become too much for the runner to deal with. Which is kind of what the position we're in at the moment. Only 7 credits for Axie, and going to need to try and contest this urban renewal most likely within the next few turns.
Still 2 pinhole fairies in the deck, so Urban Renewal's a tough sell. Yeah, we're looking at now. Svigator away the ice, protecting whatever is in server 3. Searching for a 1-cost card. It's another Urban Renewal in an uniced server.
That does create a lot of problems to the runner, finding all of that econ 2 turns in a row.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Install Advanced the CityWorks project. It's a 5-3 agenda that says when the runner accesses CityWorks project, whilst it is installed, do 2 meat damage and 1 additional meat damage for each advancement token on it. So right now that is 4 meat damage.
Yeah, so this is it's notably a public agenda, which is why it appears face up, and also the most interesting include in this list, I think. I was on paper uncertain about what this was doing in the deck as opposed to a different 5-3 agenda. But actually seeing in action here, you can see the pressure it applies, right? If the runner wants to go and try and fetch this agenda, then they're having to chuck a bunch of cards, but then they're having to draw up in time to lose a bunch of cards to Urban Renewal and then do it again the following turn. These 2 Urban Renewals about to tick down. So that just puts on a lot of pressure in terms of clicks just to get those cards to achieve that. And it also means that despite not really developing ice or upgrades, this deck can create a scoring plan because these agendas are just too difficult to steal.
Is there a world in which, as the runner, you can ignore any of the stuff that's going on the board and focus on centrals? We haven't seen that so far.
I think
As
if you can
a-
find something like Stargate, then yeah. But I think with this amount of pressure, it's very difficult. Like that's 8 net damage happening over 2 turns.
Pinhole threading, probably into server 9.
I would guess so.
Will we see a hostile architecture res here?
That's could be what's being considered for sure. It could also be a question about credit math for Man in the Moon if they have a hard hitting news available, or if they're looking to top deck one. They're going to have to be a bit smart about how they do their math here.
And taking some time. 14 credits. Hashiko's staying afloat, for sure.
Yeah, that liberated account really pulled its weight in terms of getting Axu back in the economic contest here.
So, Axie's last turn, Man in the Moon's last turn was double advance the CityWorks project, bring it up to 4, and installing ICE on server 3. Which, again, confusing to me, right? We don't know what is in server 3. We extracted the ICE at the start of the turn to install the additional urban renewal. So there must be something worth protecting, but the former carry res.
There you go. That answers your question. They weren't protecting server 3. They were protecting any server they chose to.
Hostile architect gets rezzed.
And it was in server 3.
DreamNet, Pinhole, the hostile architecture.
Crash the hostile. Okay, interesting.
Wow. Okay. Down to 3 cards in hand. 3 clicks left. Urban Renewal going to be dealing 4 meat damage at the start of the corpse next turn. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. When the last cat goes.
So fairly safe to say that we're probably going to score the CityWorks project.
Oh, but we're going for it here. And if we don't get in, then Axu has no clicks left and 3 cards in hand. So if they're not successful in trashing this. That's the border control.
That's
Border
game.
control. That's game.
Yeah, I mean, Axu will break the border control, but run will end. No clicks remaining. That's a death by building demolition.
That's the Wayland we know and love. Destroying the house you live in while you're inside it.
That's a long and storied history.
Gets in. End the run.
Yeah, actually giving the GG here.
And then
We decline the orb trigger. That's how you know we're about to win the game. Never give up that value otherwise.
yeah, question from chat, which is why pinhole the hostile architecture there?
Yeah, I think the pressure, like, in the big picture, it makes sense to deal with that card immediately rather than going after other assets that will then mean you're taking more damage over time. But I agree with our obedient great friend in chat that it's a questionable choice because of the amount of pressure you're under to deal immediately with these urban renewals. So yeah, a bit of a gamble for Axu there, and it did not pay off. But as they mentioned in Discord before the start of the game, it's been a long day, and playing this matchup after all those other games is a hard thing to do. So credit to them for making this far in the tournament.
I think one of the strengths of these kinds of asset spam decks is that they create a really complex decision tree. And it's very easy for the runner to make mistakes.
And there's the flatline.
There we go. Yeah, I wouldn't fancy my chances against of this late in the day. How do you having spent some time with it? What are your guys' thoughts on the strength of that of the oblist compared to other obelists and various other things?
I was impressed by it. I think it certainly seems on the face of it to be better positioned in the meta game than the scoring ob of the likes we've seen in previous metas, the Skunkworks ob, for example.
Of which you are a fan,
right? Of which I am a fan, yeah. Which unfortunately has a very difficult matchup against the ESA.
Okay.
Whereas this deck, because it has the Econ Warfare hard news threat, which is often a real problem for ESA, could really do a lot of damage. And also, you're over the longer game. If you get to the longer game, you're taxing the runner over both their like long-term economy and the ability to like maintain a consistent amount of cards. So yeah, the ESSA both has relatively short-term economy with being event-focused and is eating their own cards with core damage. So yeah, Thames is probably going to struggle in that matchup. And then against Ashiko, long game is difficult, but you get to apply early pressure, which Ashiko is less good at dealing with if you can stick an early urban renewal. So yeah, it seems to me like it would have game against these different add-on decks that are sort of running the meta at the moment.
And it seems like it has a score out backup plan as well with those City Works projects, which I think is always important in these kinds of decks. Like you never want to be relying on one thing.
I think we might see the Ob again with Lat versus Ob in the finals, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
Yeah, and having fun asking in the chat. I think that that will be a Circuit Breaker Invitational. There you go. Try to remember what CBI stood for.
Yeah.
So yeah, which is the big prize for this tournament, right?
Yeah, so we crossed 20 players, so that means that the top 2 players get Circuit Breaker Invitational invites. That's a tournament that will take place early next year, I believe. And anyone who's won a circuit opener or qualified through a different event like these ones will be invited to that tournament, take place online early next year. But also because Encoder, the top seed in this tournament, already won a circuit breaker invite, their invite gets passed down, so the second and third place both get the invite. So congratulations actually for on the third place run and on the invite to the Circuit Breaker Invitational.
Yeah, and some really cool games. All right, starting to get ready for the final game. We've been going for 6 hours.
Thereabouts.
Yeah,
Not too bad, all things considered.
Yeah. So
of the decks that we've seen today, which would you be most excited to go and play either in your local meta or on JNet or in a tournament?
A Netrunner deck. I'd like to have a local meta.
Oh, bless.
Oh, no.
Sorry, Mondo. Come move to the UK. There's plenty of us.
yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to live in a country that's the size of any one of these states. Just push them together. We don't need like 5 cities here. Come on.
It does make me laugh whenever I'm listening to Netrunner podcasts, watching Netrunner streams, and hearing people talk about their metas, and they're the size of the country I live in, and I won't travel 45 minutes on the train to go to go play a game.
Yeah, I am struggling to find out like where do I host like the Indiana, Ohio, West or Kentucky tri-state area? Is that where I'm going to host a CO? Don't know. We'll find out.
Okay, so, but yeah, in terms of the decks that I'd want to play, I mean, it didn't do particularly well, but I'm very keen on the 419. I've been playing that a little bit, and just watching it played, I think it's just such a cool deck with a lot of interesting decisions. I'm generally have been a big MBN fan in the time that I've been playing Standard, but the current ones aren't really doing it for me.
Okay, not an Asmari guy.
Not really an Asmari guy. I think that the especially the it feels like it slowed down quite a lot. I really liked Pigeon Fighter, the deck that won UK Nats, and but yeah, there's the Asmari that we're seeing at the moment. I'm less keen on. Yeah, I guess the thing that I'm probably going to sleeve up is the Ob.
Yeah, I would consider giving that Ob a go for sure.
I'm interested in that Ob team. I'm going to disagree with you about the Asmari. I think it was quite interesting. I've always liked playing NBN decks with like quite a tight game plan.
Yeah, the 6 agendas. I I think is very good, but is just a bit less fun. I completely see why it's there though. All right, we're getting ready to go.
Yeah, I was just looking back through the pairings for today, and although I don't think we've seen Akira Cody on stream, I was just looking back through the pairings, and Encoder has not lost a game today.
Oh wow!
Yeah, sweep, 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 intentional draw. So although there's one loss in their record, that wasn't a game that was actually played. And then they obviously had a bye in the first round of the top three, and they're now playing the final. So this could be a clean 7-0 victory.
So
Encoder.
tell us about this lap
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting lat deck. So Encoder did get the pick side here, and chose to play the lat into the op, having just seen the op, presumably, on stream. This is not the lat deck that you might expect, although it is also 47 cards, similar to the White Blade pawn shop engine deck that we saw earlier. This is actually a much more sort of dynamic event-heavy deck. So we're looking at 3 Anacam, the console that draws you cards when events are trashed from anywhere. We're looking at a deep dive as a way to finish the game out. We're looking at the turbine rig, but and with conduit as well. So some similar parts to the White Blade deck, but also interestingly, 3 copies of Tapworm, which is a powerful criminal
Oh.
that has not seen a lot of play recently, but historically over the course of the game has seen a lot of play. I think it might even have been banned at one point, although don't quote me on that.
Interestingly, first turn we're getting triple install from Ob, and then immediately from Lat we're getting the lots of triple install, lots of slow setup, and the diesel blade.
Yeah, no, the misdirection though, that's a huge card in the matchup to have from the get-go. Helps turn the threat of Hardic News into a much more manageable prospect.
Still not nothing, but much more manageable. Urban Renewal straight out the gate.
Yeah, this is a good start for the Man of the Moon, I think. Putting that pressure on early so that it's going to be harder for Encoder to just sit back and build up their money to make that misdirection really work for them.
I'm interested in the NASX res here. So it doesn't look like it's usable right now unless they've got something in hand.
No, but it will just drip that credit every turn in the meantime. I mean, it's slow
So,
money,
well,
but it
yeah.
is money.
I missed the start of the card is what I did.
Question from chat: is there a Parisha in the list?
That is a great question. No, I'm seeing no Prometheus.
What about Stoneship Chart Room?
No Stunship either.
Okay, those would both be very good in this matchup.
They would.
They
yeah,
have got the
although-
misdirection, which is also
Yeah.
extremely good in this matchup.
And I think Tapworm could be a really, really important part because it's a good way to keep up on credits, right? Even though if the corp is getting ahead of you on credits to the extent hard hit news would be scary, Tapworm gives you a credit at the start of turn for every 5 credits the corp has. So it can keep you up.
Quickly to recap what's going on, we had at the start of turn, res the Nazex, res the Urban Renewal, res the Sphegator, Sphegator the Nazex, so not getting that drip every turn, searching and resing a Bladderwort, which doesn't trigger this turn.
It
Wasn't
doesn't trigger
installed
this
at the
turn,
start of the turn. And first click install another card. So yeah, we are really going.
Yeah, lots and lots of horizontal momentum here from Man of the Moon. 4 cards on the table, 5 cards on the table. None of them are ice. Just making me alive with every card they install.
6 cards on the table.
Making me zoom out every 20 seconds, I swear.
So what are you thinking? You're looking at these 6 cards on the table, no ice installed so far. You're lapped. What is your, how do you win this game? Because you've got the deep dive. Is it all centrals pressure? Or do you have to have enough money to deal with the stuff on the table?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, to quote everyone's favourite Swedish pop group, it is all about the money, money, money in this spot. I think the pressure that's being put on by Man of the Moon is extensive, but you can't go and start wrecking with it and just open yourself up to hard-hitting news at this early stage, yeah, you've got to build up and hope that you're not going to get killed out of nowhere by some urban renewal shenanigans.
Right. So we didn't see a lot of reses at the start of turn, but we do see an ice protecting the urban renewal, which makes sense. A new card in server 8 and a new card in server 9. So Stream Boosters go even further out, as we are looking at quite a wide board. One card in hand, 6 credits. So Urban Renewal goes next turn. As with all of this stuff on the board, you have to be worried about the Urban Renewal and 2 Bladder Wars, right?
Yeah, agreed. There's a very real threat. The Man in the Moon can res a Blood War and some other things, drop below the 4 credits, and then just hit for 6 damage with one go. Self-modifying code Overclock definitely helps here. Get through this ice, although not cheaply, with Echelon only entering at 1 strength.
4 to
4
break.
credits to 4 to break. After you've paid all of the money for SMC, which admittedly Overclock helps a lot.
Yeah, but this is still 8 real credits from where they started this click, and then having to worry about hard-hitting news. So this could be a real crunch time already for Coda.
3 clicks left. 4 face down cards on the board. A Spigator, a Bladder War. We're dirty laundering R&D. What do we find? Nothing that we know of. Raw last click. I don't know if Encoder has managed to get Lat's ability to trigger once during this game, due to the fact that there is 1 card in Man in the Moon's hand.
Yeah, Corp has been just putting their hand on the table, so a bit more difficult.
Res Bladder War, Res Wall to Rule, Res Nazex. We're going to get Bladder War, deal the damage, get a credit. Wall to Wall, draw a card.
Got another damage to go here, and then
KCCP gone.
That's
Oof,
big.
It's the one of in the list, right?
it is a 1-off, yeah.
3 Silverchip, I suppose.
True.
Nazex gaining itself 1 of the credits from the Bladder Wars. And we're yet to fire the Spigator, which could easily get rid of a Water Wall.
Oh, yeah, that's true, yeah.
Although, what would you be looking for?
I mean, maybe just turning the Nasex into another urban renewal would be pretty rude.
Spigator trusts the Water Wall.
Yeah, and also trust
Searching
the
for
Spin Doctor on install to search for another Spin Doctor. Again, being pretty aggressive with these spins. And maybe, I mean, I talked about how in the long game that can come back to sting you not having as much flexibility with your Spin Doctors, but maybe, as we're seeing this game, actually Man in the Moon's deck tends towards shorter games than we were expecting. You know, it looks like it's set up to develop that long economic grind, but it can really apply this early pressure and actually force the run into these kind of spots early on.
in chat, we've got Baran Wu, we've got Nightcride, 2 players we saw quite a bit today, and who both played really incredibly. Here to watch the finals.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in for the last game here. Singular. I can zoom back in, get a little bit more legibility. Curse this Formicary that's protecting nothing on server 3. You know?
Yeah, you've joined for a tense one. A lot going on already. We've just spent got 2 or 3 minutes on these start of turn trophies. Lots of decisions to be made here by Man in the Moon. And now we have the City Works into the Warfare and the News. So 4 tags for Encoder. Misdirection's going to help with those, but there's still a lot of board state to contest after that's been dealt with.
So we're going to be on 5 credits from daily casts. So could just spend 2 clicks, clear 4 tags. But then what do you do with everything else? That's what we're going to do. First 2 clicks, pay 4, clear 4 tags.
Yeah, and then down at 1, your prospects of dealing with the board are not good, and you're taking. I mean, with the Nasex and the Bloodwort in play, it's pretty easy for Man of the Moon to stay below that magical number of 4 credits, so those Bloodworts are going to be hitting, and that's then eating up your clips because you have to be drawing, which means you can't be making money. Yeah, and Coda being put in a bit of a prison here.
I assume this lat deck is on Symbol Chip. I assume it's using
Yeah, it's 3
Symbol
copies
Chip
of Symbol Chip, right?
Yeah, 3
Yeah.
symbol chip, and yeah, it has a clock. But also that's just good to pick up those programs that it loses. Also, we see a Tapworm in the heat there. Sadly, for Encoder not being able to get one of those in play, although given Man of the Moon's ability to play at low credit titles right now, it might not be the most effective.
Advance install on HQ. Some
Yeah.
of the very little ice in the deck coming up.
Something else about this City Works project is it lets you just spend a click and a credit to advance a card. It means, again, keeping you below the Bloody War threshold. So really, next level deck building going on here.
Encoder clicking for 3 credits and getting the lat draw. Hey, finally managed
Hey,
it.
we got there. And then losing 2 of those cards immediately.
Losing
Yeah,
the
the
deep.
shape. I was going to say the Shaper deck is not going to deal as well with that incidental net damage as the Anarch decks we've seen have.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we see the pace of the game kind of speed up now as like the board state the Man of the Moon is looking to establish has been established, and Coda's options for counteracting it are limited. So both players speeding up a little bit as they work towards their different outs in this game.
9 cards on the board. 3 net damage turn from the Blankwarts.
And
Losing a SMC, losing a Sure Gamble, losing a Symbol Chip.
that's important.
Very valuable cards going. I think this might be the if you're playing on JNet tomorrow, and you're playing Run, my expectation is you're going to run into a lot of wide op.
And we get the 3 points on the table. So now, even if we go to time in our
Wow.
untimed game,
Install the second City Works project.
oh wow, aggressive, without any advancements, and just draw 3, lose 3 cards to Bloody War. I mean, Encoder is playing 1-click runner at the moment.
I think I would consider running this Nasex because that's what's turning these Bloodworts on over and over again.
Although Nasex is 4 to trash.
It is sort of trash.
Yeah, and then, but yeah, I guess not very many cards for Man of the Moon, so you could maybe get away with not getting the news if you go for the Nasex here. The concern, though, is that one of these other servers is a hostile architecture, and then Man of the Moon just gets to dump 5 more credits, and
Yeah, that is rough.
problem's the same as it was before.
I guess if you're Encoder here, what's your line to win?
Well, playing those 2 economy cards is definitely a good start. But it's going to involve having to interact with some of these pieces real soon, because we're down to 18 cards in stack. So 6 more turns in Blood will end the game. That seems like a long time, but we've already seen them stay active for about that long to this point.
And additionally, Man in the Moon's got that second City Works on the table, able to score it out this turn if they want to, and that gets them to 6 points.
Are there any 1-point gems on the list?
There are not, no, there's just the Azef protocol and no Audacity, but then that means that any face down card on the table could be the win.
Yeah, and install 3 new cards. You're looking pretty good.
Yeah, and also Azef does 2 damage as well, so it could just finish off encoder after Bloodwort does the start the work, and we have a urban renewal of theirs.
Got to go even further out.
Yep, thanks. Thanks for keeping a lookout for
15.
me. I'm over in the background here. So this bottom of the log. Thank you. Sometimes I'm trying to make some use out of this big old square of space. But thank you everyone who is making sure that the stream is as visible for everybody else as it can be.
Yeah, that's useful so people can see the deck list on screen now, and also the runner, which two very interesting lists. Unfortunately, the vast majority of Lats cards have been eaten by Bladderwort in this game, but I'd be interested to see that deck in action another time. Didn't lose a game today until now. Well, maybe I'm speaking too soon.
Former carry moving over. We're going through Dirty Laundry game 5. No steal.
We've built up some economy here as encoder, so
But one
maybe
click left.
maybe you go for one of the key pieces here. Go after that Nasex or one of the Bladderworts.
But you've got to assume that there's a. Man of the Moon only has 5 credits. So, Hostile Architecture, is that a threat right now?
Well, only 3 credits. So, right now, no. It could quickly become a threat, and once those Bloodworts strip again.
But so right now might be the time to trash a card.
Agreed.
I think so. You know you're not going to score this City Works project, although the psychological effect of it just being naked on the table and unfeelable cannot be overstated.
Going for one of the Bladderworts.
Okay, yeah. I mean, less of those on the table means that the runner has more time. Unfortunately, with the Excavator and the Spin Doctor in play, this Bladderwort could appear on the table again
Yeah.
in mere moments. We'll see whether Man in the Moon wants to take that line. They've gone to the start of their turn, so they're not Spin Doctoring.
And yeah, we, as an Albanian group says in chat, there is a very good chance that, or there is a chance that the win is on the table. Right, this could just be the last turn of the game, and Man in the Moon has to go through all of those start of turn triggers just to advance 3 times.
Well, you need 4 advancements to win here. You still need to advance the City Works once. So
Oh, yeah,
now
true.
3 times if that would do it.
Another
So-
Simul chip gone.
Yeah.
How many steel chips in the bin?
2.
2. It's really looking quite rough from Encoder's side of the table.
Yeah, the trouble is you challenge this board state, but all 3 Spin Doctors are still in the game, so those key pieces get put back in the deck, or brings them back out. You're in the same position as you were before, and you have a quarter of your deck left to deal with it.
Another Urban Renewal comes down, so
So just between those 2, they're accounting for more than half of the remaining cards that Lat has available.
CityWorks Project scored. So that was the first click. Install a card protecting the card in Server 6, which has probably been on the table for a very long time.
And the value warfare makes me think that might just be the Azef there in Server 6, although I have a feeling that Lat's been on 1 card on the Corpse turn at some point since Server 6 was installed. But I wouldn't swear to it. Got some breakers, so we're going to go.
No, we're not. We're going to play
the creative and hope. See if we can survive here. Azef wins 2 ways if the Bloodworts go off. Arrest the hostiles, so the Bloodworts are going to go off.
Ooh. This feels like the last turn of the game.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Bladderwort, deal net damage. Bladderwort, deal net damage.
I have a suspicion they've done that purely for style, so they can kill with Azef.
Yeah, kill and score out with Azef. It's an impressive way to win the tournament.
Yeah.
It does count for double if you manage to do both at once.
Yeah.
And then you get 2 invitations to the...
It rolls over to 2024. That's
Managed to draw. Now's the time.
No, it's a bit of a pause here. Maybe we've got ahead of ourselves.
Is there still an urban trigger going? No. Okay.
Oh,
Just pushing the last city works. There we go. And then yeah, I mean, short of a diesel or something, Encoder's going to struggle to even be able to touch that without dying.
draw.
I need a diesel right here to steal this city works and not lose immediately, because they'll then lose at the start of turn instead when the urban renewal fires.
Well, maybe Anakin could save him.
Oh, there's a steel
No.
skin maybe.
Oh no, not from Urban Renewal. Yeah. This. Oof.
So, but you've got 2 picks to blind mad dash if you've got one. Is there one? Check stack list.
This is the kind of game that if I was Man on the Moon, I would be grinning ear to ear at this world state. It's just so rude.
It's a funny board state. I mean, 3 pointers scored essentially naked on the table is a really incredible way to win a game with Netrunner. It looks like Encoder might be thrown in that town.
I don't think there's any possible combination.
Oh,
Oh,
They have the diesel, so you have to choose their manner of losing here. They can go for the city works and get renewed.
those juices.
Exposes ice to make a run.
There it is. Yeah.
So that's going to be... That's still just barely not enough, I think.
yeah, it's not enough.
The Urban Renewals and the Arez could duck those spider walls as well.
I admire Encoder though for going for the flashy way to lose.
Boom! Wow, what a
Beautiful.
win!
There we go. The building that Lackley sitting in.
Well, I hope all the JNet players out there like playing against Orb Asset Spam. It will be all over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, tomorrow I'm 100% playing this.
It looks so fun.
I mean, yeah. Credit to Man in the Moon. Not an easy deck to play well. We saw all those triggers and ordering those correctly really important at many stages of this game. Making the right choices with Excavator and Orb really important at many stages of this game. So yeah, really well played.
Yeah, massive respect to Man in the Moon. Congratulations.
And yeah, credit to Encoder, who, as we said earlier, didn't lose a game until this one. So that's, I mean, 6-0 in Swiss is a pretty impressive record with a non-standard lat deck. The kind of shaper deck that people have really written off in this meta game. So that's really exciting to see.
Do you think you can see yourself picking that up, running a few games with it?
I do like to play nonsense World Tree Land. That's my personal brand of shaper at the moment. But I've played some Anacam in the past and enjoyed it for sure.
That was a really, really fun last game, and
really was.
we saw such a diverse number of games with loads of different decks, and we hadn't seen these before in the final. It was a absolutely brilliant game to watch. And then just look at all of those cards on the board. But there you go. Oh man, what a
Incredible.
fantastic day!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just glad y'all could join me and take the focus off of the commentating and running. Can everybody give it up for my 3 hosts here, my 3 commentators, Not Yeti, Cobra Bubbles, and Marbles? Can I pull up the Discord soundboard and do this? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very great. I don't know, like I said, I know 2 of you have done casting before, at least once or twice, once to who knows how many times, so good to just let y'all take the reins and see some new faces coming to cast. Every time one of the announcements goes up, you can pretty much guarantee that they're looking for volunteers. I basically volunteer every time. That's why I'm here. I mean, that stands to reason. So, if you want a fun way to have an excuse to sit around for 6 to 8 hours and analyze some Netrunner at a really detailed level, if only because you're talking to just a bunch of strangers about it. Pseudo strangers, you know. A lot of us we've met through Meat Space or otherwise. Some of us are literally in Meat Space, but you know.
No, we're definitely all literally in meat space.
Well,
I'm in meat space right now.
Yeah,
You're-
no sentient viruses here.
You are not in my Meat Space. That's what I'm saying.
Oh. And yeah, thank you very much for running it all today and keeping
Yeah.
it flowing.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
yeah. That it was. If you don't go back and watch it, it was very good. I only had a couple of mishaps, but you know,
Look, it's DIY. It's full of goodness to
DIY.
it.
That's exactly it. One of these times, I'm actually going to do some good production, so I don't have to do this joke at the end of every one. I'm pretty sure we said
In that
DIY
one,
last
if
time.
It wasn't all glued together with bits of string and bubblegum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. Putting the punk in cyberpunk, as it should be.
Exactly.
exactly. Well, I think that about wraps it up. Is there anything else y'all are thinking about? Just wanted to talk about the event, or
I
What a
wanted
great
to.
event.
exactly?
Yeah, it was a really sick event. I wanted to just for the last time say we have a circuit opener in Norwich on the 24th of June. Startup with special Orca playmat available to the first place winner. And I think we've got a lot of people travelling for it, as well as a fairly decent local matter. So hopefully that will be a cool tournament, and anybody who can make it really should.
Yeah, and I'll just say Happy Pride Month to all my fellow demons out there.
Hey,
Happy Pride. Pride Month, Pride Month, Pride Month.
And Emergency Hedge is on Thursday nights at 8:30 British Standard Time. British summertime even. It's been a long day.
Is that before or after the usual Metropole time?
It's before the usual Metropole time.
Yeah,
I
that
know
makes
that
sense.
I usually watch a better streamer than me when I'm done streaming.
Hey, you watch a more experienced streamer.
You say potato.
All right. Well, as Marvel said, go check out YouTube emergency_hedge for some crossplay between Netrunner and Arkham Horror, I believe you said.
Yeah, we'll be doing Arkham this week, starting a new campaign, so it's a great time to get involved in the stream.
Which campaign are you doing?
We are doing, I believe it's called To the Ends of the Earth.
End of
one-
the Earth. Edge of the Earth. Very, very
Yeah.
good campaign. Very fun.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of The Thing, the movie. So when Dave was saying, like, which campaign do you want to play? I was like, the one where we're in the ice.
Yeah,
you'll-
yeah, yeah.
Stuff's happening. I think that would be great.
Sick. Should we?
Yeah,
Should we call it
probably.
there?
Probably.
Oh, one more thing. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the thank yous. Yes, thank you to everyone for sticking around. I mean, y'all came to watch some people. Even if you're not playing the game, you came to watch. You enjoy the game just as much as we do, and that's rad. Show up to local metas if you get a chance. Playing in person is just always so much more when you can just put down 3 cards and wiggle your eyebrows at your opponent. Thank you to Jeff for judging, for running the tournament. Thank you to Null Signal, of course, for allowing us to stream, to cast today. Trying to think, who else? I already thanked all y'all. I'll thank you again. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I don't. No. Thanks to Kat Shen for drawing Deep Dive. Oh yeah, thanks
Sick.
to Trip Mirror as well, whose music has been going on in the background. The Netrunner themed albums, of course. Pretty standard for the Netrunner streams, but go check them out on Bandcamp. You can pick up discography like I did today, because I figured, like, why would I grab the files from someone at Null Signal when I can just pay for them myself? I'm an adult. I got this music. I listen to it when I want. All right. Any last thoughts before we sign off?
No, thank you guys.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
All right. Well, Marbles, Cobra Bubbles, Not Yeti, thank you again, and everyone in chat, thank you. We will see you sometime in July for the next AMT, or likely, whenever somebody starts up another Netrunner stream. Is anyone going after this? Plug yourselves in the chat if you're going after this. I don't know. You might be able to get some people to follow. But I'm going to sign off here. So, yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Stay safe.
Good night.
Good night.
Always
Ciao.
be running.